I think this year, Oceania deserves to show up.
All I can really do is promise that I'll do my best. That's all I've ever tried to do, and hopefully that's enough.
Whether it would have been Legacy, Sin or Chiefs, I was ready to 3-0 any of them. I think this year is our year.
If I could describe the whole Direwolves team in one word, it would be skill. I think they're all individually skilled. I think they have good reflexes, good mechanics.
Legacy now going to start running because Fancy just splashed into the team. Exhaust down on top of Claire. The Rise is stuck though. They tried to band up to take him down, but Surefire's coming in as well. King flushes in for his triple kill.
If I were to say a member that could come close to skill, it would have to be Lost. Can't deny that one.
No minions to help out Sin.
Lost!
Lost! He's going in! He wants it! He wants this game! Lost says that Legacy cannot lose today! He's taken down the AD carry! Legacy, they're gonna try and stop the Cinderella story right in its tracks!
While the Direwolf bot lane is definitely talented, I think ours just has so much raw skill.
Lost, I'd say, is extremely overrated. It's really easy to look good when the rest of your teammates are really bad.
Legacy in one sentence, slow, uncalculated.
No, Carmen's incredibly low. There's the captive audience, and Surefire's into the back of the pit as well. Baron's low. Surefire and King are going to be able to take this one. Direwolves just turned that one around.
Yeah, and that is so crucial.
I think they have like 4 shining players, and then Destiny's kind of lacking a little bit. But that's just because the 4 of them shine so much.
I'll just say they're a bunch of like headless chickens like inting while their bot lane pick up the scraps.
They give a lot of kills to some lower end teams. So I think when they say that Legacy can't play with a lead, I think that's a bit unfair from them.
Carmen's going to do the impossible. He has to put up a captain's performance against 3 people. Redemption might be the item that saves him here as he clears out the wave. He's going in, but FBI's on the turret himself. Sin will lose their support. Carmen gets 1 kill. They're on the turret. FBI's kicked back. He's going to get taken down. Cupcake is here. They get the Nexus turrets, but Carmen saves the game.
Legacy have kind of built their career over the last couple of years on beating Direwolves and to get into the final.
I think we have to win as a team in order to pull out a victory, because I think we can play as a team better than they can, and I think that's the advantage we can kind of abuse against them.
I think Carmen has this year as a pro player. After I crush his dreams in the first and second split, he'll realize that while I'm in the OPL, he's not touching first place.
Hello and welcome to this, the grand final of the OPL for Split 1 2017. My name is Michael Hingising, and if you've been watching us all split long, we are so thankful for you joining us today. If you're just joining us for the first time today, where have you been? First of all, we should let you know thank you, because we have a massive game. It's a best of 5 between the 2 teams you just saw speaking then, Legacy and Direwolves. Now, earlier in the regular split, Legacy did beat Direwolves, but based on the tweets, Direwolves look very, very confident and out of their own mouths. If this is anything less than a 3-0, apparently they'll be disappointed. Well, joining me here on the desk to share in that potential disappointment, we have jungler for Sin Gaming, Brandon Juves Defino. We also have support formerly in the OPL of Exile 5. It is... What? That's not it. That's just facts. I was going to do this seriously, but it's already broken down. Bradley T-Gun-Seema and also our in-house OPL analyst, Nathan Medrix-Mendez. How are you, boys? Is everyone doing well?
Doing well.
Excellent, yes.
I was doing well until I saw the video of me losing.
But you've purchased a nice shirt for today. I appreciate you dressing up today. Looking very good. Tegan, how you feeling?
I was doing well until you started talking.
Oh, come on. It's hardly my fault your team got relegated.
You didn't support us well enough.
That's true.
That's what happened.
Maybe that is my problem. I do apologise for that. And Mendrix, how are you?
I'm great. I've got no issues in the world. Everything's
Yeah?
doing,
Casting some big games this weekend.
Yes, I did cast some great games this weekend.
Wonderful.
Wonderful games.
Wonderful games.
This was not planned. This is absolutely not planned. All right, let's talk about this game because this is the grand final. This is for all the marbles, and I want to talk about Direwolves because, like I said, they are going in very confident to this. So, Jubes, let me ask you about these guys. I mean, what do you see as their biggest strength?
I think Schoenfire. I think he's out and out the best player in the region, the best jungler in the region, and I think they more or less live or die by him. And luckily enough for them, he's that good that he doesn't really have a bad game.
All right, well, let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? Chippies is their top laner from New Zealand. Their jungler is the man who Jubes just shouted out then, Schoenfire. Is he the best jungler in OS? Fantix is their mid laner and also their captain. King is their AD carry with Handwarmers there. And finally, their support player is Destiny. And according to Lost in that video we saw, potentially Destiny is the quote-unquote weak point of that team. Tegan, do you agree?
It's hard to just say one person is a weak point in the minor premiers.
Yeah.
So if you're really nitpicking, he might be right. Especially from his perspective, obviously he's going to place a lot more priority on the bot lane. But I don't think that he's the weakest player on Direwolves. I think that where Legacy are going to look is most likely through mid lane as opposed to bot lane because he's just not giving King and Destiny enough credit there.
Well, speaking of giving King and Destiny credit, I mean, Legacy's bot lane has been popping off all split long, Mendrick. So tell us, is that the biggest strength of Legacy?
I have to say right now it would be, and really it does come down to the fact that the two of them together synergize so well in their play. They just seem to understand when and when not to go in. And what I really like about them is they're not afraid to go for unorthodox picks. So these guys are looking great at the moment, specifically in the bot lane.
All right, well, let's take a look at their roster, shall we? Legacy's top laner and vice captain is Tally. Their jungler and captain is Carbon. And he's the man who Schoenfire is looking to retire, apparently. Claire is their mid laner. Lost is their AD carry. And Cupcake is his rookie split, and he's rounding out that bot lane as their support. So, guys, I mean, this Legacy team, can they take games? Can they take this series? I mean, I want to get your guys' predictions. So, Jubes, let me know how you're feeling. Who's going to win this and by what margin?
I think Direwolves have the series 3-1. I don't think it'll be a 3-0. I think both teams are too good to just let it be a 3-0 and a clean sweep. Legacy have a tendency to kind of rise to who they're versing as well.
Yeah.
So I think that, they're going to make a contest of it, but I just think out and out, the Direwolves are just they got so much raw ability that it's just hard to beat.
Well, Tegan, do you agree with the tippers at opltips.com.au? And also, Jubes, do you think this is going to be a hard-fought 3-1/3-2 in favour of the Direwolves?
I think it'll be a hard-fought 3-1, but in favour of Legacy.
Woohoo!
They beat them in the regular split. They looked solid all regular split. And they have a lot to look back on with their series against Sin, where they can hopefully work out where all their weaknesses are and fix those. If they can't do that, then they might falter, but I think people are really, really undervaluing them.
All right, well, Mendrix, this desk is currently tied. Juves is saying that Direwolves is going to take it. Tegan is saying that Legacy are going to take it, so break this tie for us. Will it be a 3-1, and who will win it?
So I'm thinking 3-1 as well. I do agree with Tegan in terms that, yes, Legacy have experience in the big game players, but Direwolves, I mean, they're not the minor premiers for nothing. I'm going 3-1 to the Direwolves.
3-1 to the Direwolves. Well, all right. By Direwolves' own admission, that would be a disappointment in their mind, but we'll see how things play out because it is time for us to get into our first match of the day. So, joining Spawn and Fish for a special cast, we have support player for the Chiefs, Bryce Egan-Paul. So let's throw it to them now to get into game one.
Thank you very much, Hingers. I'm Matthew Fish. Joining me is Bryce Egan-Paul as well as Jake Spontaberry. We're about to get into the grand finals of Split 1 2017 of the OPL.
And this is going to be a super hype match, Fish, because all of a sudden you have probably the arguers biggest trash talkers to ever grace the presence of the OPL going up against a people's champ in Legacy. I mean, no one likes to see Legacy lose.
Yeah, I'm really looking for a Legacy win, I guess, today. Don't know if they can pull it up, but I'm a big Legacy fan.
I mean, we heard the video earlier before the show started. Legacy hyping up Direwolves City, very skilled players, you know. They're going to bring all they've got into this grand finals, where Direwolves just go, you know what, this game's easy.
And I mean, you've played against both of them this split, Ejim. I mean, what do you think that Legacy has to do to get over the top of the minor premiers this time around?
Yeah, I think Direwolves have done a lot of work this split, and they've really leveled up their game. I think Legacy, as was said in the video before, their bot lane is going to be the carry point tonight. I think they're going to put a lot of eggs in that basket.
But I guess that kind of changes the philosophy that they've had running into the past, which is camp Tally's lane, get him ahead, make sure they have a split push threat. So I think that whilst we do have to acknowledge that Lost and Cupcake, you know, two very skilled players, Tally in the past has been the member they go towards in playoff games.
It certainly has been. We already have a couple of bans being thrown out here. Actually, all the bans are completed for these two teams. Direwolves taking away that Fizz from Tally in the top lane. Braum, a staple ban out towards Legacy, with Victor being banned out as well.
Yeah, and all of a sudden you see instantly the fact that they're going towards Ivern. And the reason I jump in there is because Direwolves believe that Ivern is the best team-fighting jungler in Oath and that you cannot play a game in Oath without team-fighting. He just says that play will devolve every single game, and Ivern's team-fighting prowess just sets you up for victory.
And as you've seen throughout the split, Legacy have been a big Ivern team. Carbon's been picking up a lot. And one thing I do want to note is the Karma ban. I think Destiny is kind of an underrated player on Direwolves, and I think they do rely on him to disengage their fights in order for them to win late game fights.
And the final two bans that came up from Legacy with that Karma were Kennen as well as Zyra. First two picks from the trees will be Rumble in the top lane for Tally, with Ashe as the AD carry pick of choice for Lost.
And this is just what we're seeing time and time again internationally. Utility on your AD carry, as well as the fact that you just turn into a turret with Runans and Outlife steal everyone. And then the fact that they've got so much damage out of the top lane means that if you want to run tanky junglers, tanky supports, which seems to be what Carbon and Cupcake prefer at the moment, they have enough damage already on Summoner's Rift.
And straight away you can see Direwolves locking out their first rotation of picks with Varus in the bottom lane, and Fantix, he's picked up Talon.
Yeah, and I think going between the two mid laners in this series, right? Fantix is the Talon, he is the Vlad player, whereas Claire is more of the Orianna, we've seen him picked it up now, and the LeBlanc. So Claire is like the more traditional mage, and Fantix plays these real cheeky, roam around the map, sort of like Vlad, Talon, teamfighty sort of champs.
But do you think that he went Talon expecting the LeBlanc to come out? We've seen it already from Claire. We know that he's a big LeBlanc player at the moment. Talon is seen as that counter. I just feel like blind picking it when Victor, when Orianna is left available, is a really confident thing to do, for a lack of a better word.
Yeah, very ballsy move, and I think expecting Claire to first pick pick the LeBlanc in the first game of the best of 5 series in the grand finals. He's come back from Japan this split, and it's his first split in the OPL. I feel like that'll be a big jump for him.
Well, let's see what he's going to be playing for the rest of the grand finals. For now, as you mentioned earlier, Ejim, it is Orianna heading into the mid lane for Claire. And both teams are going through their next round of bans. Renekton being taken off the board. They don't want Chippies to have that one into the Rumble. Rengar being banned out against Carbon, as Legacy have yet to show their jungler.
I'm calling out Shern already. You don't say you're going to end someone's career and then start attacking the jungle champion pool. I mean, that is not how it works. You got to take priority jungler. And if they ban a second jungler here, I mean, that just doesn't suit what he said the whole time. He pretty much said put him on whatever you want, and he's still going to take him to town.
It is smart, though. They banned out, they picked the Ivern, the team fighting jungler, and they ban out the other stronger junglers on the patch, the Graves, the Rengar.
Yeah, so he's gonna try and end Carbon's career by banning out his entire champion pool.
I mean, if he can't play anything, then what's he going to do, right? He can play Redemption Lee Sin, though, so that's a thing.
He's going to pick up Lee Sin, which is the champion he used in all 5 games against Sin.
And the thing I want to point out is, we were questioning Carbon's play. Redemption, had a lock it at some point, was not going aggressive at all. But when the game was in the crunch, he killed Juves in the jungle, recalled and killed 2 people while they were destroying his Nexus, and brought his team back from the brink. I mean, it was definitely a captain's performance, and even though he says himself he has old man hands, he can still definitely make the smart moves on Lee Sin.
For now, though, Direwolves have finished their team composition with Camille, as well as Renekton being banned up by Legacy. They pick up Gragas heading into the top lane, and Lulu is being picked up as their support of choice, whereas Cupcake has gone back to his pocket pick of the Trundle.
Yeah, so the Trundle coming out for Legacy again. They played in the last 2 games of the series versus Sin. They really did a lot of work. This game I'm expecting Carbon got the Lee Sin again, and they're playing the Trundle. I'm expecting a lot of pressure on the Direwolves bot lane, so we'll see how they can handle it.
And this is the time that we saw Carbon kind of cheese. I mean, he level 2 ganked bottom after they burn a flash. The big thing about Trundle that I want to point out is his W is just so good against any CC. If you get that down before the Varus ulti comes out, before you get Polymorph, cuts a lot of that CC effects. And then, especially because it's Varus, I mean, Pillar into Arrow is a guaranteed flash at any stage of the game. So really, King, who, was spitting some hot fire as well in the preview, needs to be on point, because even though you've got a Lulu, I just don't feel that you can survive through Exhaust Trundle. He just runs at you and eats you.
There's quite a bit of utility coming out from the Direwolves, so with Ivern in the jungle, with Lulu as their support, and they pack a punch as well. Varus, Talon, even Gragas being thrown into the mix.
I actually think that they're very reliant on getting AD damage off, which against Trundle is a really risky gameplay, because we all know that Trundle is just going to ult the Gragas in the top lane and run at the 2 AD users, and unless Talon can get past the pillar and avoid the arrow, there's just not going to be enough damage to deal with Orianna on the back line, Lee Sin shields, as well as Lockets coming out of everywhere. So I do think that even though you're saying it's well balanced, it is actually quite AD heavy in their composition.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got the Trundle, got the Lee Sin, they can stack a lot of armor. Pretty tanky lineup, I guess. You normally look at top lane for the tanks, but Tally's picked up the Rumble. Going to pack a lot of punch, but not very tanky. But like facilitating that with the Trundle, going to be really good.
But even historically, we've seen, Ninja Tabby's picked up into something like an arm guard, and then you can sit on that, and you still have 120 armor at that stage, as well as the fact that you've got a scrap shield that's on a very low cooldown. So I think that even though Rumble isn't like your traditional tank, he still fulfills a frontline role in this team, and he's going to be dishing out a huge punch. So I think that, I actually prefer Legacy's comp in this game 1. Apart from the Ivan, because I do kind of agree that Ivan right now does just lend so much utility to the team.
And it is such a big pick. I mean, Injin was talking about it earlier. It's something that Direwolves really want to bring into this game, and it's something a lot of competitive teams highly favor going into their matches. Unfortunately, we do have a quick pause here between the two teams, and hopefully that gets resolved before we can get into game 1. As you can see on your screen, both the teams, I should say, just waiting to get into this match. But still, these two teams already showing some cards heading into this game.
Yeah, I think the Ivan is actually, touching on it again, very interesting. Because Schoenfire obviously played overseas, came back from his stint in Korea, and then wanted to be the absolute best player. And in Korea, Ivan just doesn't get played. He's considered kind of bad, just not very good. But then in OS, picks up a lot of kills, gets a lot of cheesy ganks off. And then Carbon is known as the just the Ivan guy. If you look at Legacy, you think of Carbon on Ivan, and then Schoenfire taking that away. First game of the grand final. Is he a bit scared?
Yeah, and it is a little bit of, as you said, the reason it is frowned on, it's seen as a little bit of a weak pick in Korea, because they play a lot of farming junglers still and take very calculated plays. And what happens when you have a Rengar Graves farming top speed? Ivan just doesn't get that much done. And if you ever invade on the Ivan with your mid laner, you can kill him. At the same time, we're seeing Lee Sin, more of a buff to buff jungler. We're expecting him to be active around the map. So while still having kill threat, Ivan can definitely out farm and out tempo.
We do have Carbon on your screen right now as well. He's been known to fall behind when the enemy jungler gets into his own jungle, shuts him down there. Spooks has done it quite a few times. And in fact, we've seen him recently go up against Ivans and not be able to do so well.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, they're all shaking their hands out, just shaking it off. A little bit of Taylor Swift action going on for the Direwolves right now. I don't think they have a pushing lane. Orianna's going to shove in Talon. Rumble shoves in everyone. I mean, you actually can't outshove a Rumble at the moment unless you kill him. And then you have, I think, there's just too much kill threat bottom side of the map that if they ever overextend, Carbon's just going to camp down there. I mean, really, you do have to look at bottom side if you are Direwolf. So maybe the one pushing area they have, they don't even want it to push. In fact, they just want to farm up until level 6. I really do think that Legacy, in the early game, have better defense for Carbon than what Direwolves are going to be able to throw at him.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the Legacy early game is just going to come down to Carbon ganking bot lane.
Yep.
Direwolves have getting pushed in the other two sides. The Varus, the Lulu will win the push against the Ashe, ranged into melee matchup. You see the same thing no matter the champion, really. But Trundle just has so much gank assist, so if they can get that off early, this is the Direwolves, hard stacking bot bush, because Legacy did that in their last game. So, see how it goes.
Yeah, let's see what's going to happen between Direwolves and Legacy. But for now, we are into the first match of the 2017 Split 1 of the OPL Grand Finals. Direwolves will be taking on Legacy. Legacy fought the last gauntlet match against Sin, went to all 5 games, and are now showing up here in the Grand Finals, whereas Direwolves, the minor premiers, they've been waiting for a couple of weeks now to find out who their match is, and they'll be taking on Legacy here today.
And as Ejin was saying, the 5-man stack, making sure that if they are shoving up in that lane, it's not going to happen. Now they're going to go for the early vision, because as we keep speaking about, the tempo that Ivan needs is, what buff are they starting at? Can I prep mine, go smite there? So I really like the start out of Direwolves. It's smart, but at the same time, you trade that vision on the other side of the map.
And we are seeing Direwolves doing just that, invading into Legacy's jungle. And right away, Legacy putting some walls down on the blue side of the map. For now, though, let's actually check in with Sharp, who's standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with coach of the Direwolves, Sharp. And first of all, congratulations for making it to the grand final. Second of all, I want to ask you about this draft. Your bans in that first rotation look targeted all across the board. So explain to us, do you see multiple threats with Legacy, or are you just trying to keep everyone on an even playing field?
Yeah, well, I don't really think they're strong in one particular role. I think they're overall pretty even across the board. So, that kind of explains having bans scattered across support, top, and mid,
Yeah, so going forward, though, you first picked Ivan as well, which is obviously a favourite jungler that Carbon likes to use. Is it also just a strong team-fighting jungler, as you guys have said in the past?
Yeah, strong team-fighting jungler, comfort for Shen. We'll see how it goes, I guess. Carbon's obviously played it before, so we'll see how he goes against it. He might have something to say about it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, thanks for speaking to us, and best luck in the final.
Thank you.
There we go, Sharp reckoning that everyone from the side of Legacy, even across the board. And is pretty confident in Schoenfire's ability, but knows Carbon has played this champion. And speaking of Ivan, he's already taken away a blue buff.
Yeah, certainly has, and he did a really smart thing there. He actually looked like he was walking back out of the jungle, then went over the ward to tag up the Gromp, see whether Carbon checks it. If he doesn't, then he will lose that other buff down there as well.
Ooh. Meanwhile, mid lane, Fantix giving Claire some time, quite a beating in that mid lane. Already down below 200 HP. Fantix sitting nice and comfortably at half health.
And I think that level 1 from Direwolves has really paid dividends already. If you look in the bot lane, Legacy's bot lane is just getting shoved under turret. They're still level 1. They can do absolutely nothing about this, and Schoenfire taking away the blue buff from Carbon just means he doesn't want to be in his bot side jungle. He's got nothing to do. So if he comes bot side, like, Schoenfire is already there, ready to counter gank, and if he doesn't, then Legacy's bot lane are just going to naturally lose.
Yeah, you can already see Lost and Cupcake taking so much damage. Lost only has a single health potion, which he'll use now after starting Doran's Blade, and Schoenfire, he's going to be able to take this Gromp because Carbon went straight top side of the jungle.
And they've already recognized that, you know, this is where they want to play. Shern's going to go for a dive here.
This is going to be risky, but he's going for it anyway. They haven't taken any turret aggro yet. They go for Lost first, but Schoenfire taking so much damage, he will not go down. Cupcake's flashing forward, looking for King. Schoenfire's low, trying to go back in. He shields Destiny and not himself. Cupcake gets a return kill, and now teleports are coming into the bottom lane. Destiny's trying to run away. There's the pillar, gives the kill over to Tally, and Legacy turn this around.
Really smart teleport from Tally because he knows he can shove in early, go bottom, get a kill. The wave's going to push back to him naturally, loses absolutely nothing. Whilst they get first blood, it went on to Destiny, and now Tally has that advantage we were talking about topside.
And I think, honestly, that's kind of disastrous for the Direwolves bot lane. The Trundle into an immobile AD carry, he can just pillar him now. It doesn't have flash. They have a lot of kill pressure.
Looks like we were trying to get a replay up there, but unfortunately it's just Tally who was the one who got the best part
I
of
like
that.
looking at Jimmy too. Attractive young man right there.
I'll give him that, but moving into the bottom lane, we saw Lost was the first one to go down, and he's sitting at 5 CS to the 17 of King at the moment. Is he the one that's going to be sacrificed so far in this game?
I mean, it looks like they have to sack this at the moment because really he's just going to sit there and chuck volleys. He actually is going to die here.
He does have flash available, but Schoenfire and Destiny are chasing him down. No Cupcake nearby to help him out. Still holding onto the flash now, uses it, tries to avoid the root, does so, but is the damage enough? Yes, it is. King picks up a kill.
I actually think he shouldn't have flashed. I think he should have just died. I mean, there's no way you're running that far back without boots. I mean, the wave's now hard frozen. He's burned his flash. When he approaches again, he's going to be in kill threat one more time. I think that because Cupcake came back later, I mean, obviously he had some things to do turning that gank around. You just have to sit there and just sack that wave if you were Lost.
Well, he is on a utility AD carry off Ash, so should be fine for now, but still 21 CS behind King. Is losing experience quite rapidly in that bottom lane. Tally still doing fine on the top side of the map. Cupcake does have double buff as well and is giving Destiny some hell with the bottom lane there, forcing him to recall.
But at the same time, I mean, that's just such a disadvantage. And now, I mean, Destiny's arguably stronger than Lost. He's going to be able to approach. I mean, the time where we were saying that King can be punished now because he burnt summoner spells, Lost is just given all that advantage back because he's not going to have early arrow. I think that that's a big mistake made from Legacy, but although now Carbon going in.
Yep, looking to try and hunt him down. Fantix jumps in as well. Claire, not level 6, doesn't have Shockwave available, but Fantix will parkour over the wall and help him out.
Still a good trade out of Carbon, because whenever you trade your health for a mid laner's health as a jungler where you can just disappear into Fog of War, lifesteal back up, I think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, and Lulu was coming from base anyway. They knew Destiny had based, and so he was going to get the fast track to the fight, so they couldn't commit on it anymore.
Carbon just hanging around bottom lane though. He is slightly ahead of Schoenfire at the moment.
Good counter gank here actually, Fish.
Let's see if he comes in for it. Ooh. Jumps in on top of Destiny, hops back out immediately, and Schoenfire is looking for the return heal. They root him down. Carbon is going to have to be forced to flash away. No more damage coming out from Direwolves, but that's a summoner spell burnt on Lee Sin.
And this is just what happens when your bottom lane's so far behind. I mean, instead of just respecting, it's now Claire being all in again.
Yep, Fancy's trying to jump on. There's the Shockwave, knocks him back in. Out of mana for Orianna. No Ignite used by Fantix, no Barrier used by the Orianna either.
At this point, you kind of just, as Legacy, have to sack the sinking ship. Yeah, there they go. They're just walking topside. They're getting the lane swap off. They're just going to get absolutely crushed in that bot lane, and Carbon just tried to force a gank there and got mega punished. This is a good rotation by them.
So what are you actually aiming to do here? Is it trading farms? Are you trying to push off the turret with an equalizer and try and take first break? I mean, what does a win look like Legacy for at this stage of the game? Because I don't even know if they could push in as fast as a level 5 Varus.
Yeah, honestly, you don't win in this situation. You're just trying to lose as least as possible. Like, you're not going to get the first brick, and now that first brick has been nerfed, it's not as much gold. Like, Rumble can base. If Direwolves keep pushing and go to the second turret, Rumble can base and just clear a wave with the equalizer. So, yeah, they're honestly not going to win this trade, but when they did this versus Sin, they lost an inhib, so let's see if they can pull it off a bit better.
You can already see Direwolves able to take down the bottom lane outer turret with ease. King of Destiny quite healthy down here.
And
King's level 5. Lost is level 3.
Yeah, the problem now is that King is, he's going to shove this wave. I was going to say, he has actually the option of bouncing the wave and giving it all chippies and then just matching topside. And then, honestly, Direwolves just gain a free wave on King and give absolutely nothing up in response, whilst these guys are sharing experience everywhere. Instead, they decide to still send chippies back to base, but they don't match the rotation. So Tally probably going to have to teleport back or base right now and run with an equalizer.
He doesn't have much time. I guess Fantix is looking like he's going back towards the mid lane, and Shenfire is just climbing the camp, so I don't think they're going to commit on the inner turret. But as you were talking about King taking the wave, as ex-Direwolfian Chief Raze once described the Direwolves as a bunch of CS goblins, I don't think King is going to be giving up waves to chippies anytime soon.
Well, we have it in mid lane. Fantix already picked up his Hex Trigger to go into this matchup against Orianna. Lost Chapter's been picked up by Claire as well, who's about 12 CS ahead in the mid lane.
Honestly, Destiny going for the Mobies early is pretty interesting. He's going to get around, like, he can run around the map as quick as he wants to now, but he doesn't have any wards to place because he doesn't have the Sightstone, so...
And with an open map, that's a little bit of a strange decision. I mean, he's not even... I mean, maybe they're relying on Shern to be able to get in deep and double ward trinkets will be enough, but that's a very weird decision to me.
Yeah, if you're winning and the turrets haven't fallen, then going Mobies first is really good because you can rotate to the mid lane, get some ganks off, but with a map this spread open, it's just not that useful in my eyes.
Currently, Direwolves naturally have a 1,000 gold lead over Legacy. They did get first brick. They were able to pick up first blood as well in the bottom lane.
I mean, when you look at it, though, that's all 80 carry. In fact, more of that is 80 carry than not. Because if you can see, he's actually 1,600 gold up, and then the rest of the map is 400 gold behind.
Just for context, Lost has the same gold as Destiny right now. In fact, Cupcake is ahead.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, Cupcake got the kill, so that makes a little bit of sense, and the kill's worth about 20 CS at this stage of the game, and he's only 20 CS up on his support.
Yeah, and Lost is the person that Direwolves looked up to. They said if there was anyone on Legacy that is going to be mechanically skilled and going to take it to them in this match, it is Lost, and currently not doing so well after the Dial was able to shut him down. Ultimate being used by Chippy's there just to knock back a wave. Legacy looking to still try and trade turrets, but Direwolves beat them to the punch again and take down top lane outer.
But this is exactly what you need to do if you are Legacy. I mean, you need to be able to match tempo somewhere, and pushing turrets seems to be what they want to do. At the same time, they probably should have already recalled Carbon here, because they're going to lose out on top tier 2 as well right now.
Tally has already used the equalizer, so this push on the inner turret, I think they're going to lose it. They haven't recalled in time.
As you mentioned earlier, Egypt, one of the times we've seen this happen. Legacy lost their inhibitor. They're trying to do just this. This time around, Direwolves will get an extra turret for their troubles. They take down top lane inner. They seem to want to continue pushing on in, but the rest of Legacy already back to base.
Well, they just want to push through. As Egypt said, they're not really willing to let waves bounce. They're just taking the maximum. This actually can turn into a freeze for Tally if he wants to hold it off, or even a freeze for Lost where you just leave him at tier 2, send Cupcake elsewhere. A little bit risky because, you know, you do still have the playmaking of Varus going to be able to come out, so I think they push it up. But I think that Direwolves, whilst outplaying Legacy mechanically this game, have made a couple of really strange map moves for me. You know, no Sightstone, pushing through waves when I think they could have bounced them for chippies. I think they could be much further ahead than this 2,000 gold.
Yeah, I think, honestly, Legacy, when they did that turret trade, the inner top for the outer bottom, I think if they just backed off into the river, Direwolves don't have vision, so they wouldn't be comfortable pushing onto the inhib top lane, and then they could have, like, snuck themselves a cheeky dragon, kind of... They're going to be down in turrets, like, they can't help that at this point. They're behind in the tempo, they're not going to push first, but they could have got themselves a dragon, but... Now I think Direwolves are looking to contest bot side of the map, and they're going to pick that one up.
And the problem is that Claire's just been chunked out.
Oh, that's a flash forward. Ultimate will come out from Claire. Kick from Carbon knocks him back, but Shernfire's here as well. 2 low members on the side of Direwolves, but it's not enough, as it will be King that picks up a double kill.
That looks so good.
That
just wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Claire didn't flash at all and probably thought he was going to fall down. The auto attack before he actually did. I think he could have got out, survived that one, and then I don't think Carbon would have committed super hard for the trade kill. Instead, they have to drop Equalizer. They've already used their teamfight ultimate. So this game actually going from bad to worse right now for Legacy. Direwolves are just going to take the maximum off this play.
Legacy are going to try and do everything they can to stop them from taking down this mid lane out to successfully repel the push coming out from the Direwolves for now. Let's see if they can continue to do so as Carbon and Claire will respawn. But it's already a 3,000 gold lead for Direwolves just 11 minutes into this match.
It is such a big deal that they held that in a mid turret there. Sorry, the outer mid. Mid turret is the turret that just snowballs so hard. Once that is broken, Direwolves would have had so much control around the mid lane. They'd able to push that one in and then basically just pick whichever side of the jungle they wanted and then just take free objectives. So burning the equalizer for that one and then actually being able to hold it, I think is a big win for Legacy at this stage in the game.
The other thing I want to point out is even though we keep saying, you know, team fight with Ivan, Lulu, Talon, they've gone lethality Varus again, which in my opinion is just absolutely rubbish in team fights at this stage of the game, like in late game in general. If this game goes 30 minutes, they're going to be severely lacking in damage. Gragas falls off the hardest for damage out of all the tanks. I mean, you've already got lethality, which is not going to scale like attack speed. Is now Tally actually going to go all in on Fantix.
Oh, he's got everyone from Legacy trying to collapse on top of this Talon. Tally already at half health. Lost, shoots out an arrow, connects with Fantix, and Carbon will dash on in. Gets the vision as well through the invisibility of Talon and picks up a kill for his team.
And they're just counting on Claire to be able to shockwave creep wave in the mid lane and then be able to hold it. So there we go. There it is.
Drop Daisy.
Locks it down.
I was going to say, that is the right call there. I mean, Daisy can tank up all those turret shots. They'll be able to take it anyway. Instead, they give away a free kill and absolutely nothing to see from the Direwolves.
Gives Legacy some breathing room, but they're still incredibly far behind in this game. Slowly, though, Lost is trying to catch up. He's now 70 CS to 110. Although it sounds like a big margin, it was much larger previously.
Something really small, I guess. You were talking about the Ghostblade on the Varus build. If he went the Bork build and then Direwolves had actually picked up that Earth Dragon, like they can still get it, but I think Bork on Varus and then Earth Dragon.
Early Baron.
Yeah, early Baron. Once it gets to 20 minutes, Ivan is so good.
But they're trying to lock down Claire in this mid lane. Shunfire trying to get into the back lines. Takes some damage
some
in
trouble,
return.
potentially.
Cupcake's going to turn on the ultimate there and continue to chase them down. And unfortunately, we'll head into a pause as this fight starts between Legacy and the Direwolves.
And what I want to talk about is that idea of, you know, if you've got an early game team comp, I mean, in my opinion, Talon's still very early game. He has fantastic split push late. But, you know, early game, it's all about rotating him around the map, getting those one-on-one duels. And then you've got a Varus with a poke build and you're hoping to chip down turrets. Taking things like earlier Dragons and being able to get a Baron is super important. Because if this goes to 35 minutes, which right now it doesn't look like, 3,000 gold at only 13 minutes in is a massive advantage. Yep. But if they do manage to stall it out with Orianna, Ashe, as well as Rumble, even if Ashe goes a full item down against lethality, I think at 3 items, she's still stronger just because of what she brings to a team fight.
And Legacy's comp is really good at stalling, honestly. They have all the wave clear from the Ashe, from the Orianna, and I think underrated part of that is the Trundle Pillar. It's really hard to commit onto like turret dives. They have the Gragas probably going to be looking for flanks once they snowball this lead a bit further, and I think the pillar from Cupcake is going to be really important in terms of Legacy holding off these dives.
And is that why they go lethality? Because they're like, we can't dive, we have to chip out and then hit the turret? Is that like the idea? Because he has done it before in the past. Haven't had a chance to chat to Sharp for it, as King gives the camera the thumbs up. But to me, it just seems like such a bizarre thing to do when you already don't have damage out of your top laner and your jungler to go for what is, in my opinion, the weaker damage build on the current patch.
We're taking a look at this game for now. Legacy really struggling against the Direwolves so far, and I believe it's one of the first games we've actually seen between Legacy, for Legacy, where they can't really rely on their bottom lane. This was the most staple lane for them. Lost in Cupcake, one of the strongest bot lane duos, and they are the ones that are not performing in this match so far.
It just depends what you're going to rely on them for. Because if you're relying on Cupcake to be tanky and pillar people, he's always going to be able to do it. That just doesn't require any gold. He has an R, he has an E. At the same time, Lost is going to be able to start a lot of the fights. And what I want to go back to is, top lane, Tally's actually up. Jungle is legitimately dead even. There's like 400 gold between them, so a Ruby Crystal. Mid lane, once again, 100 gold. It is legitimately only the AD carry position, which is behind. And as long as Ashe can fire out arrows and scale, I don't think it's a huge concern. As long as you do not legitimately 5v5 team fight all in commit at this stage of the game, your Ashe will still get to where she needs to get to because of your wave clear, because of the control that you have around the map.
Honestly, just build an Essence Reaver. If Lost just gets an Essence Reaver, and once he gets to 3 items, you have the Bork, Essence Reaver, and the Runans. He'll have a really short arrow cooldown, be really good in staving off what Direwolves want to do. And I think one thing we haven't touched on is the Ivan into the Rumble. I think because Direwolves are ahead, that's actually kind of a big deal because Ivan itemizes into the Redemption, into the Locket, and both of those items just completely, for lack of a better word, roast Rumble's damage output. If they're going to rely on Tally this game, I think the fact that Shurnfire is gonna have that early spike, I think that's actually a really big deal.
I do think it's a big deal. But I think that whilst right now it's going to be that way, Tally's going to be on equalized wave duties. Yeah. So even though he has it, unless they can keep creeps alive somehow and they don't have a rise for any fancy shenanigans, then the creeps are just going to get burnt down. I think that the shockwave equalizer are going to be used completely to send 4 members somewhere else and then just drop an ult on the wave.
Hold the door.
On top of that, we have Claire picking up Orianna, which we've seen picked up multiple times throughout the gauntlet last week, and a single shockwave onto King when he's not prepared. That could destroy the Varus and create a neutral team fight between the two teams.
Yeah, it certainly could, especially if he gets arrowed first. I mean, maybe we see for that exact reason Mikhail's come out early, or even a QSS. I mean, if you're going lethality, QSS doesn't set you behind that much.
Yeah.
The other thing I want to point out, you said Essence Reaver. I actually think Black Cleaver, because it gets you a little bit tankier, gives you the armor shred that you're probably going to need at some point in the game against what is like 1 or 2 tanky members, and then you can go into your Runan still. So I think that Lost still has options available to him. And as long as he doesn't fall further behind, I mean, he's already 40 CS and 3 kills, so what is further behind? I don't even know. He'll be okay.
And you talk about 80 carries being tanky with the Black Cleaver. I completely agree with you there. Lost and being tanky. He is the kind of guy that he's completely willing to just build a GA to not get one shot by the Talon. So I think him building Black Cleaver is definitely a possibility. I think he won't be adverse to that one.
Well, let's see what he does, because so far in this match, he's been shut down nice and early. Shernfire got a gank into the bottom lane.
Credit to Shern. He came back. As soon as he knew the summoner spells were gone, he was back in that lane.
And have King and Destiny been abusing this Trundle lane? Because when we first took a look down there, they were underneath their turret. Lost had 3 CS, had 1 potion already burnt, and couldn't push through. Is that them taking advantage of this Trundle pick, which is only a pick that Legacy show?
Honestly, Daiwa's bot lane, they had done well with it. They had them low enough for Shernfire to be able to get off the dive, but once that turret breaks, it hasn't been the bot lane show. It's just been the Direwolves versus Legacy show. They're just running around the map. They've been trading turrets, and they've just been looking everywhere.
They certainly have. So right now, as it stands, Direwolves still about 3,000 gold up against Legacy, and unfortunately we're still in a pause between these two teams. And to keep you guys company while we go through this pause, let's send it back to the rest of the analyst desk.
Well, it would not be esports without some sort of live difficulties. We are not sure what the issue is, but we will let you know if we get any information. Joining me here at the desk, we have Juves, T-Gun, and also Mendrix. So what can we decipher from this early game, aside from the fact that we are heading towards a Flame Horizon in the bot lane?
So I think it's been played well by both teams, actually. So initially, like, the bot lane from Legacy falling behind was really bad. But I think like they've done well to protect that bot lane deficit and get objectives off it while they can. But I think Direwolves have also done well to push their lead, because I don't think Direwolves have a really late game comp. So what they're doing, trading towers and like getting towers, getting objectives, making picks is really good.
Yeah, and like you said, they don't have a late game comp, and they're building like that. Varus is building the pen build over the on-hit build, and they're very aware of this, and they're going to try and snowball that. The one thing I wrote down when I saw the team comps was that Direwolves seem to have a lot of faith in their bot lane. They picked 2 reasonably aggressive champions that can bully the lane. Then you have Legacy picking more utility-based champions, Ashe, Trundle. And this is why I was a big sort of criticizer of playing Trundle support, is when you don't really want to flex at top, which Legacy showed in their draft, they didn't really intend to ever take it top. They know that it's going to go bot if it's picked, and it's very, very easy to deal with. If Direwolves had a different jungler, that dive bot early would have went off much smoother. And even as it went off, the only reason that Legacy got a kill, or 2 kills, excuse me, was because Shernfire flubbed and shielded the wrong person. That's all that's happened.
Sure.
So from what I'm seeing is Direwolves have a heck of a lot more faith in their bot lane than Legacy do, and that's showing. They take the bot tower, then they just start roaming and playing map pressure. Like you said, it's Legacy versus Direwolves, right? Not just their bot lane, but the reason it's become to this point is because they had more faith.
Yeah. Mendrix, sorry, I saw you wanted to get in there as well.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to look at there is that you really do see what the effect is across the map for Direwolves specifically. They've been able to get quick control in the bot lane. It's hard for Legacy to actually control their waves. It seems the wave management's not really there for them at the moment, and this is why this massive lead seems to be developing for the Direwolves, and because they have this really nice, quick, up-tempo game they're putting to play, and they seem to be moving Legacy around the map a bit better.
So, okay, look, break it down for me, though. Is this a game, if we go back into that game, is this a salvageable game for Legacy? Because they are quite a bit way behind quite early on in the game. Who wants to jump in?
I mean, it's every game salvageable. Until the Nexus is dead, you still have a chance.
Sure.
We've seen that in recent games. But, you know, if I'm Legacy, they're in a bit of a problem here. They've got Ashes just monstrously behind.
I mean, are they just going to try and stall it out to like 50 minutes or something, Juice?
I think
they have to.
Yeah, they like Legacy have to go late game.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, Direwolves can't afford to go late game, and they've set themselves up to like end the game real quick.
Yeah.
Like, you got Talon mid game. You got Ivan to like protect the carries. Varus on
building lethality. Yeah.
Like one Varus Q on tower, Oriana's dead. So yeah, it's looking like a good game for Direwolves to close out.
All right. Well, Mendrix, then, if you're Legacy, then how do you start this game to 50 minutes then? Because you're looking for a point where that lethality, because it doesn't scale, you're looking for when that becomes less and less, I guess, relevant towards that late game. So how do you stall out a game?
So really, when you look at it, you have to look at Claire in this situation. He's the one with the wave clear using Orianna. It's going to be up to him to sort of make sure he can stall out those waves as they go into it, limit the options of Direwolves, because they really do seem to be getting control of the inside of the map in terms of how things are going, and then they're going for the dives afterwards. So it's really going to be onto him to make sure he keeps those waves pushed out if they ever go into a siege situation. And the other thing they need to do is make sure they guard their jungle entrances, because if Schoenfire is allowed to keep entering into those situations, he's going to go for those dives every single time and basically keep the up-tempo of the map going very quickly.
And I will say Claire's already been doing that. You saw when most of his team rotated bot to kill Fantix, he did blow his ult for the wave. He made sure that the wave stayed out.
Whoa.
They could have still taken the tower if they popped Daisy and tanked it, but he's trying to be proactive and clear things. And it's really hard for them to stop Ivan just walking to the jungle. Lulu got Mobius first, and I know the casters touched on it and said, why get it first when you don't have wards yourself? Well, you get it so Ivan can be more helpful throughout just invading. And I know Juves agrees that Schoenfire tries to spend as much time in the opposing jungler's zone, and that's all they're trying to do.
Yeah, well, speaking of blowing ultis to clear waves, I mean, Juice, I know you were saying that, you know, if you're using Rumble, if you're using Equalizer to clear waves, that's not a good place to be in, right?
I mean, when I'm in a game and I'm playing a comp game, if my Rumble is using Equalizer on the wave, I'm sitting there thinking, where did I go wrong? What have I done this game?
How has life turned out like this?
Yeah, and I'm just sitting there, and then I'm just like, wait, I'm still going to try and win this game. So, yeah.
So then, by the flip side, then, if you're Direwolves, how do you ensure this game is a 23, 24-minute game that you can just close out then, Hendrix?
So really, they're doing everything right at the moment. I mean, you can see they've managed to accumulate that lead. If they keep on doing the same moves around the map and basically force Legacy to buckle, basically not hold on to one area of the map, then they allow Schoenfire to get in there. That basically sets up any sort of engaged siege or flank that they could possibly do to just sort of give them that sucker punch, and that will allow them to take what objectives they want to off the back of that.
Well, we are still in this pause. We are still not sure exactly what the issue is, and we will let you know if we get any information from the Boffins backstage. Presumably, I actually don't know what they're working on. But let's dig down further into this Varus build, because I feel like that is kind of a talking point. The Varus build recently has changed away from building lethality / armor pen into building, I guess what you would say is attack speed items. Now, that's not what Direwolves are doing. They're building this lethality build, which kind of peaks, 3 items in, 2 items in?
2 items,
Two items in. Which means they need to end this game pretty soon, Juve. So if you're Direwolves, how are you ending this game as quickly as you can?
Well, you firstly just deny vision, because you got the Varus ult, and the Varus ult is like one of the best pick tools in the game. So all you want to do is deny vision. You can bait Baron really well. I know you're versing a Rumble, and that's not ideal, but all you got to do is deny vision around Baron. They have to walk in, like they cannot not face check, and then you just pull the Varus ult, kill them, and in the game.
Simple. It's simple.
Just kill them all.
Well, alternatively, with the siege build that Varus goes, with the lethality build, you just sit with an Ivan shield. You just sit in front of the Orianna ball and just keep throwing Qs at her, and then
All right. Well, I believe it is time for us to get back towards the game. So let's throw it to casters. It is Fish, Spawn, and Ejim.
Thank you very much, Hingers. We're about to get into this match, and for those of you guys that are just joining in, it would look like there was about to be a team fight that was going to take place between Direwolves and Legacy, so hopefully see some explosive action when we get back into this one.
Yeah, this is going to be hilarious, because you're going to go from seeing Fish talking normally like a human being to screaming his head off. So I actually cannot wait till we get back into game, because I hope Direwolves just pull the trigger and destroy everyone.
Yeah, Chippy's... I don't know, I'm expecting a Flash E out of this one.
Flash E, yeah, just a big Flash Gragas body slam.
Faulty, dude.
Faulty. There, of course, 3,000 gold ahead still. King's got majority of that gold. And I still do think that, they have to be a little bit careful. They've got the redemption out. They're honestly, Ivan's in the best place possible. We are about to get back into game. So if the team fight happens, it's going to happen on your screen in about 2 seconds.
Well, let's see. For now, though, it's going to be Legacy that use the Trundle ultimate on towards Ivan to kick things off. Smite goes down to Daisy to deny the ultimate coming out from Ivan, and they back away.
As a Lee Sin player, there's actually nothing better than...
Cupcake's getting locked down, knocked back into the team, and Direwolves get a nice and easy pick. Shouldn't be standing there, buddy.
Yeah, it certainly shouldn't be, and now they're going to lose a turret as well unless they burn a shockwave on it.
There's a redemption coming out. Direwolves still pushing it forward for this turret. Legacy backs against the walls. Tally trying to burn out this wave wherever possible, and Carbon just taking so much damage. So is Claire in the back lines.
I mean, I think they had to. They were kind of doing the let's trade our health for the turret's health at that point. If they're hitting us, they're not hitting our structures. And the reason that was so big is because you can see that in the bottom lane, huge waves just being pushed out by Ashe. I honestly think that you nearly send it towards top as well, but Legacy does like to give Tally farm. I mean, if this was the Chiefs, you guys send Raze down there and Swips just stays mid lane.
Yeah, he gets nothing. I'm surprised Direwolves didn't go for the Dragon. They had all the control. Legacy were basing low health under the turret. I don't know. It just feels like they're not prioritizing that one at all. And I guess I'm just a huge fan of the early Baron with the Ivan. I don't know, with the Earth Drake. It feels like a no-brainer to me.
But talk to me about the mindset, I guess, at the moment of Legacy, because even though we're saying that they're in an okay position, game 1 of a final, their AD carry, who is their star player, has been absolutely shut down. And, you know, Cupcake, who's their star support as well, isn't too far behind him. I mean, what is the comms like in this situation? I mean, you've played with Carbon. He's still their shot caller. I mean, what is the actual, like, how do you pull yourself out of this? Or can you?
Yeah, I think you can. Carbon is definitely one of the players who can do it, if it is possible. He'll be rallying the troops right now. But I think one of the things a pure spectator won't really understand is that it's not about how far you are behind, but how far you feel behind. And I feel like that is a very big thing, and Legacy right now will be feeling that they are very...
Oh, big shockwave onto 3 people. Direwolves trying to turn this one around, though, as they lock down Carbon and Claire, getting some good damage with the piercing arrows.
But that's a difference of having to burn Equalizer, as Juice was saying, on turrets, versus using it in team fights. 4-person shockwave could have been the big Equalizer over everyone. Instead, because your Ashe is behind, she's split pushing top, you know, there's no Equalizer to follow up, and all of a sudden, what could have been a huge play just results in you losing a turret.
I don't think I've ever been so happy seeing a split push AD carry. That was honestly so big for him. Like, he got to push into sideway and got a lot of XP, caught up in gold, got his Bork, he's got 1 item, and I feel like that's going to help him survive a little bit.
Suddenly, though, Shenfire is now a level up over Carbon. Carbon was leading the game in experience.
Well, as Carbon, you get no experience anymore. I mean, you may as well build Redemption as your second item at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Because Shern's going to take all of his stuff, King's going to take the stuff that's left over, and Carbon is legitimately here to kick King into the middle of his team.
I mean, Ivan isn't going to fight you, right? So as Carbon, this is the game where you can build a Redemption and it doesn't matter that you don't have the stats to fight him back.
Well, it's paid off once for Carbon already. Hopefully, it's the second time would be nice for Legacy. However, Legacy are now trailing 5,000 gold behind the Direwolves. You mentioned it earlier, Ejim. They were just trying to stop the bleeding or at least slow it down. And it's still full steam ahead for the Wolves.
Yeah, I guess I'm a support main, and one thing I'm picking up right now is the Equinox for Trundle. I'm not sure if he built it in the last 2 games when he played Trundle, but I think the fact that he's going for that means that he recognizes that he's behind, and then he's going to get the early item spike on the Redemption or the Locket or whatever he chooses to build.
It seems like he's picking up components for one of those items. Let's see what he picks up later on. Has built a pink ward, so I think you'd be pretty happy about that one, Ejim.
Yeah.
It's a rare thing for Cupcake to have that item.
All right, cool, guys. And just getting you some information on the pause. It was a server issue that resulted in some lag. We offered both teams a remake. Both of them declined. So that's why we're proceeding with this game. But that's exactly what happened just before. So as you can see, we're picking back up where we left off. Still 5,000 gold, the Direwolves advantage. And, you know, we keep going back to it, but you really do feel like even though 5,000 gold is a lot, now they're starting to pick up the neutrals that you were talking about. This game needs to be closed out by 35 minutes.
Fair credit to Legacy, though, denying a remake in this situation. Thumbs up to them. Direwolves, of course, they would not like that in this situation. Leading the charge at the moment. Take a look at the items there. You're just pointing at my screen.
Ejim and I are just having a chuckle. We're talking about what Claire was going to build. I said that you should honestly build Tabby's Morellonomicon into Void Staff. It's the best, and just leave it as arm guard. Ejim was a big proponent of just getting everything armor.
This is what I'm saying. He feels so far behind. Legacy are in such a rut right now, and it's not even that they are really far behind, it's that he feels really behind. So going for the Ninja Tabby, going for the Zhonya's expected.
Well, we do have a tweet on your screen here, guys. It's Chewios. So Ejim is casting. Yes, he is. He's standing right here. I don't even care anymore. This is the best final ever.
I mean,
Chewy, big Ejim fan.
If I couldn't play, I might as well talk about the game, right?
Carbon's that tilted, he just got juked by a Scuttlecraft.
Yeah.
This game's gone to...
roasted.
Yeah, absolutely a disaster so far. Although they have pegged it back 1,000 gold in the last couple of minutes. They've been able to grab all the waves as they catch them. Oh, although now Chippies has been caught out with a Trundle Pillar. He is not tanky at all.
They're trying to collapse. Lost has cut off one escape path, so he does body slam back, but that arrow a little bit lackluster. There's the Pillar into the back lines. Ultimate going to knock Lost backwards, but Carbon does get the kick going on.
Flashed. Oh.
Still trying to flash away. Legacy are chasing him down. Lost, he's looking to try and pick up the kill for himself, and he will. Legacy give that over, but they might lose their bottom lane inner.
They will, but still, he was going to die. I'm not a fan of flashing when you know you're dead. He gained maybe 2 seconds, and this turret is about 5 seconds dead. So you can't even say he's buying time for the turret because it was just game over. Now if they go towards Baron or something like that in the next 2 minutes, he's just not going to have it up. There's no initiation tools apart from a cheeky Q that will come out of Shenfire. It's just a weird decision for me to make.
I feel like the flash Gragasy is just... such a big tool for Direwolves here. And if they're going to set up a Baron, him flanking in, like he has his TP still. He didn't burn the TP.
They're going for a fight again. Surefire
Carbon's
gets locked
dead.
out. Carbon, though, goes in too deep. The Shockwave a little bit too far away from Destiny and Key. Zhonya's has been popped by Claire. He's stuck in the middle of the Direwolves. Fantix dashes on forward. That's a dead mid laner, and Chippies picks up that kill.
I actually just don't know how they got caught out like that. I mean, we were just singing their praises. You see Carbon's really bothered by that one on the player cam.
Direwolves will be able to push through the first inhibitor turret of the game. Inhibitor is going to fall shortly after, and the rest of the Legacy members just watch as their base slowly falls apart.
To me, that is just the breaking point, right? Like this game was in, I guess, Legacy's grasp to some extent if they could claw it back. But now that mid and him going down into Direwolves just hit 20 minutes. Like they have the Earth Dragon finally. I feel like they're just going to set up around Baron and they're going to look to take that one pretty easily.
And the big thing about it is like what it does to you mentally. All of a sudden, we were clawing our way back into the game. It was looking good. Then your captain gets caught. I mean, does that change, I guess, the perspective of it? You can see that they actually want to fight here. And then the rest of the Goon Squad is just behind them in the form of the Direwolves. Not good enough vision control to fight. Shouldn't fight at that stage of the game. Claire, Zhonya's in, just falls down. Burns both summoner spells as well. I mean, you just hate to see it, but really well capitalized from Direwolves, especially given the fact that their top laner had just been picked off. And that was maybe a window, if they weren't grouped as 4, that Legacy would have looked to have a play there.
So Legacy now 6,300 gold behind the Direwolves. 7-4 in kills, still in favor of the Wolves, and 7 turrets to 2, which is the crucial decisive point in this game so far. Direwolves have been knocking down structure after structure.
Cupcake's still putting all his eggs in Lost Basket. He's going for the Knight's Vow, so I think, yeah, like, Claire's gone for the Ninja Tabby for the Zhonyas. I don't think he's going to do much damage. I guess Cupcake can't do anything for Tally at this stage, but building the Knight's Vow, he's trying to keep the Ashe alive against the likes of the Gragas when he flashes up, flashing in, getting engaged off, or Fantix just blowing him up.
And it's super strange because, you know, maybe you can call it some stubbornness, but you're also seeing the Arm Guards come out top lane. I mean, I think if they're going to stall this game out, they just need a little bit more wave clear, and unfortunately that comes in the way of ability power this game as Lost has been caught.
Chippies is looking to try and lock him down, but that Trundle Pillar just slows down the Direwolves way too much to catch up.
Fantix is 2v1ing mid lane at the moment. I mean, Carbon's sitting there, Claire was there as well, and Fantix has absolutely zero cares in the world. Arguably the most even person on the map, given the fact that he's only got 1 kill, and they're even in CS. And this is the Baron play that you were talking about, Ejim.
Direwolves pull the trigger. Lost is going to throw out the horse shot. So they're able to spot that one out. Cupcake looking to try and wrap around the pit.
Potentially the last fight. There's going to be a huge equalizer.
Equalizer will lock down the Direwolves. Does Carbon get it? He does not. Baron is taken away. Arrows thrown out towards Shern. Direwolves are taking some damage and have used their redemptions. Legacy looking for a fight, but Carbon gets locked in again. Shockwave only connects on the Chippies, who separates the entire team of Legacy. One by one, the branches will fall for the trees, but it's not on top of the Direwolves as they come out on top of this team fight.
And Direwolves just run over the top of Legacy. Triple kill picked up for Chippies. And that was just, you know, they got there too late and they overcommitted in the end. They thought that was a one-team fight they could win, but in fact, it loses them the game.
They blew all their ultis really early. They weren't in like any range to actually get the fight off. They were trying to steal the Baron and win the fight. They blew the Rumble ulti, blew the Ashe ulti, and then they overcommitted anyway.
And you can see Cupcake trying to defend the base, but it's all for naught because Direwolves are knocking on the Nexus door. Carbon comes out, watches as the base gets dismantled. They're onto the Nexus, and in 23 minutes, the Direwolves are able to pick up Game 1 over Legacy.
And what a commanding victory. I mean, that's a statement game right there out of the Direwolves if I've ever seen one. You can see on their screen, that's business as usual. No one's high-fiving. They expected that coming in. However, I don't like Legacy's bottom lane. I actually have never seen them play that badly.
Yeah. Honestly, for Direwolves, that was very well played. That was a pretty clean game. Aside from Chippies getting caught in a side lane a few times, like honestly, the way they played around that Baron at the end, pretty clean. They denied all the vision. They pushed up into the jungle, got the wards, and then Legacy didn't really have any options.
And one thing remains the same. I mean, we've questioned some parts of Direwolves games, like builds or, you know, the priority on Ivern, but they're very confident playing their style, and when they get it, they play a very clean, methodical game. I mean, we always say that maybe their weakness is team fighting, but if they play like that, they just never have to team fight when they're equal.
Do we say that?
I do all the time.
I don't say that. I don't think Direwolves are a good fighting team.
Yeah. A lot of people came into this game expecting Direwolves to be able to pick up Game 1. Not many people expected it to be through the bottom lane against Lost and Cupcake. But to break down that 23-minute victory for the Direwolves, let's send this one back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, that was a very quick victory all things decided for Direwolves there. So Juves, T-Gun, Mendrix. I mean, what are your initial thoughts looking at that game? Is it a statement game? Because Direwolves, they were very confident going in, Juves.
I mean, I've played against both teams. I'd say it's
Yeah.
kind of expected. Like, I think Direwolves are just really, really good right now. And they just executed on their game plan. They laned well. They did what they needed to do. Not much to say about it.
I'd be complaining about the draft if I was Legacy Spot. You just put your bot lane, which, I mean, let's be honest, is probably one of the strongest points, if not the strongest points in their team. And you just said, you know what, you can play two champions which are going to really, really struggle to people diving you, and left them to the wolves.
But Mendrix on Legacy side, I mean, we saw last week they take 2 or 3 games to warm up anyway, right?
Especially when they decide to lose a turret within 12 minutes. But, I mean, the big thing about that comes out of that is they didn't really stall the game out. That was the main issue that they had.
Yeah.
Direwolves were able to continue, doing their game plan that they wanted to do, as Juves mentioned. And from that point on, they just absolutely just kept on crushing, and then it was very easy from that point onwards.
All right, well, let's take a look at the draft, shall we, Juves? Because I know you had some interesting thoughts on Ivan into Rumble.
Yeah, so Dials picked up Ivan and Legacy had Rumble, and I really like that because what counters like an AoE damage ability would be like Ivan just building, and it's so efficient for Ivan to build Redemption. So in a team fight, you saw in that Baron fight, granted that Direwolves were ahead by like 10k by then or however much it was, Tally dropped the equalizer, Ivan used the redemption, and they were pretty much full HP straight after it. And so, yeah, I really like Ivan into Rumble. I think it protects your carries, and you got shields, and it's just a really good pick.
But they first picked Ivan, so they thought he was strong no matter what.
Yeah,
right?
I guess.
And then, so it's really that Legacy picked Rumble into Ivan, and it kind of wasn't a great pick.
And I really think what's good about it is we know that Ivan actually seems to be a staple for Carbon at the moment. So they kind of forced him onto that, going for the Lee Sin instead and saying, you know what, I'm just going to take your champion and play well on it anyway. So it really was an intelligent move to actually pick up the Ivern, that way denying it from Carbon.
But they could have easily banned it as well. Do you know what I mean? And last week, Ivan, Carbon played 5 games of Lee Sin, so it's not like he only has one champion in his champ pool, right?
Well, if you look at the champions that Direwolves banned, they banned champions that can pretty much invade Churnfire. They banned Graves, they banned Rengar. Those two can push Shern back into his jungle and pressure him and allow him, pretty much lock him up. So they banned 2 champions that can bully Ivan and bully Shern. They gave Shern a good jungle matchup because I don't think Lee Sin bullies Ivan around. And Shern controlled the game. I mean, they failed the dive bot lane, but the idea was there, and that set the pace for bot lane, and that's why they were so far behind.
Well,
I think they wanted him to pick Lee. I think they looked at the 5 games that he played Lee and said, we know how to exploit this, and tried to bait it. Like you said, they took Ivan early, they banned 2 champions that are good against it, and lead him into the pick. That means that Direwolves outdraft them because if they know what they get, they feel like they can bait Legacy into picking something and control what they're going to do. That's a really big thing, and I guarantee that's what they're sort of talking about themselves, is everything we wanted to do, following this line of thought, is what happened.
And that's what's really interesting about this Gauntlet series, right? It's that Legacy have had to show 5 games that Direwolves have been able to watch, right? Whereas Direwolves have been sitting back for, 2-3 weeks now, not able to show anything. But I do want to talk about 2 things. The first one is, Juves, you said, look, the reason they need to pick away from Shern is that he likes to spend so much time in the enemy jungle. And we looked up stats earlier. It was like 45.
Yeah. Shern, so during regular split, Shern spent 49. It was 49% of his time in the enemy jungle,
which is
and
crazy.
To think about that, that's like he's spending equal amount of time in your jungle than he is his own. And
it's so aggressive.
Yeah,
right?
that just means he's constantly in your face. And as a jungler, I hate that. That means I can't do anything because Shern's just there looking at me.
And to close out, just to close out this jungle talk, because I do want to move on to other roles, but overseas, is that what do we see anyone playing that aggressively, or is that worldwide that's crazy?
Well, there's different play styles. There's got Santorin. I don't know if most people have heard of Santorin. He's really passive, and he's built up his reputation of not doing much at all and just sitting in his own jungle and farming. Whereas there's players like Svenskeren who are known for Lee Sin and Nidalee and just constantly wanting to fight the enemy jungler. And I think that Shern's just got his play style and it works really well in OS.
All right. Well, just quickly before we move on, I just want a final closing thought on this support. On this pick draft phase because we've got T-Gun here. Let us know about what are your thoughts on the Trundle support, because we saw it a bit last week, but you didn't like it. So let us know
I
how
still
you
don't
played
like
it today.
I mean, you saw the weaknesses of it exploited quite well and quite expertly by Dials. Anytime they pick anything with range, not just Lulu, but just even Malzahar, it's not a great matchup for it, but anything with range can bully it. And your goal as Trundle is to survive lane. And you can't really do that against a team that's willing to dive you, willing to play super aggressively. Even before that dive, they were down, 10, 12 CS.
All right.
And they just get punished for it. And the biggest problem I have with it, is Legacy never intended to play Trundle top. If you don't intend to play it anywhere else, it's no longer a flex
It's not a
pick,
flex,
it's just a
it's
bad
just a
pick.
support.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, let's see if they stick with it for the rest of the series. Mendrix, I know you want to talk about this game-changing moment from this match we just saw.
That's right. And really, when you do start to look at this replay, the big thing about it is you kind of go, well, Gragas is still dead at the moment. How were they able to find this pick? That's like one of the big things that really comes to, and it just goes to show you how strong Direwolves are at finding the right appropriate moments. You can see Chippy's just TP'd right in then. And it really does come down to their pick priority. When they managed to find that initial pick, when they saw the shockwave didn't land, they were able to just go full in afterwards. And Fantix was fearless. This is an assassin that's normally going to jump in. If he doesn't get the kills, he's probably going to get blown up. But afterwards, he had the support of Lulu, had the support of the rest of his team. They were just able to steamroll afterwards.
You say he's an assassin, but is anyone truly just a flimsy assassin when you have Lulu Ivan?
Exactly.
Like, you can just throw yourself in and hope that the arms of your teammates catch you. And that's exactly what he was doing, because why not do that? You can go in, burst everything, take 0 defensive items, and still be tankier than anyone would expect.
Who needs HP when you've got the rest of your team giving you HP? It's going to be sweet. All right, let's get some other thoughts from you, Juves, because I know you in particular. I want to go back to talking about Shern, right? Because you're saying he's playing really, really aggressively. Is there anything Legacy can do moving forward to shut that down?
I would. So I know against us when we versus Legacy, they saved jungle pick really late. I mean, granted, he played Lee Sin 5 games.
Yeah.
But I would like to see Legacy prioritize a jungle pick. So I know that Direwolves are banning it out, but I feel like there's enough in Carbon's champion pool to just wait and see what Shern picks and then try and get a good matchup. If you get a good matchup, Shern can't really bully you. I mean, Shern's still going to do his job, but I'd just look for a really solid jungle matchup.
On top of that, they should look for more aggressive lanes. Because it doesn't matter how good the jungle matchup is, if your bot's push to tower, their bot has carte blanche in the whole bot side of the map.
Whoa.
They do whatever they want. And if you don't deal with that, it doesn't matter how happy you are with your jungle pick, you're just going to get bullied anyway.
Well, in terms of aggressive lanes, I feel like the Varus pick from Legacy was quite aggressive. So let's take a look at King's stats in that game. And Mendrix, when you look at that, what in particular stands out to you?
That kill participation's absurdly high. I mean, 90.9%. As an ADC who's typically going to be sitting down, being basically coddled for the majority of the game. It was a really quick game as well, mind you. And he was still able to be there, be the one putting out all the damage that needed to be done. So this guy King at the moment, it is quite amazing. And T-Gun was talking about this before. The trust that we're placing onto King. They know that he's such a great AD. We're going to take an Ivan, we're going to take the Lulu, and we're basically going to put all our eggs into one basket. And even if we've got the Talon as well off the back of this, it's fine. Probably most of it's going to be going straight onto him.
I mean, going into this game, a lot of people have shouted out Legacy's bot lane as being maybe the best individually in the league. I know EGM earlier on the split said, look, these guys are really great. So why did they kind of fall today? Is it just exhausted after a grueling 5-game series last week?
Doesn't make sense. I don't know. I guess they saw the Trundle worked against us.
Yeah.
But I mean, they picked it into Malzahar.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. That's decent. But you picked Trundle and Ashe into Varus Lulu. I don't know if did they pick it into it?
Yeah.
It just didn't it's just gonna get bullied, it's gonna get shoved in, and then it's gonna get dove.
You could even say it's a statement by King, because in the pre-match video he said he thought Lost was overrated. And maybe he's just looking to really cement his position as that number 1 AD, because there was a lot of sort of controversy. Who do you put first, second, third in that role? And he's obviously just trying to really solidify himself.
Another thing it also comes down to is if everyone, or it seems to be speculating that the bot side is the strong point for Legacy at the moment. This is the one we need to go to. It makes sense for them to just hone in on that situation and say, sorry guys, we're not going to let you get going at all. You could see it with Ivan just going down the whole entire time. Shern was basically saying, this is where my tent's going to be. I'm going to live here for the first 10 minutes of the game. And if you neutralize what's one of their win conditions, they're pretty much stuffed from there.
All right, well, let's talk quickly before we get back into this second game about Direwolves' wins and losses v Legacy. So what are some losses for the Direwolves they need to be worried about going into Game 2? Are there any? Sorry, mate, Chippy's getting caught out. That's kind of a deal, right?
There's execution, maybe. So the dive wasn't executed that well. I guess getting caught split pushing, but that's just overconfidence. I don't think that's just like, that's not them being bad or them getting outplayed. That's just literally being overconfident.
I'd even say getting caught split pushing, he's really expecting his team to be doing something elsewhere, and that's the problem is the cohesion between them.
Sure.
So it's still the right idea, it's just the execution they need to work on.
He actually saw it as well. I mean, he decided to use the flash afterwards as well, something that was a bit criticized in terms of him saying, why are you using your flash in that situation? And he was just trying to buy as much time as possible, I guess you could say, but still pretty much him saying, you know what, I do trust my team to do it, but a bit of a waste there.
Meanwhile, for Legacy, though, are there any positives for them to take away from that first game? Because that was a rollicking stomp.
I think a positive for Legacy is like they protected their bot lane pretty well after like falling behind 40 CS. Like they got him out of the lane, they traded objectives. When you're behind, the best thing to do is trade objectives, especially if you've got a late game comp, because that means you get your items quicker. So I think they did that well, and their macro was actually okay. Like, it's just whether or not they can survive laning phase.
Yeah.
I'd also say Claire played pretty well in his mid lane. He didn't do anything exceptional, and he did get caught a couple times.
That was a nice shockwave.
Yeah, but he did have great shockwaves throughout the game. He was still
just Ash was on the other side of the map and couldn't do anything.
I would say if I had to criticize one thing, would be his item path. Tarby into Zonias means you're just not going to do as much damage as you want to.
You got to stay alive. When you're that behind, you just got to play defensively.
If you're alive and doing no damage, what are you doing?
Just stay alive. You got to stall out the game. Staying alive is how you stall out the game.
If I don't die, I can't lose.
Exactly.
I've definitely seen people kill Nexuses while you're alive, right? I was alive when my team lost. It happens. It happens.
I was alive when I got relegated.
All right, so Mendrix, let me get your thoughts then, closing it out. Legacy, what are some positives for them to take out of that game?
Again, it comes down to them making the right decisions when they're behind, because the idea is you do want to make those trades when you kind of go, your bot lane is getting trounced at the moment. You just got to just get them out of the lane. That was the appropriate move. I think from that point onwards, they just sort of need to make sure that they're a bit more on point when it comes to the decisions. If they're going to go for it, don't just like back away the moment you see that wave clear. Try to force Gragas well and truly out so you can actually get the objectives and trade more effectively, because Direwolves were doing that a bit better.
All right, we are so close to getting into this second game, so I want to give you guys an opportunity to welch on your predictions that we had earlier. So does anyone want to change that? Yeah, Juice?
I'm going to change mine. I'm just going to give it a 3-0 now.
3-0. You think Legacy aren't going to take a game now?
Ooh, Direwolves look clean.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah. Dingon, you still confident that Legacy can take this 3-1?
I wouldn't say confident. I'd say sticking to my guns. I'd say that, much like most Australians, we love an underdog story. We love a battler, and that's what Legacy is. You look at Carbon and you think he's a battler. And hopefully they come back, reverse sweep in 3-1. But I'm just going to stick to it.
All right, Mendrix?
Oh, it's like you said, Legacy take a bit of time to warm up.
Yep.
They've had their first game. Now maybe going into this next one, they've had their warm up, can actually take a game off them. 3-1 still.
All right. Well, there we have some of our commentators deciding to welch, others sticking to their guns. But on the other side of these highlights, it'll be your casters, Ejim, Spawn, and Fish. So let's see them after this.
Be risky, but he's going for it anyway. They haven't taken any turret aggro yet. They go for Lost first, but Schönfire taking so much damage, he will not go down. Cupcake's flashing forward, looking for King. Schönfire's low, trying to go back in. He shields Destiny and not himself. Cupcake gets a return kill, and now teleports are coming into the bottom lane. Destiny's trying to run away. There's the pillar, gives the kill over the tally, and Legacy turn this around. Oh, that's a flash forward. Ultimate will come out from Clay. King from Carbon knocks him back, but Schönfire's here as well. Two lone members of the side of Direwolves, but it's not enough, as it will be King that picks up a double kill. Lost shoots out an arrow, connects with Fantix, and Carbon will dash on in, gets the vision as well through the invisibility of Talon, and picks up a kill for his team.
Feeling that they are
big shockwave onto three people. Direwolves trying to turn this one around though, as they lock down Carbon and Claire, getting some good damage with the piercing arrows. They're going for a fight again. Schönfire gets locked down. Carbon though goes in too deep. The shockwave a little bit too far away from Destiny and Key. Zonias has been popped by Claire. He's stuck in the middle of the Direwolves. Fantix dashes on forward. That's a dead mid laner, and Chimneys picks up that kill. Equalizer will lock down the Direwolves. Does Carbon get it? He does not. Baron is taken away. Arrows thrown out towards Schön. Direwolves are taking some damage and have used their redemptions. Legacy looking for a fight, but Carbon gets locked in again. Shockwave only connects on the Chippies, who separates the entire team of Legacy. One by one, the branches will fall for the trees, but it's not on top of the Direwolves as they come out on top of this team fight.
And Direwolves just run over the top of Legacy. Triple kill picked up for Chippies.
And you can see Cupcake trying to defend the base, but it's all for naught because Direwolves are knocking on the Nexus door. Carbon comes out, watches as the base gets dismantled. They're onto the Nexus, and in 23 minutes, the Direwolves are able to pick up game 1 over Legacy.
All right,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Matthew Fitzstewart. Joining me is Bryce Egan-Paul and Jake Sponsorberry. We're casting here the grand finals of Split 1 2017 of the OPL, and Direwolves in 23 minutes were able to take Game 1 over Legacy.
And that's a commanding victory. I mean, if you're Shern, you get your best champion, you have to chuckle a little bit. I mean, 23 minutes, he's done exactly what he said he was going to. And Direwolves, I mean, we don't speak about this a lot, but Shern, this is his rookie split. He hasn't played anywhere. He played NACS overseas, but as far as like competitive leagues, this is his first time. He's got to the grand final, and he had a cracker of a first
Slight
game.
roast on the NACS, calling it not a competitive league, but he's done all right. And
Come on, mate. I don't buy any Challenger series. That's not for me.
All right, but I think for Direwolves, if I was honestly predicting this series, I would think that Direwolves are going to take it 3-1. But if you're going to 3-0 a series, like that is the game that starts it off, right? Like that was a very convincing victory. They took the Ivan away from Carbon and they just absolutely roasted Legacy.
And I think the big thing for me was that they attacked the rookies. I mean, they went at the confident rookies, but Lost and Cupcake had an absolutely miserable time in that bottom lane. And that is like not only a good move, like strategically, taking out the rookies, like mentally, is huge.
And this is the pillar of strength for Legacy as well. Their bottom lane of Lost and Cupcake. Very few games in the OPL regular season have we seen them underperform. We are back into picks and bans for game number 2 between Legacy and Direwolves. This time, Legacy will be on the red side of Summoner's Rift. Sorry, blue side of Summoner's Rift. As Zyra, Cannon, and Karma are banned up by Legacy, with Victor, Ivan, and Brom hitting the bench here. Immediately, Legacy taking Ash, but Graves as well as Fizz picked up by the Direwolves.
That's a flex.
Oh, you reckon you can play at mid lane, Fantix?
Yeah, I reckon Fantix has always been a good Fizz. And picking it this early, I feel like you wouldn't just blind pick Fizz at this stage, right?
I mean, they do think that that is the best top laner. I mean, Flares has been willing to blind pick it. Tally blind picked it one game as well into Flares. I think that teams do really value it as a top laner. And we've been kind of theorizing all week, like, what does well into it? I know Jish, assistant coach of the Mortals right now, thinks that Gragas is a really good counter pick into it. I have some opinions that, you know, maybe you can run a Rumble or a better Renekton if you have a slightly better early game and don't die at level 2. Renekton that didn't start 0-1-0 and 10 CS down.
Okay.
Shout out to Swiper.
Yeah. I mean, before that game, I remember him watching that matchup, and before we went to the studios, he was watching, I think it was Marin play Renekton into Fizz and just like stomping him, and then it's got a bit unlucky, I guess.
Both times we've seen Fizz picked into Nautilus, and that's going to be the matchup here today.
Fizz has absolutely destroyed him. He's like turret over him at level 3.
Unless Nautilus is picked up as a support by Cupcake, it's not going to be a strong matchup for Tally. Orianna is locked in again for Legacy in the mid lane, and King will pick up Varus one more time.
Rosie doesn't play in the OPL anymore, mate. That's going to be a Nautilus top lane. No one else. Has anyone else played Nautilus support?
Okay, if anyone was going to play Naut support in the OPL Grand Final, it would be Cupcake, but Naut is just, okay, in my eyes, Nautilus is just the squishiest support tank you've ever seen. Like, everyone tells me that Nautilus is like a fat tank and sit in the front lines and take lots of damage. He just dies. I don't know, he doesn't get items, he builds Redemption, he builds a Locket, and he just dies.
Well, with Ivan being banned out by the Direwolves as well as first picking Gragas, they're going to be able to ban out Lee Sin here against Carbon. So I have to see if there's a Rengar ban coming up next.
Well, this is the thing I've been talking about a lot, is that when you pick a farming jungler, the one thing you don't want is a buff-to-buff jungler to get 2 successful ganks off early and win the game. Because what you're aiming for is, like, even if they do gank, you're saying, I can farm up and they will not be effective because their ganks will just fail. But we've seen time and time again with Juves. He falls behind 30 CS and then still gets the 2 ganks off and his team wins the game. So I think that's why they took away the Lee Sin. They don't want the strongest buff to come out. There still is Elise as well if they want to go for it.
And Kha'Zix's actual ban coming out from Direwolves, so Elise, Rengar still left open for Legacy. But one thing that surprises me is 4 support bans from Legacy during this pick ban phase. Zyra, Karma, the first 2. Malzahar and Lulu follow up from them.
Yeah, they're just getting rid of all the staple supports. I feel like at this stage, this is, in my eyes, Legacy buckling down.
Oh, it is!
Ooh.
Whoa!
It's a Nautilus support!
Shen has been picked up by Legacy to head into the top lane, and we get a Rengar as well. Cupcake is going to be thrown out the anchors today.
It's going to be the squishiest Nautilus. No. I think, as I was saying, right, they're banning out all of the staple mage supports that are good in the meta. They ban the Zyra, ban the Karma, Malzahar, Lulu. They want Destiny to play something uncomfortable and something that doesn't just get priority on a tank like Nautilus. And I mean...
Nami.
Yeah, Nami. What else is left?
Nothing.
Yeah.
We legitimately talked about it. In my opinion, Nami is Destiny's weakest champion. I think that he's had very good games on the Karma. I think his Lulu last game was also incredibly good. I mean, if you watch the early push, he was hitting glitter lances on 2 members most of the time. But I think that his Nami has actually been a little bit lackluster. So I think that that is something that Legacy had scouted and now are forcing him to play a very squishy support against the champion with the most CC in the game.
And I mean, Nami just has sustain. Nami bullies around lanes by casting the ebb and flow on the enemies to bully him out, and then on the allies to heal it up. And sustain just isn't useful if a Nautilus is just going to hook you in the face, ignite you, and you're just going to die.
And the other thing I was going to mention is Shen is a good matchup into Fizz because so much of Fizz's early trading is the auto reset auto with the W available. If Shen gets the dodge zone down, it is very good. And I think that they kind of baited Direwolves there by not attacking the top lane champion pool by picking the Nautilus early, and they're thinking, okay, that's going top, no longer need to ban the Shen out.
Cupcake, something we talk about from Soul Strikes all the time. Really good at able to go through these pick and ban phase for Legacy, but you were mentioning Cupcake?
Yeah, Cupcake he's just turned into a cheese lord. Yeah. He's just playing Trundle, he's playing Nautilus, he plays full AP, no Sightstone, full AD, no Sightstone, no Pink Ward MF.
I
don't know.
I honestly was going to say it. It seems like they just want the unorthodox matchup. They want it to be a little bit more kill lane. They want it to be that, if you make a mistake that you get put very far behind. And credit to Direwolves last game. They rose to that occasion. But they just seem to keep going back to it.
I do want to criticize him, though. He has chosen the Warden Nautilus skin, and that is just an absolutely rookie mistake.
Where is it on the tier list?
The yellow one. I'm not sure what it's called. Big Swip says it has 5% increased range on the hook, and then default Nautilus has 5% increased health. He's just tankier. And then Warden is just at the bottom.
No buffs to Warden.
He doesn't get anything.
There you go. This is great having Egypt here because they're able to go through all the support skin tier lists.
Yeah.
All the champions.
Warden, not good.
We are into game 2 here between the Direwolves and Legacy. Cupcake, he's picked up Nautilus, something we've theorycrafted before on the show spawn. I mean, Bond of Stone, really good for champions with crowd control. Nautilus can pick up that Keystone Mastery now.
Certainly can. Chippies has also made a crucial mistake in Egypt's book because the rule is if a champion has a Chroma, you have to play the Chroma. Yep. And unfortunately, Chippies has a rain jacket on, so that means he is not playing yellow Fizz.
Oh no, Tally is actually going to get caught out here. Very deep into the Direwolf side of the jungle. He's going to have to flash away here because there's a Fizz right behind. Does he flash? He does.
They go over.
They go over. Shunfire, take it down for first blood, and it's Carbon that picks up the kill.
And Shern is not happy. If you saw the player cam, Shern was out of his seat nearly. He has just been baited in so hard, and they've given Carbon the first blood. This is the start Legacy we're looking for.
My goodness, what a big start coming out from Legacy. We were meant to go to an interview with Soul Strikes there. I'm not even sure we have that anymore because First Blood immediately picked up by the
Shernfly's just running around. Soul Strikes is just running around in circles at the moment. That is a perfect start.
Absolutely. I think jungle is also just absolutely the best role to get first blood on. And then Carbon just gets a extra longsword. He's going to be able to bully around the graves if he finds him maybe. And just his clear speed will be a lot better.
So he'll be slightly slower to start, but that longsword should help him out progress throughout the jungle later on. There is a flash burn on Tally though, and no ignite in the bottom lane. Very, very low cooldown on ignite though.
Yeah, the ignite I think is honestly pretty important. Direwolves got to the bottom lane first because Legacy were obviously doing things in the top side map, getting the first blood. But so they're going to get to the lane late, miss a few creeps maybe, and then Direwolves just going to bully them out, and they're not going to have the ignite to be able to force an all-in.
And Courage of the Colossus picked up for Cupcake. I mean, I'm sure we're going to get the masteries put up on our screen soon, but it looked like that time around he swung the anchor, got a small shield, so don't think he's actually going with the Stone Brothers or Bond of whatever the heck it's called anymore.
That is...
We change names on silly abilities all the time, and I just lose track.
I mean, it makes sense. We see Leonis pick it up all the time.
Tally's in range of getting Dove here.
Very
dangerous. That's a big wave.
Graves is on his side of the jungle, and he obviously has Ignite available on top lane Fizz for Chippies. Obviously, you would think Carbon's pathing up to this side, so I understand their initial hesitancy. But if the next wave goes into turret, Tally's dead.
Yeah, let's see what Tally can do. He's got no potions available, no corrupting potions for Chippies either, but does, like you mentioned, have the Ignite top side of the map. Carbon is clearing the blue buff side of the jungle for Direwolves. Now he's trying to just sneak into the bottom lane.
Very low.
Summoner spells are available. There's a hook on the King, locks him down, exhaust straight away on towards the Rengar. Ebb and Flow keeps him alive there. Void the bubble. So Summoner spells burnt, Flash still available for Nami.
Carbon didn't jump out of the brush.
Yeah. Was he too far away?
Yeah, it looked like he was. It looked like he A-clicked and then walked out and then tried to get back in.
they also kind of stacked their CC. They threw the hook, and you know that the Varus is going to flash after he gets hooked. And then Carbon just threw the net, so they didn't have the slow to be able to catch up to him after he flashed away.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, that's pretty much every Summoner spell burnt in what we said was the kill lane side of the map for Legacy. We still have to give Chippy so much credit. I mean, one thing I have said in the past about Chippies is not really the biggest game player for Direwolves in finals in the past, has struggled against Tally, but this time has gone well and truly toe-to-toe with the top laner of Legacy and come out the better.
I think with the Direwolves bootcamp in Korea, honestly, Chippies was one of the strongest players coming out of it. I think he improved the most, and I think he's come back and he's shown other top laners that he's a force to be reckoned with.
You guys say that about Swiper when he goes overseas as well. Is it just going overseas and top lane is getting better the most rapidly?
Well, okay, I'm going to roast the OPL right now, just as a general. I think top lane is probably one of our weakest roles in terms of talent, and going overseas, playing against big name players in NA solo queue, EUS solo queue, like Korean solo queue, top laners just have like the most to learn. And honestly, the top laners in our region, all of the good ones, have really good mentalities when it comes to learning, and I think they improve a lot.
There you go. So far, Tally not having the great laning phase against Chippy so far, as we bullying him out on the top side of the map. We did move into the mid lane then, where Fantix missing a few combos here against Claire, which has been punished quite heavily, but he does call upon Shernfire to shove out this wave for him.
And this is one thing Shern does actually better than any jungler in the OPL, in my opinion. When his laners call him in, I need to push this out because otherwise I'm going to get ganked, dove and killed. Shern is there in a heartbeat. I mean, he is more than willing to tax a whole wave, which lots of junglers are willing to do. But I think it's the right team move.
Honestly, big mistake from Fantix there, I think. Getting his recall cancelled.
Yeah. Greedy.
Yeah, greedy base. Now he actually doesn't get the reset, which Shernfire showed on the map for him to get. Big mistake.
Yeah, and Shern, potentially, now that his wolves have been taken away, actually has to go mid again. Oh, Carbon,
no,
you don't want to be
Carbon,
there.
He's been spotted out. Misses out the ball.
Actually calls in. No, he hit that one. Actually called in Cupcake. So, bold move. Given the fact that Ash was pushing up to the turret.
So I was going to mention, when Shernfire was pushing up mid lane there, he just ticked level 5 while Carbon was still 3, only just hitting level 4, so slightly under level at the moment against the Graves.
Yeah, but at the same time, Fantix has sacked half a minion wave worth of experience now, so Orianna's going to have 6 earlier, and you have to watch for the Orianna all-in. Even though Ori's taking barrier, there's just, Fantix.
That's a lot of damage, Claire. Incredibly low. No mana available for Fantix, and there is barrier available for Claire. He has hit level 6. Is he trying to shove out the wave? Fantix looks like he's about to tick 6 soon as well.
Claire shouldn't have thrown that Q. If he had just left, the wave shoves itself back. Probably still will, but he's lost a couple more. If
It's interesting.
Yeah, just going to leave. They know exactly where Shern is because he's walked over 3 wards. So they can technically leave. They must be like on the cusp of like Lost Chapter's boots or something like that because both of them are overstaying incredibly hard in that mid lane.
Claire's not leaving. He's going to be able to pick up this wave underneath the turret. Shernfire is deep into Carbon's jungle. Blast cones over the wall, and it's going to be able to try and take Krugs away. Carbon's on the complete wrong side of the map. Shernfire has not been spotted out yet.
I think for Legacy this game, bot lane was just an absolutely disastrous situation for the last game. But this game, honestly, the Shen TP or the Shen ulti, level 6 with the Rengar ulti, that's going to be the big play. They're going to look for the Nord Hook, they're going to look for the Ash Arrow once they hit 6, and that's going to be the big play. That's either Legacy are going to win, and they're going to blow open the bot turret and blow open the map, or Direwolves are going to counter it with a Fizz TP, maybe Fantix roaming down.
Well, so is that what it's about? Getting priority in the top lane, getting priority in the mid lane, making sure you're pushing, so if they are making that play, it's more desperation than anything else?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Shernfire is making the right move right now, sitting in the bot side jungle, taking away the red buff. He's got a lot of vision. That's 2 wards around the red. He's got one in the bot bush behind Legacy's bot lane.
Oh, Carbon. Not able to get the smite down there. It's actually Shernfire blew that one early.
Yeah,
so
Carbon didn't
have smite. A little bit risky, actually, from Shernfire. Maybe some nerves there.
Yeah, stop roasting the Legacy jungler when he didn't even have the spell available.
Sorry.
That's just not... He's in the grand final, mate. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
But for now, things are dead even between Legacy and Direwolves, 10,800 gold apiece. This is actually one of the first games where we've seen Fizz not getting incredibly far ahead on the top side of the map. It's fairly even between the two. He still has a slight CS lead, but it is pushing against Tally at the moment.
And as you see, Carbon going on the Scuttle Crab now, he's just pathing towards the top side. I think I want Carbon to help Tally push in the top wave, Tally get a reset off, and then look to make this play bot lane once they hit the 6 spike.
But there's an all-in on the top side of the map. There's the fish being used by Chippy. He's diving in towards Tally. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. He dashes back in. Carbon now is going to have to try and hunt him out. Flash over the wall. There's a teleport. Will he get him in time? Yes, he will. Carbon takes down Chippy.
And that's the kind of play you have to be willing to make if you're Carbon. I mean, flashing the wall, no hesitation. He wanted the kill, wanted the trade. Now, Tally can actually teleport back top, and Chippies doesn't have it available. So Tally can catch that huge wave, shove it as far as he can, recall straight away, then look for the teleport play bottom lane, because Carbon now has his ulti. That's actually a really great 1v1 play for Chippies, but not a death sentence yet for Legacy.
Considering Tally just got solo killed, I think he's actually in a decent position. Like, I
How
feel like
stupid is that to say, though? Because
sounds
Chippies
so
has
weird.
just absolutely destroyed him.
Yeah.
Should have cost him a big creep wave, but because of Carbon's positioning on the map, Legacy actually might get something back.
A very micro point here is that the fact Chippies did cancel his teleport, didn't get cancelled by Carbon, so that will come up slightly faster, but still, as a shed.
And also, Direwolves have read the play. This is a fantastic map movement. They're going to attack the person with teleport now because they know they're at a disadvantage. If they get any form of CC, they might even kill Tally, and that's going to be first brick, although we'll see whether Legacy have read it in response. With Chippies going that aggressively, I mean, you must be able to read this play.
Oh, there's the ultimate coming out from Varus. Tidal Wave does not connect. Tally will still escape. Direwolves do have the push going on the top side of the map, though.
The spider senses just go off in that situation. That's a fantastic play out of Direwolves. They're still going to deny a huge creep wave. But when Chippies comes back into lane and just queues on you immediately, you're like, something isn't right here.
Yeah, also, I mean, we were talking about Direwolves and creep waves, and then the bot lane was just hitting the turret and nobody was farming it. So I feel like Tally had an inkling that it was happening. And also, like, the Varus ulti landed literally like 2 frames after Tally had cast his E.
Oh, they're jumping into each other. That's a level 6. Rengar against a level 8 Graves. Carbon is going invisible, does deliver Tally into the bottom lane, but still, that is not fun if you're Carbon.
Hey, perfect situation for Tally. He's just picked up a whole creep wave. Didn't have teleport to get down there unless Carbon nearly died.
Are they trying to dive him here? Shunfire is getting some damage down.
I think that's 2 situations in a row where we've just said, you know, Direwolves have completely outplayed their opponent, just micro-wise, and now have the macro rotation as well. No wave clear going to be coming out of Tally. He has to back off from this one.
It's a race, though, for first brick. They've got 4 members for
by an
Direwolves.
absolute mile, Fish.
They're going to be able to take this one down in the bottom lane. Legacy only half health top side of the map, so first brick.
They actually might get tier 2
They're going to
here.
go again.
Because look at mid lane. So all of a sudden, Fantix cheats into bottom fog of war. Claire can't get down there to defend. And they've got 3 members, 4 when you count the Nami, already hitting tier 2. And Cupcake's teleport base back is just too late. They lose the maximum again here, Legacy. They just don't have the read on the turret push.
Yeah, and that's a red buff Graves as well. Oh, I guess it's just fallen off now, but that's a very quick push. I think Direwolves can probably get the Earth Dragon as well.
Big.
I was talking about it last game. Oh, no, they're going to get the reset. I guess they value the tempo more, right? Like, it's a decision that you have to weigh up. Or, like, we want to get the reset and then deploy on the map before Legacy can answer us, or we can take the greedier play, take the Earth Dragon, and get the slower reset.
And I think the reason they make that play as Carbon potentially looking mid now is because the bounce came out of Lost. And as soon as you see the bounce, you know that someone's going to collect the wave.
Yeah.
And it gives you an easier point. Oh, good arrow to shove in from. That's the other option you can go for, is just fire something straight down mid and try and break the map open.
If all else fails, just run it down mid. you got a hook, you got an arrow, you got a Rengar ult. I mean, you don't have a Rengar ulti right now, but you got a Shen ult, Rengar ult. Like, they've got a lot of just
You raise a good point. Maybe they should have just flashed Nord ulti, because then you know where the arrow is going to land.
Yeah.
Nord ulti is one of the biggest like hard counters. It's a big just
It's
stuff
terrifying.
you to everyone.
It is actually terrifying because it's on the delay. You know you're screwed, but it's just like dunk, 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 just charging down, and like you just get bopped up at the end into the arrow. Like, what do you do?
Well, taking stock of things at the moment, it's about a 500 gold lead for the Direwolves, even though they have a turret advantage and a first turret picked up already. A lot of the gold currently is sitting on Shunfire, who has 74 CS. He's 4,100 gold. Still only even with Carbon, but does have an experience advantage. He's in fact moving to top side of the map. Legacy have a big minion wave to deal with. Cupcake's going to take up a lot of this damage. Hooks away. Ultimate did go through. Throws out his own, trying to lock them down. And Rengar wants to get on top of this in the top lane, but won't be able to jump in.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a bad ult out of Carbon, I think.
He's on vision.
He's going to try and sneak in. I just don't think there was a response play, because there's no arrow available from Lost. Already used it. He's still on vision.
Oh, Shunfire dashing aggressively. Tidal Wave comes out. Hook not going to connect from Cupcake. Piercing arrows doing a lot. Good bubble onto Lost. He's forced to heal. Legacy slowly bleeding out top side of the map.
And this is what I was talking about. Direwolves individually just seem to have the better of Legacy right now. Every little micro interaction, I mean, miss hook, bubble lands. All of a sudden, you've got all the damage turnaround there. Carbon waiting on top of a ward. Shern turns around, pops him a little bit. Direwolves are just punishing like the tiniest mistakes out of Legacy and then walking away scot-free.
And I guess that's kind of the story of this game, right? Like everything Legacy has tried to do, Dials have predicted, and they've just been there slightly earlier, played it slightly better, and they're just coming out on top, like across the map.
And it's weird because that's with First Blood and what we thought would be tempo early
Yeah.
over on Legacy's favor.
Well, they've just kind of wasted the Rengar and Shen ulti. Every time that has been up and they've had the arrow, like they've had all of the tools, all their big go buttons that I was talking about to make the play, something happens, Carbon gets caught by Schönfire on the bottom side of the map and then has to blow the Shen ulti. He blows the Rengar ulti to get away, blows the Rengar ulti again top lane to like try and get a cheeky kill, but they just can't.
And to me, that's when you have to be willing to gamble. You have to be willing to say, you can take our
Oh,
top lane turret.
Arrow mid, Fantic's not going to get connected as he uses the Ghost to get away as well. Good bowler strike, slows it down a little bit, but top side of the map, Direwolves have taken down another outer turret for themselves. No response from Legacy yet.
And even though that seems like a fine play, I still think they should just be making the play in the lane that Ashe is in. Not ult someone, Ashe arrow them when you know they're going to be knocked up. I mean, you can't do it against Fizz. That's a given, but as I said, I would have preferred to see them say, we're going to take the chip lane on top, chip damage on top lane turret. It can even go down, but we're going to use all 4 ultis simultaneously when Arrow is back available. We'll get the 3 kills and then push something else. And they're just not willing to do that.
This game, the way I look at it, is Direwolves are playing like the finesse game, right? Like they're getting chips all over the map. They have all these champions that are just going to slowly accrue the leads, and Legacy just have the ARAM comp. They have the big buttons that they need to press. So like at a certain point, they're just like kind of slowly bleeding out. Oh, here we go. That's
this
ambitious.
is spotted out. Carbon's looking for the fight. Jumps in.
Great
knocks back
there.
immediately and teleport cancelled by Chippies. But Legacy now have 5 members mid lane.
I mean, they should be able to get the turret, but really what they were looking for is a kill and turret and
Collapse.
teleport.
No, they don't.
Big collapse coming out from Direwolves. Chippies from the top side of the map. Nami's right behind Legacy. Schönfire looking to dash in. That's a flash
missed
pull.
again. Just ult.
Misses. Destiny still gets jumped on by Carbon. Throws out the ultimate. Carbon really, really low. King picks up a kill. And Legacy, they're falling like flies here as the Direwolves will collapse.
And Direwolves individually, they're just going to continue to push through. Cupcake going to fall down very low here.
Oh, so close. Piercing arrow doesn't connect. Good sidestep from Cupcake. He's still trying to run away.
Have got him. I mean, there's absolutely nowhere he can go, Fish. And on an individual level, Direwolves are just outplaying Legacy. They are outclassing Legacy right now.
That was just such an overcommit by Legacy. I got caught up in the hype too, honestly. I thought they were going to get the turret, but then Direwolves just reacted really quickly. They were all rotated from both sides, and that sort of flank, when they half committed on the Nami because they didn't get the engage, and then Nami just waves through the entire team with a Fizz coming from the flank, a Graves coming from the flank. Honestly, Schönfire, in my eyes, is kind of a flanking jungler. He's just a cheeky bugger that gets in your backline.
Yeah,
and he'll like flash on you, use the Q, use the ulti, do a ton of damage.
Let's take another look at this, because I feel like the ult needs to come out before the hook. Destiny needs to be immediately popped, because all you've done, if you don't do that, is they can't run through Destiny and King, and then your backline just gets absolutely destroyed by the Graves, by the Syndra, by the Fizz. And because they didn't commit hard enough to one side and really break the pincers, then they just get eaten alive. And that is exactly what happened in that situation.
I'm still a little bit confused by Legacy because they're trying to make that forced play mid lane. Carbon jumping in way too deep.
Yeah.
Legacy just on the back foot there. No ultimate from Lucian, no ultimate from Rengar. Sitting ducks at the moment. And now Direwolves had the first true and meaningful lead of this game. 3,000 gold up ahead of Legacy.
And I still think that Legacy are just underestimating their comp. Really, Nort ult, flash Nort ulti there onto King means there's absolutely nothing to do. He is up creek without a paddle, like whatever analogy you want to use. And they're going to... Shit creek. And they're going to break open mid lane turret as well now. Like Legacy at every turn has just been completely outplayed.
Yep. And they're looking to try and take mid lane inner as well.
Gonna lose 2 turrets and a kill.
Oh, Tally tried to dash out of that one. Not going to connect. Good shockwave. They're going to try and hook them down. Big tidal wave, though, is going to knock off both Cupcake and Carbon. Cupcake's going to pay for that one as King goes on a killing spree. 3-0-1.
This is 2 games in a row with this split push AD carry, and it just hasn't worked out. He catches up a little bit, but they just get punished mega hard on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. Sure, you're up 10 CS now. You took a turret. You've got all that solo gold, but King all of a sudden is 3-0-1, and he's knocking down every turret around the map. It's a 5,000 gold lead, and Direwolves just... They've been caught by 2 big shockwaves, and because 80 carries are there, no one cares.
It's also Ashe, right? Like, this isn't a Vayne or like a Twitch or like some late game scaling AD carry. Like, Ashe does scale well, but in the mid game, in the early game, she's just an arrow bot. They just rely so much on that Ashe arrow, and she's just not there to pull it off.
Direwolves just going to continue to increase their gold lead. Now 5,000 gold up just 17 minutes into the game. Not looking good for Legacy right now.
And that's what we're talking about. I mean, you're equal in CS, you're down 1,200 gold. I mean, that's what it means when you're not grouping, and King's able to get it. And I just want to go back to the fact that I don't even think they outscale. They just have an ease of execution comp where everyone presses R and you win or lose the fight.
Well, they're trying to press all their R buttons here in the bottom lane against Chippies. Three members down. He avoids some crowd control, but does get locked down. Legacy get an easy kill down here.
That stalls. Stalls for time. I think, honestly, one big thing I want to talk about right now, Destiny, I'm really going to commend him on this. I think this is really smart. Most Namis, most Zyras, most mage supports right now are upgrading the Spell Thief into the blue Sightstone. The name has...
Whatever it's called.
Yeah, whatever it's called. But he's gone... I think it's because they're versing the Ashe, right? He wants the Crucible so he can save his teammates, so he goes for the early Ruby Sightstone so that he's a little bit tankier, so that he's less of a target, so that he can survive just a little bit longer. He's not going to have any damage, but I mean, like, he's a Nami, so who really cares? And then, yeah, I think the Crucible with that pickup is just really smart here.
And what that means is all of a sudden,
ooh, big fight in the mid lane. Cupcake's getting a Shen ultimate. They lock down Shenfire. Do they get the kill? They do. Lost gets it early and survives the burst of Syndra, who gets pulled back by a Shockwave, but does flash away as Legacy still trying to charge down mid lane. Forced to retreat as Chippies is looking for the re-engage.
But I want to go back to it. What an outplay out of Fantix.
Ooh, again, Bubble connects halfway through a dash. Direwolf's still going to try and fight this, but Legacy forced to back away.
I think any other mid laner in the OPL just leaves himself for dead there. Fantix outplays, gets a flash off, turns around, even dishes out some cheeky damage. And the collapse was nearly there. That was, once again, Direwolves pretty close to picking up a teamfight win if the clean disengage didn't come out. So good catch from Legacy, but Direwolves are really upping their gameplay.
Certainly are. It is some breathing room for Legacy. Now they're only 4,000 gold behind, so those 2 picks they've got so far have caught up slightly in gold.
But what Aegian was saying is once this Crucible comes through, those picks stop. I mean, all of a sudden the Ashe Arrow is no longer that fearsome tool. You're really relying on Naut, and Cupcake, unfortunately, isn't playing the best Nautilus game I've seen so far.
Yeah.
So it just becomes less reliable to get those big engages that Legacy really need to continue to fight their way back in.
It just becomes Carbon's job. It's just the Rengar Shen at that point. As soon as the arrow is kind of a non-factor with the Crucible, it's just like a Naut hook is pretty ambitious. I think getting that off, Direwolves have to misplay quite heavily. That was
They're still hunting though, so 2 people have gone back to base. Flash Taunt doesn't connect for Tally and Fantix.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the 4th or 5th time we've seen that from Cupcake. Flashing forward for a hook and doesn't connect.
I feel like it's on cooldown nearly. Bottom lane 1 did hit, but everyone since has missed.
He is a Flash Nautilus.
A Flash Q Nautilus.
Yeah, he's a Flash Q Nautilus.
See, I would prefer him to be a Flash R Nautilus right now. Obviously, ult wasn't available that time. I know, not roasting Cupcake. But
Tally's an R Shen.
He
He's hard Carbon. I mean, okay, if you're looking at a Shen, right, you want him to be an R Shen.
Yeah, you don't want him to be a Tiamat Shen.
Yeah, no.
That's a lot burnt from a Legacy there. That was Flash being burnt by Cupcake, Flash being burnt by Claire, Flash being burnt by Tally. All looking to try and pick up that kill onto Fantix.
And what were we talking about last game? Oh, sorry, what about
Fantix is caught. He's dead. Shut down for Lost.
Destiny's gone for the Redemption. He didn't go for the Crucible, so everything I was commending him for has
gone out the window.
Thrown out the window.
Dude, Legacy look for a fight here. No mid laner. Carbon's jumping on top of them. Shen's coming through. Standing Iron's not going to get him close enough. Big bubble again. Destiny on point with his Nami so far. Legacy don't have a Shockwave available, but they're still chasing them down. Good damage from the Direwolves propels the attack from Legacy.
It certainly does, and the other thing it does is it just drags this game on. I mean, we keep talking about it, but when you're that far behind, Direwolves are obviously looking for the objectives, and Legacy picking up picks just means that they get a little bit back. They get mid lane turret. Wave. Now they're going to get potentially a Fire Dragon for themselves. I mean, every single time you get one of those picks, Direwolves can do nothing, and you take something very minor off the map, although Fire Drake, as far as minor goes, is the best.
Blast Cone Baron attempt was being thought of by Direwolves. They pinged it out repeatedly, but they decided not to go for the play.
I mean, Fizz already having attack speed plus Blade of the Dawn King and Grave. That's a quick Baron.
I mean, King went for the Bork build this game.
Yep.
He switched it up.
I think that last game they just knew they had to end early.
Yeah.
And lethality is the right build for that, right?
They're going again, but this has pinged out by Legacy and spotted out by
They're just not in range, I don't think. That's going to fall down very quickly.
Teleport for Tally from behind, so Legacy want to go for the fight, and Carbon is on the hunt. 2,000 gold. He's not close enough. It will be Baron, picked up by the Direwolves. Exhaust onto the Rengar, and everyone from Legacy just getting destroyed so far. Shockwave connects, hits 3, but is it enough? It doesn't look like it at the moment as Lost is trying to kite out. Tally still alive, eating so much damage as a big Sun
comes through for Fantix. Destiny, he's the one looking to try and clean up in the back lines. He says, whatever you can do, Cupcake, I can too. As a double kill secures the ace and Baron for the Direwolves.
And another huge team fight where everything Legacy throws at the Direwolves, they just throw back a little bit better. Huge stun coming out of Fantix there. Probably saves the team fight because Asharo just back off cooldown clips someone. And with Baron, with 4 members alive, Direwolves are going to look to push every lane.
And Tally TP'd to that ward that's sitting in Direwolves' red buff, and then he bopped over the wall with the plant and just missed his taunt on Syndra. We talked about the stun from Fantix. It was absolutely phenomenal in that fight. If he landed the taunt on Fantix, maybe Fantix just dies, and then that fight is in the complete opposite favor.
So let's take another look at it. Let's watch what Ejin was talking about. All of a sudden they go in, they get blown up, and that is a popped up Syndra. You cannot miss that taunt if you're expecting to win the final, especially because a huge shockwave came out of Claire. And look how low Fantix was. If that taunt hits, he's 100% dead. Doesn't take part in the rest of the fight. And maybe in the 3-on-3, Legacy get out ahead. But we keep going back to it. Individual outplays, better target prioritization there, and Direwolves run away with it.
And just with the way that fight plays out, if Fantix dies, then Tally can actually frontline for Cupcake, who is still alive. I mean, sorry, lost.
Just really impressed so far by Destiny's play there in every single team fight. Great bubbles, great tidal waves coming out from him. Edmund Flo keeping his entire team alive.
And one more time, the read out of Direwolves. I mean, they thought that the squad was going to go down bottom lane, try and push Tally off the split push, which is what you generally do with Baron, before you push the other 2 waves. Direwolves are like, we can sense that. No one's really at these turrets defending against the big creep waves. We're just going to walk top lane, get something for free, and now 9,000 gold up. I mean, even a press R comp becomes very hard if no one dies on the initial R.
If your win condition is just flashing in, burning all your ultis, and just blowing them up in a team fight, like, as your gold just gets further and further behind, like, you honestly just don't do enough damage at a certain point, so it's looking pretty rough for Legacy at this stage.
Need a really big shockwave from Claire to pull this one back for Legacy, but Direwolves will continue to siege top side of the map.
And
with
honestly,
Baron buff.
even that becomes, like, very hard to execute on, because Fantix is about to hit level 16, has 3 items, and whilst Claire is fishing for that shockwave, Fantix can just R him, and even if he doesn't kill him, he just forces him out of the team fight. And Claire, who's the last remaining pretty fed Mumba.
Do they go here? Cupcake looking pretty engaged. Incredibly low. Chippies will avoid the arrow. Shockwave connects only onto the front line, but it's a flash away from Shermfire as they do lock down Chippies. Cupcake picks up that kill, but Claire taking so much damage. Melts through absolutely everything. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Legacy have low health bars across the board.
And that's what I was talking about. Fantix looked at Claire, and Claire died. I mean, there was just no other way to put it, and now they can push in.
Oh, Carbon locked down by a bubble again. Big pickup for Fantix. Mid lane's going to fall. Inhibitor's going to fall next, and they've even got time to push top lane down.
I mean, there's nothing left for Legacy.
They can hold that.
There's a hook. Cupcake
keeps missing him.
Yeah. He's also going Knight's Vow again. It's just interesting. I'm not really sure. I guess maybe the damage reduction into something like the Syndra, who's all single target. Just got to be looking to blow off Lost in a team fight. Kind of smart, but I don't know. It hasn't worked out for him 2 games in a row.
There is a QSS picked up by a Lost here, but you can see in that last team fight, Fantix through Orianna's shield, through barrier.
Maybe caught here. That should be an easier hook.
Oh, he's got to try and connect this one, though. Will be able to do so through the wall. Ignite is ticking, tries to hop, skip, and jump away, but our Legacy fast enough. Volley will slow him down. Trying to pick up the kill. Riptide's not enough. Shermfire will get to take it down by the hook.
Yeah, so finally he does fall down. That's one of those situations that Sherm pretty much played that as well as he could have. As soon as he was caught there taking wolves, which was a greedy overstay, he was going to die. And that just allows potentially Legacy to buy a slight respite to farm some side waves, but doesn't really get them back anything in the long run. Direwolves are just all over them.
They're 10,000 gold behind, though. Legacy's time to try and fight back is not right now.
No, it certainly isn't. I mean, look how Fantix is 4,000 gold up. He's a full item and a bit.
Arrow. Destiny flashes away nice and easy. Legacy can't catch a break.
Certainly can't. Carbon burns ult for it as well.
Seems like every time Carbon jumps in, he's either exhausted or collapsed upon by 5 members of Direwolves.
But that's just their ultis again. They have no Ashara. They have no... Well, I guess the Rengar ult's still going. It's run out.
Oh, Carbon getting locked down again. There's the ultimate coming out from Lost. Do they try and go for the fight? They don't. Tidal wave knocks up Claire. Big bubble again for Destiny. He just never misses. It's not a skill shot. It's a targeted ability for this Nami. And the rest of Direwolves looking to try and chase down Legacy. Tally will try and taunt himself away. Chippies is still hunting him down. The rest of Legacy already heading back to base. Huge minion wave bottom lane. And Chippies is just being a nuisance at this point.
And this is what I was going to talk about. They took the... Ooh, good flash.
Flashes forward. Legacy forced to flash away. That minion wave, it's not going to get cleared out anytime soon.
And Legacy had the play to send Lost bottom lane and just take all that farm. Now, because they go over aggressive, look for the risky play, they're going to lose all their base. 12 seconds on clear, they're lucky they don't lose the game.
Were you the guy, Jake, that was saying Destiny's Nami wasn't very good before the game?
Yeah, certainly was.
Oh, okay.
Mate, they forced him onto it. They obviously shared the same opinion. The great thing about the Shoutcaster is when I get called out, I don't look bad. Unfortunately for Legacy, it loses in the game. But yeah, he certainly has shown up to play today. I think all of the Direwolves have.
Destiny's been looking fantastic for Direwolves so far. The rest of Direwolves looking great as well. I mean, Surefire, after getting taken down for first blood, he still was able to be an unstoppable force in the jungle here for the Wolves. Caught out Carbon multiple times, and Tally not performing again on this Shen.
Yeah, so Baron coming up in 50 seconds. I think Direwolves are honestly just going to look to control the top side. They're going to push in. Bot inhib, mid inhib are just going to push by themselves naturally. Chippy's probably is going to group with them at this stage. Like, he probably can split, but I think it's better to just end quickly. Legacy doing the weak side rush, looking for a bit of a pick, but...
Yeah, I think what they were looking for is like no ward there, and maybe they fly onto King and take him out before the Baron's respawning, but that's not going to happen. I mean, they can only be 1 point on the map right now.
Yeah.
Because no one's taking bottom lane. They're looking for that pick. They send out Carbon again.
Cool. He's still got ulti.
Direwolves are wrapping around.
Oh,
They're picking out top lane turret. Direwolves are looking for that top lane turret. Do Legacy go for the flank now?
I mean, potentially, because Fantix is forced onto the other side of the map. As soon as they show, that is potentially a 5v4.
Oh, Fantix is still very far away. There's the Ash Arrow. Connects on the Shenfire as Chippy's dodged it. Cupcake moving forward. Gets a knock up onto King. Delivers Shen, who misses the taunt again from Tally. Carbon really alone. Forced to back out. The fish is hunting on through. Direwolves have the whole wolf pack available now. They burst through the front lines. Another big shockwave does nothing for Claire. And Carbon gets locked down by another bubble. Direwolves pick up 2 kills and are pushing for the base.
And that was a start of a 5v4. Fantix had to come from the other side of the map because he'd been zoned away by a Rengar ultimate, but still, Direwolves turn as a unit, are able to stall out the fight enough, and now they can potentially break the base. Still 20 seconds on the captain and vice captain of Legacy.
Top lane Inhibitor turret is going to fall. Inhibitor shortly after. They've already lost one of their Nexus turrets. Direwolves look like they want to just continue pushing on forward. Chippies is on the turret. Lost Cupcake and Claire trying to do everything they can to defend this, but the Nexus is bare. There is no base left available for Legacy. Direwolves send this series into match point after picking up game 2.
I mean, 30 minutes? It went for slightly longer. But once again, that one just never seemed to be in question. Direwolves, after losing First Blood, had complete control over that game.
I think Legacy need to look to switch up their strategy. They're putting a lot of eggs in their bot lane's basket, and they're picking the Trundle, trying to gank for it, picking the Nautilus, trying to gank for it, and it just isn't working out. And then they just get into that situation where, like that whole last fight that just like lost Legacy the game, they were just forced into this situation where they have to force the team fight, and if they don't win it, then they're just going to lose. They just committed too much.
And the impressive thing to me is game 1, the bottom lane, 2v2, outplayed. Pushed them in early, got the turret dive, won the game that way. Game 2, they know that they're going to be under attack because Chippies has to burn teleport top. What do? They attack the teleport on the Shen, and they win the game through macro. I mean, that's 2 games won, completely different ways. Were they still impressive micro? Sure, they looked fantastic across the board. But that is a macro decision that won Direwolves the game. And to beat Legacy at their game, like attacking bottom lane, and then beat the macro as well, I mean, unless you're Legacy, you don't have any calling cards left.
And now Direwolves are able to send this one to match point. Legacy have been in this position before last week. This is what they were up against Sin before they picked up the reverse sweep. They've got to try and do it one more time. But for now, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Hey, Jubes.
Well, there we have it. Legacy are now primed for that reverse sweep. And joining me here, we have a victim of that very particular reverse sweep. Jubes, how you feeling, buddy? Do you think they've got it in them? All right, look, guys, T-Gun and Mendrix also here. Let's talk about Legacy v Direwolves in that game 2. And Jubes, we were talking upstairs, and I feel like you were not particularly keen on Legacy's drafts because what have we been saying all split? Direwolves are maybe the best laning team in OS. And what are Legacy doing? They are picking losing lanes.
I just don't understand it. I can understand you picking for like team fights and mid game, but you can't give Direwolves a team with like that much mechanics, that much raw ability, like such power picks. So you give him Fizz, like a lane bully. You give them Graves, like, and pick Rengar to top it off. Like Graves abuses Rengar, and then you give them like a good bot lane, and you pick like a tank engaged bot lane. Like you're playing for mid game and late game team fights when you draft with the way Legacy's drafting, but you're not making it there. And it was evident in game 1 and now game 2. Like if I'm Legacy, I just straight up pick for laning phase now. Like I just pick lane bullies. Like Claire can play Syndra.
Well, they picked Rumble in game 1. They didn't do well. He's a lane bully, right?
Yeah, but Gragas has a good time into Rumble as well.
Right, yeah.
Like it's not just an out and out like Rumble's gonna abuse. Like Rumble will shove you in, sure, but Gragas can do well into that lane.
All right, T-Gun?
I agree, but I wouldn't move from Claire's Orianna. He's shown his mid-game ultis, his mid-game presence is there. It's just that since the rest of his team is behind, that he's not able to do as much. So I do agree they should be picking more lane-oriented tops, lane-oriented bots, and definitely don't do Rengar into Graves again. It's just a basic mistake.
Sorry, break down to what's the Rengar Graves matchup and why does it go so? I mean, we just saw. But break down why it plays out like that.
So just keep in mind that Rengar got first blood that game and had longsword advantage.
Yeah.
But Rengar can't clear. He gets down to like at least at max half HP on full clear, whereas Graves is 100% full.
Yeah.
Graves can just take red buff, invade level 2 into your jungle, and you have to leave because you can't get full ferocity.
And he's just hunting
at level 2, Rengar can't get full ferocity. So you can't win the 1v1 because Graves has too much consistent damage. And that pretty much happens the whole game.
Right.
Graves has too much damage and you're too low from clearing jungle. And that's pretty much what happened that game. Like, Schönfire was 2 levels on Carbon. He was like level 6 to level 8.
Yeah,
and what are you going to do then?
Carbon got first blood.
Yeah.
They even had a flash off of Graves, and he can still do it.
Yeah.
So I think it was pretty evident in that game. Just no matter how well you play, no matter what advantage you get, there's not a lot you can do as Rengar in that matchup.
I mean, thematically speaking, when you look at that composition that Legacy's put together, it's great in its own right. It's got heavy engage. You've got engage in your bot lane purely with the Nautilus Dredge line, with the Ashe Arrow, especially with the Rengar ultimate as well. So in terms of that, there are 3 champions that sort of facilitate that engage, and then 2 champions that help enable that even further with the shielding from Orianna, the shielding from Shen, also delivering him into the team fight. It makes sense on paper, but the thing is that when you're going up against Direwolves, who are going to beat your lanes out, and then even when you do sort of try to force it, because they tried to do this a couple of times in the mid lane, Syndra just stopped it with 1 ball. Like there are cases when you just can't even let them get onto him.
Well, if you want Nautilus to engage, he's got to hit them Qs, right? I mean, and we saw. I mean, no, I'm not joking about this, right? Because the whole thing was like, hey, look, Legacy are going to force Direwolves and Destiny onto picking, a bad champion for their support player. But who looked more uncomfortable in that matchup then, right?
I think like there was a few team fights that they lost off the back of missing flash hooks.
Yeah.
Once you burn flash hook and once you burn flash follow-ups, like you can't get out.
And far be it from me to really criticize these players. They're in the finals and I'm not. But that was a really poor.
I'll throw shots.
That was a really poor Nautilus game to watch. He missed almost every hook, almost every flash hook, and not only did he miss those abilities, but he also made poor choices.
Yeah.
Where he could flash ulti instead of flash hook. Much more, easy to engage to work with. So it just looked really, really weird for him.
I mean, you're watching these guys play. I mean, like, do you think like Cupcake's just nervous, or what do you think's going on in his brain?
It's hard to say. I would say it's nerves because he's a much better player than what he's showing right now.
Yeah.
But that's me making a lot of assumptions and me just hoping that he turns it around in the next few games, so I don't look very, very silly for my prediction. But that's all I can think because he looked so solid the whole season, even on off-meta picks like Trundle, and now he's being exposed. And there's nothing more to say about it.
Yeah, and then you have a problem that really does come off that as well, is that it's not just them not misplaying, it's then Direwolves go, sweet, you don't have your hook, you don't have this, we're going to then land the bubble, we're going to land our CC, and then punish you completely for it. And then that's what just allowed them to just continue accumulating leads throughout the rest of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, if that's Destiny's like weak champion, it's like, I mean, yeah.
What do you do?
Like, I'm all for playing niche.
Yeah.
Like, I love like a cheesy pick here and there, but like, there comes a point in time where you got to realize meta is meta for a reason.
Absolutely.
It's meta because it's strong. Pick your strong champs. Do it. You're 2-0 down. Pick the strong champs.
All right. Well, I want to take a look at a specific replay that, I mean, I think we all know what it is. It's the First Blood, and this is just Solstrax's giant brain. I mean, this is obviously pre-planned, right, Nedrix?
I would say it was pre-planned. I love the way Tally even sort of... This was great about it. Tally sits there and he purposely takes more damage, and see, he sort of like moves back and forth a little bit right there just to take a little bit of extra damage. So that just baits Schönfire in that little bit further, really well done for them to execute on that. And then what makes it good about this is that it comes back to what Juve said before. It gets Rengar ahead. It puts him in a position that maybe, you know what, he can deal with this Graves Schönfire jungle going into it. And it really is something that, you thought it would be sort of good there. I remember him turning to me specifically and saying, this is all right now for them to actually be playing Rengar into this situation.
But what happens, Juves? I mean, after that, like if you've got first blood as Rengar going into Graves, what should you do then to maintain that lead?
You just got to clear one side of your jungle, get level 3. As soon as you hit level 3, you have longsword advantage on Graves, and you just want to run into him.
Yeah.
But make sure there's a bush there. But I think that Carbon just got outpathed by Schönfire that game. Because Schönfire was level 5, and Carbon was level 3.
Yeah.
So I don't know where it went wrong, because the minimap wasn't actually on the jungle, but yeah, it did go wrong.
Bouncing back to the level 1 instead of the jungle puff, I'm not so sure that the whole plan was to have Tally act as bait initially. I think it was just to collapse upon the red brush because you see the 4 players coming in the other side, and Tally just made a great play on his own, like a snap decision. And, I want to give Lucio all the credit. I love him. He's a great bloke. But that just seems like it was just Tally making the perfect decision at the perfect time. And I love fun level 1s like that, trust me. It was really, really cute.
Tagon's the old GL, HF, invade, boys, invade, let's go.
I let you know that I want you to have some luck before I just run straight into you, all right?
Slash or we're invading. Hey, I also want to talk about on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of bad plays for Legacy. Let's take a look at this Baron fight, Mendrix, because, I mean, they're just jumping in all over the place here, and Direwolves are able to defend them trying to take this Baron.
That's right, and really at this point in time, you think it is going to be Legacy's opportunity to make this happen, but they're completely jaded in terms of where everyone is at the moment. Trying to come in from 2 different angles, and automatically Direwolves have great communication and decision-making. I mean, Juves goes in, sorry, first. I see Rengar, I remember you coming through. So, with that, they do have Carbon going in first, and then immediately afterwards, he gets completely exhausted, shut down, deleted. There's only now 3 members going into 5. And from that point on, they've won the team fight. Doesn't matter how good your shockwaves are afterwards. And it was a good shockwave. But it's still going to be 5 on 3. You don't have the damage to follow up afterwards, and they won the game from
So
that.
in terms of like pro play and comms at that point, like what's happening with Legacy? Are they just saying go in and they've mistimed it, or what's going on there?
So leading into a Baron in games like this, I know that for a fact, the team that's rushing towards the Baron, they're like, they're doing Baron, let's get there. The team that's on Baron, they plan for what happens after Baron. You're standing in pit, so the call is finish it. You're like, okay, finish Baron, what happens? And then it's like, okay, just kite back and peel, do this, do that.
Right.
But the team that's running there is panicked, and they're like, okay, run there. So Direwolves obviously there showed that they had a plan, they knew what they were doing, they all kited back.
But I guess when looking at that replay, it's like Legacy's TPing in, they're all going there. But if they'd waited 5 seconds, right? Let Baron get low. Carbon jumps in, maybe he smites, tries to steal that 50-50 Baron, and then they've got a better chance rather than just going one at a time and dying, right, Mendrix? Or was that the right play for them?
In terms of, from what I'm saying, if they waited any longer there, they would have lost the Baron anyway. The Baron was pretty much gone. If you waited another 10 seconds to go in, the difference is, though, is that your whole team's there as a unit afterwards. And they've got the magic reduction shred on them. You then have the ability to sort of execute on your team composition. So if you decided in that situation, and again, it's hard, as Juves was mentioning, because you're panicked and you're saying, get to the Baron, we need to get to ASAP. The problem that follows afterwards is, well, then now you're not able to execute on your team composition. Get the team fight that you want. Basically, drop the Baron, win the team fight.
All right. Well, let's move on and highlight a specific player from that game. And I want to talk about Fantix because that mid lane just popping off. And Mendrix, what really stands out to you with this?
So one, he's got great team damage delta. He's actually definitely pulling his weight by being above that 25% mark. Great KDA means he was able to avoid all of the engages coming through, and there were plenty of times that he did just great stuns with his balls to knock people back, stop the engages from happening, and he really was able to be there in those specific team fights as time went on. Another thing to note, and Jules was mentioning this before, he was actually 30 CS up at a particular point in time and then maintained that. And it does come down to the fact that, yes, Syndra is a great champion in that, right? But I think he was actually just continuing to play his role very well.
Yeah, I mean, Juves, you guys love a bit of Syndra on Sin as well. So how much of that performance then was Syndra and how much of it was Fantix?
It was a great performance. He did what you meant to do on Syndra. You pick Syndra to get priority around mid lane. And that's why they pick, Syndra Graves is unbelievable. You get priority around mid lane, you just invade, take Carbon's jungle, take the jungle, do what you want really. You have free reign over the map once you have priority in mid lane. And Syndra's that ideal champion to do it.
All right, well, hashtag IamOPL is the Twitter hashtag you can get involved with via social media. And we are currently running also a social media competition where you can win a Lenovo keyboard and mouse. sweet gear. Show us how you're watching the OPL final. You can tweet and also enter via Facebook. You've got to tweet some photos, presumably G-rated. I mean, look, I'd hope G-rated. Let's assume. I say presumably. I don't know the terms and conditions. I'm going to assume. Look, how are you watching it? Let us know via Twitter or Facebook. And the top 2 most creative entries will win a Lenovo Legion keyboard. And also... What? Why are you looking at me like that,
How do
Tiga?
you watch these games?
Well, I don't know how you watch it, but generally when I'm watching esports, I'm in my underwear because that's how I live at home.
He just comes out of the shower and he's like,
no pants, no
OPL
problem.
Yeah, exactly. No, I come out of the shower. Obviously, I need to wash before I watch esports, obviously, right? Because I'm a filthy individual. I need to clean up. Second of all, I'm going to be as comfortable as possible. And for me, it's minimal. It's not important.
I'm not coming to your house.
You weren't invited. No one's invited.
He he's hosting an OPL viewing party, boys.
You should see, as soon as we get out of this room, it's just shoop. No, it's not. All right, let's before we move on to this, because I am very quickly losing my job, let us, as if for a final time, let's talk about wins and losses, because this is potentially match point for Direwolves, right? So let's talk about, for Legacy, is there anything to take away from that second game in terms of improvement from the first for them?
As far as I'm concerned, you just look at Pickban and try and improve there.
Yeah, because it's you're losing lanes all over the shop.
Everywhere.
T-Gun, thoughts?
I would look at Pickban, but also pat yourselves on the back a little bit because you still had a pretty poor duo lane as far as picks go, and they held their own. So they are showing slight improvement from game to game.
Sure.
They just need to sort of kick it into high gear and get better setups.
Mandrix, it was a longer game than the first game, so that's a positive, right?
I guess you could say, every time, a stat improves just a little bit, it is an extra positive on your back. But it does come down to what these guys are saying. Get some lane priority somewhere. That way, you give some options to Carbon. That way, Carbon can say, you know what, that's fine. Shernfire, you can live in one part of my jungle because I'm going to live in your side of the jungle, and then it's even from there.
All right, so we're about to get out of this, but quickly, just from you guys, I want to just get one champion you want to see Legacy pick going in to this. Anything? Any ideas?
I would love to see Claire pick, like, T-Gun likes Orianna, but I'd love to see Claire pick up Syndra.
Oh, yeah.
Just bully mid lane. Like, show me you can do that. Get a solo kill. Do something.
Excellent.
Something that I'd like to see?
Yeah.
Blitzcrank.
Well, yeah, but a real... Okay.
No, you didn't say that.
Nah, sure. Yeah. Mandrix?
Ash Karma in the bot lane, actually. I'd love to see just full lane priority down there. We know that these guys are great in terms of what they do. If not, Lucian Braun might as well do the Legacy special if it's not banned away.
All right. Well, it is time for us to get into our second game. So Cast will be with you on the other side of these highlights.
Deep into the Direwolf side of the jungle. He's going to have to flash away here because there's a Fizz right behind. Does he flash? He does.
baited him.
They go over. Shernfire take it down for first blood, and it's Carmen that picks up the kill.
And Shern is not happy. If you saw the player cam, Shern was out of his seat nearly.
See Shernfire looking to dash in. That's a flash
missed
pull.
again, just ult.
Misses. Destiny still gets jumped up by Carmen, throws out the ultimate. Carmen really, really low. King picks up a kill, and Legacy, they're falling like flies here as the Direwolves will collapse. 2,000 gold. He's not close enough. It will be Baron picked up by the Direwolves. Exhaust onto the Rengar, and everyone from Legacy just getting destroyed so far. Shockwave connects, hits 3, but is it enough? It doesn't look like it at the moment as Lost is trying to kite out. Tally still alive, eating so much damage as a big stun comes through from Fantix. Destiny, he's the one looking to try and clean up in the back lines. He says, whatever you can do, Cupcake, I can too. As a double kill secures the ace and Baron for the Direwolves.
And
Cupcake looking pretty engaged, incredibly low. Chippies will avoid the arrow. Shockwave connects only onto the front line, but it's a flash away from Shernfire as they do lock down Chippies. Cupcake picks up that kill, but Claire taking so much damage. Melts through absolutely everything. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Legacy have low health bars across the board. And there's the Ash Arrow. Connects on the Shernfire as Chippies dodges it. Cupcake moving forward, gets a knock-up onto King. Delivers Shen, who misses the taunt again from Tally. Carmen really low, forced to back out. The Fish is hunting on through. Direwolves have the whole wolf pack available now. They burst through the front lines. Another big shockwave does nothing for Claire, and Carmen gets locked down by another bubble. Direwolves pick up 2 kills and are pushing for the base. Direwolves look like they want to just continue pushing on forward. Chippies is on the turret. Lost Cupcake and Claire trying to do everything they can to defend this, but the Nexus is bare. There is no base left available for Legacy. Direwolves send this series into match point after picking up game 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into game 3 of the Direwolves taking on Legacy, and Direwolves, nice and quick, sub 60 minutes, are at match point already.
I mean, it's been a pretty one-sided grand final so far, to be honest. And, the analyst Desia's talking about it. Finally, Legacy, from their point of view, got non-Chiefs in the final. They're not looking for incremental improvements. They were looking to come in here and win it and finally get to represent us overseas. And right now, it looks like Direwolves are better than them in every role and as a team.
I mean, all the trash talk on Twitter has just, they've lived up to it, I guess.
I mean, you have to applaud them because they had the confidence going into this series. They knew that they were the favorites. They were riding that. And there's one thing to talk the talk, but to actually walk the walk and show up on the day is huge, and Direwolves have definitely done that so far.
And remember, this game here could be the game that sends the Direwolves to MSI. Mid-season Invitationals, one of the first times that Oceania has not had to play through what was previously known as the Wildcard Tournament, straight into an international
Come on,
event.
man.
The play-ins will be where Direwolves are heading if they win this one. And, you know, Shern has said that it doesn't stop there, that they're going to get through that first round as well.
That's ambitious. For
That
someone
is
that
ambitious.
has not played at an international tournament, to say you're not only the favourites to win the OPL Grand Final, to say you're the favourites to beat all the wildcard teams.
Yeah, you go through NA, LMS, and Brazil to get there.
Well, so far, locally at least, their confidence has paid off for the Direwolves so far. Has not been tested by Legacy so far in this best of 5 series. And the bans have come through for game number 3. Zyra, Ken, and Karma again for Legacy. Victor, Brom, Ivan again for the Direwolves. This time, though, Legacy first picked the Graves away from Shernfire.
So don't want to give him a farming jungler when the Ivan is off the board. Still has the Rengar available, and they've grabbed Lulu as well. All of a sudden, that becomes very scary. Do you have to take away Shen? I mean, I feel like you can't give away Lulu, Rengar, Shen in a competitive game. I feel like you just lose them.
Because they're red side, right? Like, you can just ban it away. They can only pick Rengar or Shen in the next rotation, so they're not going to get both. But I really, for Legacy right now, I really don't want to see them go back to, I like that. I don't want to see them go back to some, like, melee weird support. I'm actually kind of, Juves was touching on it on the desk that he wanted to see Claire on Syndra. I'm kind of disappointed they picked that. I want them to pick like the Nami and just play like a standard 2v2 lane, because I still think that Lost and Cupcake are the best bot lane in the OPL when they play well.
New cards, however, have been played in this Champion Select already as Lucian is picked up by Lost. Fantix will have his Syndra denied from him this game as Claire takes it to Summoner's Rift, and he instantly responds with an Echo pick, which could potentially be top lane, but we've seen it more mid lane.
That's mid. I mean, it's Fantix's counter pick to Syndra. We've seen it so many times. Ult just swaps for ult. You have better side lane. All of a sudden, Legacy are forced to play 1-4 if they can even get a lane ahead, and Direwolves are just going to play 1-3-1 the entire game because Echo's going to go into a side lane and no one can match.
I don't know what they can pick to get bot lane priority. I don't think Legacy can pick anything that will win. Lulu Varus just has too much wave clear, too much control. They've already banned away the Nami. I don't think there's anything Cupcake can pick that isn't going back to the game 1, game 2 strategy of throw some CC and Carbon gank my lane.
I completely agree. And all of a sudden, Carbon isn't even on a ganking jungler, really. He's going to walk in, unless you have the hardest CC in the game, he's going to be walking in on Graves, potentially with a red buff at the maximum. So it's just incredibly hard to make that work.
If you listen to the Goon, Cupcake can pick the Blitzcrank, and then Carbon doesn't need to walk into the lane because he just brings the enemies closer to him and they can just right-click him.
I think that was the idea behind Nord. He just couldn't land the hook.
Yeah.
I think here, though, the only pick that really makes sense for Legacy is going back to that Trundle. That's what they try to pair the Lucian up with when they don't have Brom. Let's see if that's going to be pick that they go through now. For no, Direwolves have picked up Camille.
Yeah, the problem is going towards Trundle is you don't have a hard force team so far. You have no CC coming out of your jungler, none out of your AD carry, and not really all that much out of your Syndra either. I mean, if you go Trundle, you can run at them, sure, but who actually kicks that off? Potentially a Poppy.
That's what's being locked in here for Legacy. Heading into the top lane for Tally. He's up against a Camille in the top lane, which is one of Chippy's signature picks. And has done well with the champion so far. Has drawn out bans not only across the OPL regular season, but has even been banned out in this game. And Cupcake's going straight back to Nautilus.
I touched on before this split even started. Direwolves went to career and they came back, and Chippy's literally just did not get Camille. Nobody wanted to give him Camille because he's so good at it. And I feel like, I don't know, match point of the grand final and he gets the Camille, that's pretty good.
It certainly is, and the other thing that you have to point out is Camille and Echo transverse across terrain better than most people. Ooh. So the collapse from the 1-3-1, even without teleports, is honestly terrifying right now. They both have hard CC that they can throw down afterwards. Like the parallel convergence into Camille ult is actually one of my favorite interactions because Camille just doesn't let you leave. And then all of a sudden Echo throws it down on top of you and you just die. Well, that is really a terrifying comp coming out of Direwolves right now.
The final pick for the Direwolves was their jungle pick for Shernfire, which is Lee Sin. He's taking a very highly skilled jungle matchup into Carbon's Graves here today. It's a pick that we saw Carbon pick up 5 times in their best of 5 series against Sin. Now Shernfire is going to try and end the grand finals with that champion.
I don't know what this Nautilus is going to do. I'm confused.
Is he still a Flash Q Nautilus?
I guess so, but Nautilus into like a Lulu comp, like you're going to hook someone, she's going to get like polymorphed anyone who goes on you, and then Lulu's just going to use the ultimate, use the shield, going to keep them alive, and they just have so much backline dive. Like Legacy's going to land a hook, that's their engage, that's their CC. They're all going to like try and kill that target, and then Camille, Echo will just be jumping over the top, and they're just going to blow up the backline.
And you know, big credit to Sharp, because we've been praising Soul Strikes all season long, and in my opinion, Sharp has outdrafted him 3 games in a row. And he's done it from blue side and red side, which is very hard to do. Direwolves just looked really well prepped coming into this best of 5. I think they've read a little bit of the cheese in the bottom lane, and that they've picked very safe lanes every single time.
They certainly have. Direwolves have, however, never beaten Legacy in a best of 5 ever. We talk a lot about the Legacy Chiefs hype match, but Direwolves never been able to take down this team in semi-finals even. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can close out this Best of 5 series, the grand finals that could send them to MSI with a 3-0. And they're already at match point as we're heading into Game 3 between the Direwolves and Legacy.
Now, before people start tweeting at Fish, the time that they did beat Legacy to get into the grand final against the Chiefs was when we had best of 3 semi-finals. So technically he is correct.
Lost.
Yeah, pardon? Yeah, you lost.
I was on that team. I lost.
Then you jumped shift, went to the Chiefs, they lost too.
I dogged the boys.
Followed you everywhere.
Somehow still managed to get that meme in there, but for now, we weren't able to check in with Soul Strikes last game.
Hold that phone. Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, now we're going to be able to check in with Soul Strikes, who is standing by with Hingers.
Thanks, guys. All right, Soul Strikes, let me know. Are that level 1 play in the Game 2, was that planned by you, or was that just like a spur of the moment from them?
Well, obviously we've been practicing a lot of level 1, so yeah, it was sort of planned, and we got first blood out of it, but yeah.
Fantastic. Cool. Has your drafting evolved during this grand final at all? Do you feel like stuff has been changed?
Yeah, definitely. Originally we were trying to pick Ashe and keep track on Shenfire, but obviously Direwolves done pretty well, out-rotating us at level 6, so we wanted something very, very strong in lane and gave Lawrence Lucian.
Excellent stuff. All right, well, best of luck and thank you for speaking to us.
Okay, thank you.
There you go, Soul Strikes very confident in Lawrence, who was there to carry lost, picking up Lucian here today. Cupcake didn't have a great game on the Nautilus. We'll have to see if he's able to pick up his performance heading into this match.
And I find that it is, like, shout out to the Soul Strikes. I think that if Lost is your best player, you play towards him, and I really do respect that. However, I think that if you're Legacy and you go into a grand final, somewhere that Carbon and Tally have been so many times and have yet to pick up the win, I feel that you have to give Tally a win condition eventually. He's been your carry for so long. He's finally made it here versus the Direwolves. And I kind of feel that like he's been put in losing matchups, maybe apart from game 1, every single time. Cheesy gank.
Gank in the mid lane. Fantix has been stunned, forced to flash away. It's a very early map movement from Legacy's jungler.
Fantastic gank, actually. All of a sudden, what you're trying to do is Echo is disrupted. Echo wants to push up first 3 waves, teleport back with a second Doran's Ring, and then just never leave lane ever again. Doran's Ring, refillable potion. Continue to just push that wave. You have so much sustain. However, with that gank, maybe the play pattern will be disrupted. And he knows that he has time to do it because Graves just farms quicker than Lee Sin. I mean, that's as blatant a statement as there is. So Carbon doesn't even really lose all that much.
So he burns a flash mid lane. Shenfire does have some momentum advantage at the moment, but Carbon already flying through the jungle. Top side of the map, we saw some early trades between Tally and Chippies, but nothing too much happening on the top side of the map. Poppy is still a brick in the top lane.
It's a good matchup for Poppy, I think.
Yeah, it's
out of all the tanks, she deals with Camille the best. You can W her E, so Camille can't really jump around all over the place. She shouldn't be able to get on you too much. But like you were saying, yeah, Tally, it's kind of the inverse of being set up for success. Not that he's being set up to fail, but it's just not something that he's going to thrive in, right? He's just trying to not lose as opposed to win.
And don't get me wrong, Tally has actually turned into a really decent tank player, in my opinion. What we used to criticize him for in the past is definitely now a strength where it was once a weakness. I just feel like it's remiss to not give him the opportunity to absolutely go nuts in a game. As Shern takes away some of Carbon's toys right now, he's going to go head towards that Krugs. I know that you speak about this a lot. This is a risky play because if Carbon and Cupcake collapse right now, they can find him here and he can die.
Well, Carbon should be able to find Shernfire if he does collapse.
There goes Cupcake as well.
They spotted him out. They're going to try and deny him jumping over. Hits the plant as well. Shernfire stuck for now. Good damage for Carbon. Flash over the wall. Cupcake picks up first blood for Legacy.
Cupcake takes it. It's a really good collapse, don't get me wrong. I'm just one of those sticklers. Lost had an auto attack on the way, and that would have been a double buff Lucian. I feel like that can go slightly better, but still, that's a huge play coming out. Oh, Destiny's in trouble as well.
Destiny has been found here by Cupcake. There is a blast cone. Does he do it again? Decides not to go for it. Destiny blast cones back to safety.
honestly, I feel like the biggest thing to take away from that is that Cupcake landed the big flash Q over the wall. He actually landed the flash Q. Like, this bodes well for Legacy.
Don't curse it now, because he did hit the first one he threw last game.
All right.
Oh, it was the next 4 that didn't do so well for him.
Mate, all I'm saying is you miss 100% of flash cues you don't take.
True.
I think Abraham Lincoln said that one.
Oh,
it was
goodness
Wayne
sake.
Gretzky. I know. But yeah, credit to him. I mean, we say all the time, as a rookie player, actually having, the courage to be able to go for that play that did not work out for you, definitely credit for Cupcake right there.
Yep, did play that one well, and Legacy set up the gank nice and easy inside of the jungle. So, although we did see Schönfire take away Raptor Camp, does get locked down now. Fenix in trouble. Big hook, that's a red buff Nautilus. Fenix is going to try and stun up Claire. Isn't enough damage? Good damage ticking down, but Claire's Ignite was ticking as well, and picks up a kill.
Goes back. I know this is what we were talking about. When you actually, the map isn't open wide, rushing Moby Boots, great move, because you can do exactly that. When they recall...
Uh-oh, Schönfire.
Ooh,
Finds Claire, tags him, flashes away, will flash on forward, but is he
Schön dies
dead?
as well.
Big Cupcake is down here as well. Schön is trying to get out of this fight, but the red buff is just ticking, and Carbon's coming through as well. Smokescreen. Is he going to be able to survive here? Schönfire's running through.
Oh, no.
That's a flash from Carbon. Is he fast enough? There's a blast
he get the
code.
auto?
Natalie is
Yeah,
there.
got
We'll get him midair.
Talia was there, Carbon was there. Schön in the end was going to die regardless. Carbon getting that is actually huge because he's done the Jubes in the early game. He's gone for the 2 ganks.
Uh-oh.
As Cupcake again.
Oh, predicts the Duke from Destiny. Turns Lost into a Cupcake and exhausts him as well. King is barreling down auto attacks against the Lucian as double buff has run out for Cupcake. So just a trade in the bottom lane.
It's one of those things, stepping past the wave can be dangerous because
Yeah.
when they return fire on you, you just take so much damage.
Especially against Exhaust, right? Like, Exhaust just denies...
Ooh, Cupcake taking a lot of damage there.
Flash.
There is a ward. There's a heal. Keeps him alive. Lost is trying to trade through the minions, but Destiny charging forward.
That is a greedy play out of King. The only way you get that kill is if you think Lost is a bad player and he's not going to heal in time, and Lost is not a bad player.
Well, we know that King said that he was the most overrated AD carry. True. So maybe he's gambling on that.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a good gamble? We just found out. No. But
absolutely not. Blow both your summoners and then
get
ruin
nothing.
your lead. Yeah.
Now I know why I lose my lane all the time. But for now in mid lane, Claire still farming up against Fantix. Fantix is doing what we used to see from Wizard, who was one of the first people who pick up Echo in the mid lane, is just keep pushing in the waves, make sure it's always underneath your opponent's turret.
Mate, you have the opposite problem of King. You are the most passive player in League of Legends I've ever seen. And another return gank into this mid lane at a Cupcake.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I'm saying that Ejim said that if he's gambling on if he's a bad player, doesn't use the heal. Yeah, that's me.
Okay. That one.
Gambler?
No, I don't use the heal.
Oh, okay. You're on the other end.
We've just come like so far out. Finally, I understand what he was talking about.
Took your time. Legacy, this is the first game they've got a meaningful lead so far. 1,000 gold up, sitting very comfortable at the moment, and Schönfire has been locked down inside of his own jungle.
It bodes really well for Legacy's bot lane. Nautilus is going to hit 6 soon, and the enemy bot lane only has a Lulu flash. Like, King doesn't have flash right now, so... Nautilus ulti into a Graves gank, hit him with collateral damage. He's just going to die, so... I would like Carbon to like path towards bot side, and I think that's going to be their play.
Completely agree, and the other thing that you have to look at is if you... Ooh, great hook!
Good
nice.
hook into the mini wave. Destiny's locked down, not even level 6.
Cupcake taking kills
Roasted.
again.
Roasted.
Go back, grab some longsword, son, because you're getting a little bit further ahead.
Honestly, I think this might be a product of the meta, but Destiny upgrading that Spell Thief into the 500 gold one, whatever it's called.
Yep.
Not going for a Ruby Sightstone, I think, is incredibly greedy into an all-in matchup like the Nautilus, right? Like, you're going to bully him out around anyway. You don't need the extra AP, extra magic regen, whatever it's called, like to get extra autos off in lane. You just need to not die, and then he died.
Meanwhile, Direwolves are able to invade into Legacy's jungle while Carbon's on the bottom side of the map.
This is huge. I mean, we talked about it already. Red buff on Carbon is actually big. Normally, red buff on turrets is a little bit of a meme, but because of the reload time behind Graves, it actually helps out a lot in turret pushing. And you can see that they get like 70% of that turret. Carbon trying to get himself a cheeky cannon, doesn't get it. I mean, it's always great when you're a jungler and you can pick up the CS.
So Direwolves react by sending everyone mid lane. Legacy are probably going to be able to pick up first turret, but Claire's been kicked back into the rest of the Wolves. Tally is here looking for a return kill, flashed over a wall. Get the camera to the left. What's going on there? Because Lee Sin's dead.
Yeah, all of a sudden he's dead. Ooh! I don't know how that didn't hit because Fantix just ducks behind a minion and they will be able to save the turret. Chippies get some good damage top lane, but Tally got another kill participation, kill involvement.
It's a decent reaction from Direwolves, but they just don't get anything. They
Yeah.
get a kill and then Churnfire dies. They just trade one
Mate.
for one, and then Legacy just pushed in the bot lane. They got that because Direwolves went for that in the mid lane. Legacy gets to push it all the way into the inner, and then it's going to bounce.
And this is another situation where we were talking about in game 1, where they can take that turret if Shern just walks towards the turret, but they want the kill and the turret. They
Yeah.
want to be a little bit greedier.
Yeah.
And now because that's taken, like, what, the 5 seconds or whatever to execute that play, that's the time that the turret would have fallen down, and then Legacy defend. So you're trading a kill for what could have been an open map at this stage of the game.
Holding your abilities is so important. Oftentimes, holding the threat of being dove is actually so much more important than actually diving them. And as you saw, they could have got the mid turret, but because they chose to dive them, they just didn't get it.
Does, however, set up Direwolves later on if they ever get an advantage over Legacy to knock down two turrets.
Yeah.
But Legacy, they've sent Lost and Cupcake into the top lane here. If they can continue their momentum, there'll be no opportunity for Direwolves to be able to pick up those turrets later on.
And the thing is I kind of know how Direwolves think. They're looking at that huge bottom wave pushing against them, and Chippies is thinking right now, all that CS is going to waste. I'm not there pushing out that lane. Tally's going to get a free back. He's going to go grab that. He's going to be so far ahead of me because, you know, Tally already got a kill. When you're a Poppy, you just get to go tabbies into, like, what is an auto attacker. It's just, the lane is in your favor already. So, unfortunately, Direwolves falling behind slowly at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not even that slowly, to be honest. 3,000 gold at 10 minutes. That's a pretty rapid fall behind.
I guess the thing for Direwolves, though, is that mid turret is obviously the most important turret on the map in terms of outers, but you can't stop Echo from wave clearing.
Yeah.
Like when you don't have Baron, he's just going to throw the Q and just walk away, and then half the wave's going to die. So it's going to be really hard for Legacy to force that without making a pick first.
So, as we look at the gold, of this gold lead, 300 is on Carbon, 400 is on Claire, and the rest is just Cupcake. He's leading by 1,500 gold again. It's not the first time we've seen him do this.
Certainly isn't.
We're actually getting jumped on by Fantix here, who dives in deep underneath the first turret. Good trade coming back from the Syndra, but he can't just turn around and all-in an Echo when he has ultimate up.
Well, Fantix didn't even have to burn ulti. So that's kind of one of those situations where now Fantix can rinse and repeat that because he only took 2 turret shots and he has these potions ticking. And I think that Claire actually probably should have just burnt ulti there to try and get Fantix to ulti. So the threat of a dive goes out the window. Because then you just go back to playing wave clear for the next 2 minutes, and no one really wins.
Shern is sitting in the wings though, but over a ward, and Cupcake's looking for a hook. Doesn't connect as he safeguards over towards another. But he does have Flash now, Shern, on his Lee Sin, so Flash Kick is a definite possibility in one of these lanes. Legacy are trying to rotate towards top side of the map. Churnfire is again looking to try and get behind this
Everyone's
heavy
here
support.
for Legacy.
Ultimate has come out. Will not connect onto Lost. The chain doesn't go through. Double teleport coming out as well. Big Wild Grove. Churnfire incredibly low though, as Carbon's looking to try and duke it out in the backside of the map. Tally has been locked down. Fantix diving behind Legacy. Lost gets the first kill. Destiny almost falls to the collateral damage, and Fantix can't find an avenue to flank behind the trees.
And that's what I'm saying. Attack one end of the pincer with absolutely everything. You're looking at that thinking, Fantix is just going to clean up everyone, but because they force the other 4 away, Fantix can't go over aggressive, actually have to back off, and Legacy come out with a kill as well as the turret.
And that is the way Legacy want to play the fights, right? Nautilus is going to hook and keep walking in. Lucian going to just keep resetting his E, keep dashing in, and if they can make a pick like that and then just keep like steamrolling through the team fight, that's what a team fight win looks for Legacy.
Now Legacy 4,000 gold up over Direwolves. Yes, mid lane is low, top lane is at about half health, but when you're this far ahead, 13 minutes in, it's going to be difficult for them to push in.
But let's talk about Direwolves' comp a little bit, because I think this is really key that they've fallen behind early. Because what you want to do as a 1-3-1 is you want the laning phase to go for a little bit longer, King to pick up makings of both the Blade of the Dawn King as well as Hurricane.
Yeah.
Then you park him mid.
Yeah.
You can no longer out-wave clear that because he has, you know, all the percentage health damage, he's auto-attacking like a turret, and then you send your mid laner top and your top laner bottom, or a variant of that. And then all of a sudden, there's no one to match one of them. Claire has to go to the weaker person and is always under kill threat if Churnfire shows up. And you just can't push in mid lane. What's happened now is they have a 1-3-1 comp where King is unfortunately behind, cannot go for Hurricane at this stage of the game. So Fantix is just stuck mid, shoving into Claire, and they keep trying to make plays on him.
Churnfire looking to try and get behind Claire. Good flash gets him back to safety. No summoner spells burnt by the Direwolves. They're still trying to push down mid lane outer.
But they're farming one lane fish. And Legacy are farming everything across the map right now. I mean, this is just a miserable place for a 1-3-1 comp to honestly be in right now.
It's just such a risky play. Like, if they get the kill, then sure, maybe they can turn that into a half, what's a half HP turret already, and they get the turret. But if that doesn't pay off, what you're seeing right now is they're just going to get punished across the map.
So Legacy send their bottom lane duo down into the bottom lane to match up against Chippies, who's rotated down here for the team. King and Destiny still parked top side of the map, trying to farm up every bit of minion they can find. And Carver's going to use this time to try and take blue buff away for Claire.
And now the shoe's on the other foot. I mean, we've been seeing it time and time again where Shern's just gone into Carbon's jungle and taken everything. Legacy are doing it as a team, and whenever a wave is frozen, Tally or Lost is just dipping into their own jungle and keeping themselves topped up on creeps. So Carbon's kind of farming all of Shern's stuff, and then his team's farming everything else on the map. Really has put Shern in a pinch, and it's now a 4,000 gold lead. And your comp's not designed to team fight, whereas Legacy's is legitimately a run forward and just keep attacking people comp. Go back to ease of execution. When you have a good ease of execution comp and a gold lead, the game isn't that hard.
What are those things called that are on like the roadworks on the side of the road that roll out the cement? That's Legacy's comp.
Just a steamroller?
Yeah, well, is it a steamroller? I don't know.
I have no idea what it is.
Yeah,
I know what it is.
They're just chugging along real slowly, and then just like they just keep marching forward.
Drops the hot tire at the front and rolls over the top of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Asphalt, that's what it's called. We're talking about building roads.
Oh, okay. All right.
This is the highway Legacy need to get back into the series. There we go. Analogy complete.
Oh, nice.
I don't even know where to bring this one here to next. Back to this game, though, instead of talking about roads. Still a 4,000 gold lead for Legacy. Claire's trying to keep these minion waves off the turret so that Fantis has no way to take down a turret to give it a little bit of breathing room for the Wolves.
And as far as a 1-4 comp goes, Legacy has played this really well because what they're doing is they're sending Lost into the lane that has no one. They will lose out on a turret, which is a bit like, as we said, as you said, Fish, when you have the chip damage on 2, you can pick up the turrets whenever you want. But Legacy, right decision here. They walk into mid lane.
Do they get mid?
They also have someone in bottom lane.
Yeah, so Lost is trying to push bottom
I
lane
don't
by
think they
himself.
get it, because as you said, Echo Wave Clear is just obnoxious.
King is moving down here, so Lost sets one up to knock it down later. Karma's going to try and do the exact same thing. Shernfire was actually looking to engage there, but...
Shernfire can't jump in. You jump in, that is like end of the line collateral damage, Syndra ultimate death.
That play, for a team that's ahead, it looks really bad, but I don't think it's so bad. Legacy just lost a top turret for free, right? But they got chip damage on the inner.
Ooh!
Connects. Shernfire gets locked down.
Carbon wanted to flash back over that wall. You could see it in his eyes.
Chip damage on the inner bot and the outer mid. So when Legacy make a play on the bot side of the map, they're just going to pick up these two turrets and they're just going to take a dragon. They're going to take everything, all of the things.
The question really is, how much is the 1,000 gold to Direwolves at the moment? Because they took top lane outer before those structures fall. They have to use that gold they have picked up that's given them a breathing room to try and come back into this game.
I agree with you, but really you have to calculate the game a little bit differently. At a high level, you've picked up split 4 ways turret gold, but what they've got instead is minion waves mid lane, the whole jungle top side, as well as the minion wave bottom lane. You have farmed 1 wave in that whole time.
Yeah.
So it's more like a 600 gold advantage at this stage of the game, which is still great because when you can trade when you're behind, it's fantastic. When you trade positively behind, the team has done something wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
So credit to Direwolves. It's just like, it's not as good as you would otherwise think. And that's why it still looks like nearly a 4,000 gold league.
Exactly that. It's only about, like you mentioned, 600 gold that's been reprived for the Direwolves since they took down that turret. And as Ejin was mentioning, bottom lane inner now at half health, mid lane outer is now at half health as well, and that's probably the easiest structure for Legacy to take down if they make a play. But Direwolves hanging on, trying to delay this game, and they're not bleeding out yet.
Legacy, they're just kind of a slow team in the early game.
Yep.
They've had this lead for a while, and it's now 18 minutes into the game, almost 20 minutes. Baron is spawning fairly soon, and they still haven't managed to break that mid-outer, and I feel like they should have been able to by now.
And this isn't something unique to this Legacy team. Legacy historically has always been a slow team. They believe in playing the game on the grind by making you work for it. I actually think that's what makes them a good 5v5 team, because you have to grind every game against Legacy and they don't really give you much for free. But they also don't try and take too much against you, so you can never mentally reset against them. It's never like, all right, this game is completely over, let's move on to the next. It's like, oh, we've always got a sniff, they're just taking little things. And you can see right now, Direwolves, they're still within this. I mean, if they get that big flanking play that we were talking about, if they break mid lane turret, all of a sudden we're talking about a 2,000 gold lead.
Oh, they're trying to lock down Claire here. Shernfire sidesteps the stun and kicks him back into the team. Very easy for the Wolves, but wow, King, he's dead!
I was going to say, that's a bad move out of Shern, because he just kicked a Syndra onto his AD carry's head.
It's so sad.
He used Flash and Heal as well. No Ignite used by Claire.
Claire just one-shot King through his heal from the grave. Oh, that hurts.
And you can't even exhaust him because he's dead.
Yeah. Imagine being dead.
The
like, as an
ultimate
advantage.
counterplay.
Being dead was a good thing.
Chippy's in trouble here.
Yep, apparently death is not the best form of CC in this match so far as Claire gets a return kill in the mid lane. 2-3-0. Saves that mid lane turret and burns flash, heal, and another flash from Schönfire. Seems like a worthwhile trade for
That
Legacy.
feels not fair. In fact,
It isn't. What did you do as the Varus? He had to flash in to get the pick, and then he just died anyway.
But what we should be talking about, I mean, as funny as that is, King is now getting towards his Hurricanes. So you can see that with that in mind, they've sent Fantix into a side lane. And I think that even though they're 4,000 gold ahead, unless they can really break mid lane turret here by blowing up King again, who now doesn't have summon spell, so it is definitely a possibility.
Yep.
The game will be played now on Direwolf's terms.
Yeah, I think a big thing coming up for Legacy, though, is the 2-item spike from their bot lane.
Yeah.
Nautilus Cupcake is going for the Knight's Vow again, so I feel like he's just going to be giving that to Lost again. And Lost is going to spike really hard. Lucian 2-item spike, level 2 spike, bit of a meme. Everything number 2. He's going to be really strong once he hits the Black Cleaver and once he hits the... Oh, he's already got the Paw.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's going to be a big window for Legacy.
Well, Destiny oversteps here and runs into a Wild Claire sitting on a pink ward.
I just feel like there's no point going towards that side of the map because you know that's the side that their duo's playing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's done it though.
Oh, stun doesn't connect though. Claire didn't have
I feel
any
like
more.
that's one of the times. Against the support, the way I like to play Syndra actually, and don't get me wrong, I'm not one to tell Claire how to play the game. But if you ult first, you get 3 balls out, and then they actually can't dodge the spheres as you go for the stun. So I think that's a situation where you just flash over the wall, ignite him, ult him, and he was probably 90% dead, and then you can take mid lane turret.
But Schönfire's behind him right now. He's got to be careful.
First-hand experience being a Lulu into a Syndra.
We saw
Checking
that
a
game.
bush and being like, oh, oh, sorry guys.
I'm dead
See ya.
now.
Was that Ryoma?
Yeah.
Not a bad Syndra player.
I hate Tommy.
Meanwhile, Legacy, top side of the map at the moment with Lost and Cupcake still pushing in for this top lane inner turret. Fantix holding it off the turret nice and easy, but Chippy's now looking for a gank. Good stun from Claire. Chippy's at half health already. Decides
Could Claire
not to
have
pull the
killed him?
trigger.
He has Ignite. I reckon he could have.
Yeah, I think so as well. Obviously, Thunderlords is a lot of the damage there, but the 1-3-1, I honestly thought 1-3-1 was going to start working, but 1-4 still looks a lot better out of Legacy because Claire just stood up so well in this mid lane.
And now Legacy are trying to
This is
push
good.
for the final outer turret. Tally's flanking behind, making sure nobody can stop this push. Legacy take it down with ease.
And ever since we nerfed teleport, so it's 4.5 seconds, feels like 5 seconds to appear, kind of 1-3-1 has fallen off a lot because you can't actually stay in the wave now. You have to, on the side wave, you actually have to collapse much earlier. As they go for the maximum play here.
Chippy's is locked down. There we go. He pulls the trigger this
he
time
dead?
round. Almost, and yes, as Carbon gets the snipe from downtown with collateral damage.
And this is what I was talking about. What a grind. Mid lane, they sit there, pressure it for so long. Burn flashes, burn heals. They finally take the turret. Top lane, they walk in. Chippies is like, I can stay for one creep wave. Gets blown up, take the turret. And did they take the maximum again? No, they just all disappear into Fog of War again. They're going to reset the map. 30 seconds until Dragon's up. I'm sure that's where their eyes go next.
Yep.
And Legacy are just staying on top of Direwolves and not giving up anything.
If you're the Direwolves right now, though, you're sitting, okay, we're at match point still. This game is still winnable, but even if we do drop it, we still have 2 more games to go before we actually lose this one. But if you're Legacy, you're getting fired up. You've done it once. Trying to hit it a second time could be really good for them.
This is the swing. In a best of 5, game 3 when you're 0-2
Swing
down,
game,
and you just start winning this game. This is the moment where if Legacy do win this game, you're going to hear Carbon screaming in our microphones behind us as he walks down the hallway.
We have a soundproof room, and he's like very clearly audible when he does it.
Through headsets as well.
But at the same time, the series definitely doesn't end for Direwolves, but what it does is it creates that little tiny bit of doubt. And then if you lose another game, that doubt starts to grow.
Yeah.
And you start thinking, I know because I've been in the situation as a coach, you start thinking of all the stupid tweets you've sent out the weeks before. You start thinking about everything. And it really does creep into your head because you've got such long time. Like 15 minutes for a viewer is like, I go get a coffee and, go to the bathroom. But for the Direwolves, it's going to feel like an eternity after they lose this game. And that's where the mental toughness and the mental fortitude, dare I say it, I hate that meme, starts to creep into League of Legends.
Well, who knows? Legacy could try and start this reverse sweep, which could potentially mean that every single game since Gauntlet has gone to Game 5, or potentially just Game 4 if Direwolves decide to pick it up either next game or even just 3-0 at here if they can come back against Legacy. But Legacy looking very comfortable at the moment. Ooh.
You had to burn ult, flash, and heal again.
Yep.
Everything gone because Claire legitimately walked at it. Claire didn't even burn, like, flash over a wall there. He just had a little bit of a glance.
It's strange because throughout the entire gauntlet, Orianna was the mid lane pick to look out for. Teams were falling down to Shockwave's left, right, and center.
I mean, Ryoma showed that Syndra is still the best blind pick mid lane in the game against the Chiefs.
And
Sorry, Agent, but he certainly did. The biggest thing for me, actually, is the fact that in a 1-4 comp, Claire's been able to hold mid lane against 3 people. Like, repetitively. And he's going to be able to do it again here.
Well, Varus has no ulti. They have nothing to get on top of him right now.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Claire, every single time they've gone for him, has either died, then killed someone, or they've overextended for the kill and they haven't picked up mid lane turret. And Claire has been a one-man army the whole time. I mean, think when Shern killed him at level 7. That was when this started, and they still haven't been able to break through in the last 6 levels.
Divers have spent so much trying to get that out of turret. So much. They just keep rotating from the sidelines. 1-3-1, you were talking about before, how with the nerf TP fell off a bit, and it's just turned into this game of push the wave, rotate mid, push the wave, rotate mid, and every time Legacy has been able to answer.
Legacy have their big item power spike at the moment. Double tank item top lane with boots. Carbon is sitting on the components of his third item, which is a Zeal. Double item mid lane. Zeal pick up for Lost with his Black Cleaver as well as the Blade, and even Knight's Vow already complete for Cupcake.
And let me tell you, against AD compositions, having Ninja Tabby and Vanadanson on Graves actually makes you feel like a frontliner again. Fantix is still going to be able to blow him up, but against AD threats, Carbon's actually going to feel like he can walk 1v1 against anyone and kill them.
Does Lost go for a Phantom Dance here, or does he go straight towards Rapid Fire Cannon? Because with Knight's Vow, extra Phantom Dance, and that's going to reduce a lot of damage from Direwolves.
I feel like he goes Phantom Dancer. I would like to see Legacy start playing around Baron. I think that's what I want to see. My one criticism of Legacy as a team, I do think they are very hesitant around Baron. They don't pull the trigger quick enough, and I don't know, like they have just a few iffy plays every now and again. So I want to see them. I want to see the work they put in this last week, like come through here. I want to see them start making a pick around Baron. They have so much one-shot potential with like a Nod Hook into a Syndra, like just blowing someone up. Yeah, they just need the vision control and they just need to start baiting it.
So I mean, there's 2 things you can do. You either bring Poppy to your team and brute force and be willing to turret dive, or you go towards Baron, and Baron is definitely a higher percentage play at this stage of the game.
So Legacy moved down mid lane, looking like they want to try and chip that one out. They've already cleared out wards inside of the Direwolves jungle. There are still 2 available for Destiny, as well as Chippy still has his trinket.
And if Baron does start up, there is one really good teleport ward.
For Chippies.
It's a control ward's never going to expire. They're never going to check that part of the map because they're past everything. Both teleports are up for Chippies and Fantix. So they can potentially, you know, dangle Shern out the front of it and then have the big flank. Still a risky play. But
they're pinging the ward.
Yeah, they're pinging it out.
They're looking for the flank.
Direwolves know there is that flank option available.
That was actually a strange non-commit. Tally was beneath him. Cupcake had a clear hook there, or even ulti.
Flash stun into the wall.
Yeah.
Lulu can't hold if she's CC'd.
She's
just dead.
Legacy looking to continue sieging mid lane in a turret. Going to move up here. Turret at half health. This should be picked up nice and easy. Shenmai's going in with the kick.
Nice kick.
Knocks Lost into Claire. But Cupcake, he's soaking up the front line as a support. He'll be the first to fall. What a big knock-up coming in from the Lulu. Shenmai's been knocked out of the fight. King is low, knocked into a wall. Legacy already get a pick on towards the AD carry, trading their own support. Lost is now trying to move on forward, but incredibly low. Fantix trying to get back in. Chippies jumps in again, but look at Lost cutting around. Tally is still at full health, diving into the back lines against the Direwolves. Still a very close team fight.
But I feel sorry because all of a sudden they're just hitting a brick wall.
Yeah.
They're so far behind that Tally for the AD threats, and this is what I said, Fantix is the only person that can kill anyone. Because as soon as Tally goes past into the AD carries, no one can touch him. He's got Tabbies as well as Sunfire. Tabbies are stupid. They need to be nerfed.
Absolutely.
Well, we can see Lost has gone back to base, picked up a rapid fire cannon for himself, so values that extra range over damage reduction. We'll get that from the Knight's Vow though. And Iceborne Gauntlet picked up by Tally here. If he was annoying already, it's going to be even worse now.
Certainly is going to be, as you said, massive kick out of Shern, and they don't turn around and blow him up because once again, you don't want to attack the pincer, you want to attack the main unit. But that means Fantix gets huge value on the damage. If not for Tally's ulti, that would have been probably a one-team fight for Direwolves, but Tally comes up the good, and then look at this. I mean, Chippy's Fantix are like, we can get in, and Tally just continually dives the backline, so they have to turn around and deal with it.
Direwolves just weren't on the same page there. As you saw, I guarantee you, like during that fight, they were calling to commit forward, and then Fantix was looking for it, and Chippy's just overcommitted.
Lost just walked over the ward and didn't kill it.
No.
He's going to go back for it. Okay.
He's back for it.
Cool.
Oh, there we go.
Shift click around the map. But as I was saying, like Chippy's overcommitted, burn his flash, and Direwolves just got so much value out of the
Oh, King.
He's
Oh,
dead.
King, he's dead.
Oh,
There's
nah.
the ultimate coming through. Collateral damage over the side. Tally is in amongst this fight as well. Legacy is still trying to pull this one up without their mid lane. A big knockoff from Cupcake. Tally dives into the back lines, knocks everyone up again, but Cupcake can't escape, and now Tally's dead. Wait a second, suddenly this is Direwolves team fight.
It certainly is, because it was a 5v3 turning into a 5v3 again, and then Lost didn't even arrive for the end of the team fight. That's a huge fight for Direwolves against the Flow. They're going to put themselves back within 5,000 gold range.
I don't know why Legacy just committed. King just flashed in, ultied, missed, burnt the heal, burnt everything. Claire maybe should have just died anyway, but then they used the Nord ulti, the Poppy went in, and Lucian just was nowhere to be seen. He was running down from the top river. I hope he was shift-clicking down. And he was just zooming down, and he just didn't get to the fight. If he was there, Direwolves would have just been aced.
Maybe
he would
he
have actually
found-
just cleaned them all up.
Maybe he found a couple of pink wards on
Yeah,
the way. You
maybe
know,
he
shift
did. Maybe
clicking
that's why
stopped
he
him.
was late.
It's like, I'm coming, guys. I was there. Hang on. Got a pink ward. Stop. But Direwolves, they're able to get some respite here. As
They
they're
didn't
now
get some respite. They got a huge respite. They got 3 kills, 2 of which were shutdowns, and 2 turrets.
Yeah, so now they're only 4,000 gold away from Legacy. 30 minutes into the game, that is touching distance.
The big thing for Legacy right now is the Direwolves don't have either TP. This is, and they do, right?
Yeah.
So this is their window to make a Baron play. They need to sweep out the pit. They've already got a pink ward in the pit, but Direwolves have that cheeky ward over the wall.
Yep.
They need to push into the top side. Poppy's answering the bot wave, get some flank wards, and Poppy can flank TP and just make a pick onto King. No flash right now. Chippy's no flash right now.
Big wave top, which Lost has pushed out. There are wards to spot his re-entrance in towards the pit.
The other thing is Claire's as strong as he's probably going to be this game. At this stage of the game, you know, without massive items picked up on anyone else, 4-item Syndra is definitely a menace to deal with. King dies instantly if he gets looked at. And I feel like that is just what you play around right now. You play around Poppy in the bottom lane with a lot of wave clear because Sunfire as well as Iceborne Gauntlet. But they're not going to go for it. They want to group as 5 still.
I was going to say, while Schoenfire is coming out their ward, that's where you pull the trigger, but Legacy, very confident still.
They're going over the wall.
They got They found Shern. 3-man collapse onto the Lee Sin. He's going to get Wild Growth from Destiny, but it's just a matter of time before Lost cuts him down. No jungler for Direwolves.
Yeah.
Do you pull the trigger now?
Exactly. You have to. I mean, there is no other play available on the map. No smite for 40 seconds, plus the 15 seconds it takes you to run out of the base. This should be a free Baron.
Legacy just need to play for the fight. If Direwolves are going to contest it, they have no Lulu ulti, they can't keep people alive. Whoever Cupcake hooks is just going to get one shot.
So, Legacy on top of Baron, already down to 4,000 health. Direwolves are cutting around the outside. They
Now
get taken
turn.
down. They do go for it. Look, Chippy's midway through his E. They will throw out the Varus ultimate. King tries to lock them down, does save his top laner's life with the help of Flash, but Baron buff to Legacy.
But all of a sudden, ooh, Fantix.
Oh, gets caught out, and Fantix is going to be able to get back away. Tries to hop over a wall. Carbon dashes over with Loss. He's going to flash out, but Cupcake's there. Big old anchor into your face, buddy.
Actually quite big because no one... Oh, actually, Fantix does have teleport. But I was going to say no one can really go with the 4-man unit if Tally goes into the side wave right now. But they've just bought themselves 40 seconds to be able to get those cooldowns back available for Chippies to be able to respond to Tally. So I think that pick is actually really crucial, even though it isn't on the teleport user. Claire's just going to join the 4-man group. I think the delay actually hurts Legacy a lot right now.
So where did Legacy go from here? Do they move top side, take down final inner? Try and split push with Tally?
I think you send Tally top lane after he shoves out this wave, starts a slow push for himself, and then you send everyone else mid. And then you just play the 1-4, you play Tally, Iceborne Gauntlet, shoving in waves as hard as you possibly can. And Chippy's not being able to stand up to the full tank Poppy.
With the Baron, Tally should just be able to push him in and get the flank.
Yep.
Tally has flash. All they need to look for right now is to set up on a turret. It honestly, in my eyes, doesn't matter if they set up onto the top inner. I think if they do, which they are right now, Direwolves are just going to concede it.
Yep.
But they're just looking for a flash Poppy stun into like an engage under a turret.
Direwolves are looking to try and continue pushing up mid. Claire in trouble. Kick flash, but good flash from Claire. Chippy still hunting him down. Not able to secure the kill, and
Collapse is potentially here.
Oh, they're going for it. Chippies is dead. He's locked down. Carbon finds him, jumps over the wall, but the rest of the Legacy squad are there. Lost will dash on forward. Chippies is trying to run away. Does he have another E in time? Does not. Lost gets that kill, and now it's a 4-on-5.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what they're looking for. 50 seconds is such a long death time. A Carbon just streams top lane. Graves is going to shred through that turret. He's just all AD, and then the rest of the team just pushes up mid. I mean, looks like Tally's going to go bottom because he still has TP to be able to match that. And on the way through, once again, Legacy, they're not in a rush. They just take away everything. They take away double golems. They take away red buff.
Give me the Krugs. I'll take a red as well. And now top lane turret is free for our taking. Big minion wave, so they can try and push through here. 25 seconds on Chippies. Tally does have teleport to stop the minion from dying in the turret. Teleports onto a ward instead. Trying to get right behind the Direwolves. Good smoke screen stops Shern from being able to do anything funny. Inhibitor turret falls. Inhibitor falls for Legacy as well.
They maybe could have held the TP there, but I think Tally was just using it to guarantee the turret. Chippy's coming up in 5 seconds as Tally just does not take damage.
Tally just walks through 3 players in the Direwolves and a turret. Does not care.
Yeah, but Chippy was coming up in like 10 to 15 seconds. If Direwolves did actually hold that top turret because Tally didn't TP, they have a lot of flank wards in their topside jungle where they could have picked up a fight. So I think overall it was a very safe play by Tally.
High percentage play. And that's what we said. Legacy is a high percentage team.
Yeah.
They're
slow,
not
methodical.
Yeah. Which is why I was really surprised that they picked a Press R comp last time, because that's not Legacy real gameplay. Destiny's behind them. He's dead.
Double stun. Destiny's going to get locked down. There's the ultimate from Poppy. Knocks them out as soon as a good knockup comes through for Lost. Gets them the inhibitor, but not game.
I mean, that's still a good play.
Yeah.
He gets the maximum amount of people punted away. Now they move into bottom side. Look at the wave that they prepared earlier, Fish. Finally some side wave control in the OPL.
Seems like Baron will finally die off here for Legacy, though. So Carbon still has that extra buff timer there, as you can see from his runes and masteries. He's the only one with the Baron buff still ticking.
I was going to say Ava Run, but Cupcake builds a locket on Legacy, but then he's building one of his own. Maybe he goes Banner. Maybe he goes Banner and puts it in the Echo lane. That'd be really smart, to be honest.
He works against Fantix. Maybe not so much Camille.
It was Mickey Whale that started doing it as well in the OPL. Whenever he got a Rise top lane against him, he would go tank and just build Banner.
Is this Mastery going to allow Legacy to push for another inhibitor? Ah, it's going to run out. Not close enough.
From Chippies.
Yeah, coming into the base turret.
He wants to try and defend this one, but Legacy too
Yeah,
quick.
they can't.
Pull the trigger. Final inhibitor falls.
Well, I actually think the fact that Fantix got chunked out was why they didn't pull the trigger on that fight. So Claire, once again, coming up the goods in this game 3. And Claire's a nervous player. Having a good game 3 for Claire, I feel, is really crucial for Legacy for the rest of this series, because now he's finally shrugged off the cobwebs. He's 2-5, but really that does not tell the story of how well he has played this game. He's probably won this game for Legacy, to be honest.
Scores absolutely do not tell at all.
Lots as well having a much better game after the last 2. Even Tally stepping up. He did not have 2 good games.
Lost is the tankiest AD carry right now. He has a Maw, he has a Knight's Vow. I don't know. He's OP. He didn't run around and do what he wants.
3 lockets. No, 2 lockets on the side. Where's Carbon's locket?
17 dashes.
Kind of what you got to do when you're going to dash into the other team.
Yeah.
Well, especially when there's a full AP Echo. I mean, we saw what Praedyth did on it yesterday. I mean, at least a lot of people did, going Tainted Minds, getting themselves back into the OPL. T-Gun gives me a little bit of a glance. Sorry, mate. That's exactly what happened. He built a death cap. So, yeah, I think that, Echo getting onto Lost was legitimately one of the last win conditions, and with how tanky he is right now, that's going to be a challenge.
He's still 410 CS with 3 kills and sitting on that needlessly large rod for his final item.
So this is the last stand, right? Direwolves are down 3 inhibs, and Legacy are looking to push in the base. Honestly, I think, knowing Legacy, they're going to push in the waves, and then they're just going to reset in a minute and a half and pick up the Baron. I think that's the safest way to do it.
Baron and Elder Dragon, potentially.
And the other thing that you have to watch out for with Legacy is that now that they're playing so far on your side of the map, even if they lose a team fight right now, you actually get nothing against them. You get all the shutdown gold, that's great, but you're pretty much nearly at full items, and you just can't push out of your base ever, and eventually you make a mistake.
Tally's just tackling into the team. Ultimate comes out from King, pulls everyone back in, massive knockups as
Here
well.
we go.
1 by 1, Direwolves are trying to fight back, but they've already lost 1. We'll trade it for Tally. Both top laners are down. Carbon is chasing down Shurnfire. King's gone. Lost is diving into the back lines. Only Destiny remains inside the base, and Cupcake even denies him from getting back into the fountain. Legacy pull a game back here and send us to game number 4.
And just watch the captain when he gets out of his chair. See if he has any big reactions. Actually, looks pretty composed as far as Carbon goes. Just giving him the final little words of wisdom and breathes a big sigh of relief. Woo.
Yeah, big sigh of relief. As I was saying earlier, this is the swing, right? This is the moment where Legacy go back and they're just feeling really good. Like, they're in a bad position in terms of the best of 5, but picking that up is a big confidence booster for the rookies, for Claire, for their bot lane. Carbon's got to rally the troops, and I don't know, I think it's looking up for Legacy in the series.
Well, a lot of people on the desk were saying this is a 3-1 to the Direwolves, so still potential to have that exact score prediction come through. And Legacy, they still have to go through a reverse sweep if they want to win the grand finals.
And you know, for Direwolves to drop that game just to play flip side of the coin, in my opinion, this is actually the statement game. 3-0-ing a team is fantastic, but when you pick up the third game against the flow, especially if you're able to come out and really command that performance, then to me, that's when you have the signs of a fantastic team. Because you've gone up, you've shown your class, to go back down, then hit back shows that you're mentally tough as well. So big game for both of these teams in game number 4 coming up.
It certainly is, and with Legacy's win, we are going to be able to get into that game number 4, as you can see, 14 minutes before that match starts. But for now, to break down that series, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Fish, Spawn, and E-Jim. Well, there we have it. Legacy pulling back. Is it on? Is the reverse swing on, Juvs?
I mean, my prediction's on. My initial prediction. I didn't change. Well, I kind of changed my vote. I did predict 3-1 though.
But you saw when Carbon took game 3 against Sin last week. I know you didn't.
I did see it.
I
did.
But when that happened, you wouldn't have seen this because he was in the other room. But his reaction then was like, "Come on, I will not!" And he was screaming. Right?
I think you heard it.
Yeah. But you watch him then, and he's just like, "All right, I know this is what we had to do." And also the other thing I want to bring up is that in that pre-game video, Shenfire, they were like, "Hey, describe Legacy in one sentence." He goes, "Look, they're slow. They're uncalculated." But that's, I mean, Legacy playing slow League of Legends is because they actually are very calculated in what they do. They're playing, like this caster said, high percentage League of Legends, Tegon. So, I mean, what did that game 3 reveal to you?
While I do agree they played this really high percentage, these really careful plays, I would say it was kind of strange to see a team with 3 nibs down and Legacy take a long time to close it out. Like Direwolves, I think it was like 2-3 minutes where they had no inhibitors, and Legacy just said, "Oh, well, we're just going to take our time, going to take a stroll through the jungle," and wait for what seemed like almost too long. So it was a little careful play from them. I think maybe the nerves of, we're winning.
We're not throwing
Don't
this.
want to throw this
we
one,
can't throw
right?
this.
Seems like that might have got to them. But, I mean, obviously they did close it out and bring it to this point. It was just a little slow for my takes.
Yeah, and I really feel there seems to be calculated. Like, it is Legacy doing that. Even E-Jim said it beforehand. I expect Legacy to pull back, push out their waves, and then go for the win afterwards. And it comes down to them being, yes, they are slow, but it is methodical to a degree, and that ends up being one of their strengths.
So I want to talk about this draft. Now, Juvs, I don't know if you saw the interview I did with Soul Strikes just before we went in, but I asked him, "Hey, why are you guys picking Ashe?" And he goes, "Look, we're picking Ashe so we can keep track of Shenfire." With this now, they've picked up Lucian. They can't use Ashe's hookshot to track the jungle. But how did you feel this particular comp took? Yeah.
Well, first thing, I think if you're picking Ashe just to spot the jungler, your jungler is either bad or not doing his job.
Yeah.
And I'm not calling Carbon bad.
Yeah.
So I don't know where their communication is or what communication they have, but like that should not be the case.
Absolutely.
Ashe's kit is handy that it has that, but it shouldn't be you're picking Ashe because you want to keep track of the enemy jungler. But two things I really like in that pick band is, well, 3 things. They got Poppy. They got Poppy into Camille, and that's a decent early matchup for Poppy. They got Graves into Lee Sin, and I would say that's a good Graves matchup. I don't care what anyone says, that's a good Graves matchup. They got Syndra in mid lane. They counter-picked with Echo, but Syndra still bullies Echo early.
Yeah.
Like, Echo needs 6 to be safe in that lane, okay? So they pick a really strong mid laner, and then they just pick Comfort bot lane. And, like, I want to say, like, that pick ban was literally the reason why they won the game.
Yeah.
Like, they had pressure
Compared
and they
to
had
the
winning
first two.
lanes.
Yeah.
Like, it was that simple.
All right. Well, Merdix, in terms of the mid lane counter match, which is Echo into Syndra, how is that counter meant to go?
So the idea behind it is Echo has his own decent wave clear that he can throw out there. So he's able to just keep on pushing the waves out. He's able to remain out of pressure because the big thing is he remains mobile, moving around the lane, avoiding all the stunts and the balls coming through from Syndra while safely clearing the wave. Once he gets to level 6, that's when he gets his kill pressure. That's when he's able to do his own safe plays, because if she does just decide to unleash her power directly onto Echo, he'll be like, "No worries, mate. I'm going to chrono break right now," and everything.
Never happened.
Never happened. That's a great thing of being able to rewind time. And then afterwards, he's able to continue doing that. And if it goes later into the game and he gets his items, it turns into a 1-3-1 composition. And that really does sort of effectively nullify Syndra to a degree.
I think the big scary thing about Echo into Syndra is his roam potential as well, especially post 6. Syndra has to stay in lane. She can't really follow him into the jungle, into the river, because she loses that 1v1. So he's able to exert pressure on other lanes, and we didn't really see it this game because of how well Claire was playing.
Right. Well, in terms of comfort picks then, I want to talk about Nautilus, because Cupcake looking a lot more comfortable on that champion this game, Juves.
I just want to shout Cupcake out. That game he played, like everyone doesn't, no one gives supports credits, but I would say he 1v5 that game. Like his early game was so good. Like he roamed the mid, got kills. He roamed into the jungle, got kills. Like what more do you want from your support? And he didn't lose lane.
Yeah.
Like the early game was so from Cupcake. I can't even say his name. It was so clean. So clean.
It was really good. I wouldn't say 1v5 because, you know, as a support, you need your team to follow up on everything you do, and that's what they were doing. He was making the great picks in the jungle, in the mid lane, and his team was following up. He was just leagues above where he was the previous game, and all that happened was he was hitting hooks when he wasn't the game before.
So, but it's hard to tell, me as the layman, it's hard for me to tell if he's hitting hooks because he's predicting jukes and jives better, or if, you know, the juking and jiving has gone down. Like, I mean, you're a pro at hitting hooks, Tegan. Like,
not anymore.
Well,
thanks a lot.
You're a washed up hook hitter. So when you're throwing those hooks out, right, and you're trying to predict where that person is going to go, how much of it is down to you outplaying them, and how much of it is down to you just hitting it where you always hit it?
It's like a really weird mind game between you and the opponent, because every time you miss, it's because they juked. It doesn't matter if they kept running straight, doesn't matter if they stopped still, doesn't matter what they did. You missed. It's not like they outplayed you, right? That's how you should feel as a hook champion, as a hook player. It's the onus is on you. It's as simple as that. And I think he took that to heart after the first game that he played Nautilus, just missing everything, and said, you know what, I need to do better. And he's come up and done that.
Yeah.
He's started either predicting or waiting for his teammates to stun for him to land stuff, but he's changed his playstyle, and it was evident.
So the big thing that was, well, yeah, indeed it was evident. But the other big thing that was different about this game was that Legacy took an early lead and were able to like hold it out for longer. But there was a moment, Mendrix, in the mid game where Direwolves took a mid lane team fight and it brought them back into the game.
That's right, and it was just a great decision making from Direwolves to sort of just force this out immediately, because if they basically had all the ideas around the map what was happening, I mean, they just absolutely dive straight onto Claire, make sure he's deleted from that. But the big thing that's happening is Lucian's not in a team fight. Spawn mentioned this was a 4v5. Direwolves found the right team fight to get something back. They end up getting the Dragon off the back of this. They do a great job to kite back and keep everyone else alive. And the problem for them there is they need to do that another 3 to 4 times, really, to get themselves back into the game well and truly, because that was how far Legacy was really ahead in that situation.
But don't you feel that in terms of playing from behind, Direwolves even being able to take that particular team fight was better than stuff Legacy was able to put out in the first 2 games? Did you feel?
Yeah, well, I think with a team like Direwolves, they're not going to lay down and just let you beat them. They're going to try something, and I think that was more of a misplay from Claire than like a really good play from Direwolves.
Yeah, right.
Like I'm all for big plays, but you're trying to do a 1v4. Like that was 1v4 where he walked up and like I think he got hooked, Varus ulted, but he didn't need to be there. He had his team collapsing. If he just waited 5 to 10 more seconds, they probably wouldn't even have. Clay wouldn't have died. He would have one-shot Varus, and team would have followed up, and it would have been a clean.
Well, speaking of Claire, let's take a look at his stats for that game. Because, I mean, we were talking about how he's popping off, but 3, 5, and 8 does not look particularly impressive, Mendrix.
No, that's right there. But the big thing about it you have to take into account when you look at Claire this game is he was heavily focused.
Yeah.
When in terms of the resources that Direwolves are putting in there, they seem to be just sending Shenfire in there, and he was trying to get those insect kicks, everything off the back of it. But there were times when he was still getting the trades off of it. They ended up extending too far and it being punished majority of the time going after Claire. So even though you can say that, yeah, you know what, maybe that KDA is not impressive, you have to look at that team damage dealt. It's still up there. You have to look at that kill participation. It's still solid.
Yeah.
For him to be focused in that, to have that much resources put into him and still be providing for his team is, in fact, a great performance.
He's a sponge, T-Gun. He's a sponge, just sucking up all their multis.
Yeah, like I want to hammer home the point that the cast has brought down was stats don't really draw the whole story.
Absolutely.
We're talking about Cupcake roaming and getting the hooks off, especially the early one in mid. It came off the back of a Syndra stun, which leads into Claire getting a kill and completely neutralizing Echo. Like I was saying before, Echo can't roam when Syndra exerts too much pressure, but it shouldn't get to that point, but it did because Claire was playing so well.
Well, going back to you mentioned Cupcake, let's take a look at his stats in that game because like we were saying before, looking a lot more comfortable on the Nautilus this time. And as a support, T-Gun, I mean, when you look at the 3 games he's played now, in Game 2 and Game 3 on that Nautilus, I mean, what in particular, aside from the assists, really stood out to you?
The vision wards placed, I really hope that's not a Game 2 and 3 stat. I hope that's only Game 3.
That's just Game 3.
And even if that is just Game 3, which I'm being told it is, still a little on the low side. Now,
Very low, but that's how Cupcake plays. Doesn't buy vision.
He does. But this this strikes a nerve with me, okay? Because your job as a support, it doesn't matter what you're playing and what you want to claim is your playstyle, is to provide vision. You build the Sidestone, you buy the pink wards, you do that for your team to provide utility. That's what your role is. And he doesn't do that, which means that in the games where they get behind, they seem to lack vision, but when they get ahead like they did just that game, he seems really, really incredible in his playstyle. He's able to go in and not care. He's tankier than he should be, right? So while it works when they win, it helps them lose games faster when they're losing.
But the other thing is, like, because they didn't even have Ashe, so they don't have the Hawk in Game 3 as well, Juve. So, like, when they're just, like, when he's not placing wards, like, who's giving them vision? It's just Carbon.
Yeah, just face check.
Yeah.
If they're there. Face check. If they're there, it's like, oh, boys, found them. Can we follow up? No? Okay, GG, boys, move on to next.
Well, I mean, when you look at that kill participation, though, when it comes to him getting vision, maybe he was the vision. He was the roaming vision, walking around. He goes, oh, yeah, I did find them, guys. They're right here. We can kill them as well. Let's do that. So it just seems to be that even though, yes, the vision wards weren't there, he was still providing a good amount of assets in that game.
All right, well, a constant theme of the OPL this split has been dodgy Baron calls. But I want to take a look at a death from Schönfire that led to a very safe Baron call from Legacy. And Mendrix, when you look at this, I mean, what should Schön have done differently in this play?
To be honest, it's kind of hard to say. They actually sat in the brush beforehand for a good rough. I mean, it's just a bad situation. Like, how would you feel when you see that many members jump over and kill you? But he sat there for a good 20 minutes with his sweeper going through, trying to make sure he was clear about it. And then they took the long way around the brush to make that. Legacy just did a great job to initiate that play and make sure they could actually pick up the Baron off the back of that. Because it seemed that we're doing everything, appropriate into what they went for, but they had the vision there initially. They knew they had to be taken the long way. They made the play and it worked.
They weren't even going for Schön, though. They were going for Phoenix.
Yeah.
They saw him, they're like, all right, let's go kill the Echo. Oh, hey, Lee, what's up, man? And then they get a free Baron. Like, yes, he still shouldn't be there because it's a really, really weird path to take, and you should understand that Legacy do have control of that area. But, when I look at that play, I think Fantix was the one that sort of let him die. He was the one that ran way further ahead than he needed to be and sort of helped Schön die.
If the two of them were there together, then they're still going to die, right?
Yeah,
hold hands and die.
Yeah,
at least you die with dignity.
It's like the end of the Titanic or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I won't let go, Schönfire.
Sorry, I don't mean to spoiler alert, guys, for a movie from 20 years ago. So, Juice, let's talk about Direwolves going into Game 4. What's something they can take out of Game 3 that was positive?
Well, they didn't just roll over. They made a game of it. I don't think they rolled over.
I think at the end they did. They gave up the third inhib because Fantix got chunked.
He got chunked,
but still, the second that inhib dies, the game's over. I think they just have to fight there. They probably lose anyway, right? I think most people would come to that conclusion, but giving up that inhib, that feels like they had already given up at that point to me. Before then, yes, especially in that mid play, they didn't roll over. They made huge plays, but it seemed like they ran out of steam to me.
Yeah.
I think they were just hoping he would get a base off by the time the 3 waves pushed in, and then they could get a fight again. But I think if you're Direwolves, you know that you've taken 2 games really cleanly, and you lost the third, sure, whatever. You just go back. You go back to your bread and butter. Like I said, if I'm Direwolves now, look at that. I mean, I keep harping on Pickban, and I don't think Pickban's the be all and end all.
Sure.
But I just wouldn't give Carbon a champ where Schön can't abuse him because he's got Graves, and I just focus on picking strong lanes again. That's what I always do. That don't detour from what works.
Anyone else want to get in before we go to this Game 3?
I would say to ban Lucian. I'd ban Lucian because they said it before. They said that Loss is most effective when he's playing Lucian. They said that he's the strongest player on their team, and they let him get his best pick.
Yeah, they might leave open Braum, though.
Why? oh no.
Closing thoughts before we get out of here?
I like what Legacy did in terms of just with the change in the draft phase. You just keep on making sure you've got some priority somewhere. At least if you're able to do that, that means they're able to take the win, have some better performances.
All right, well, it is currently 2-1 in favor of Direwolves, but going into Game 4, we're going to watch some highlights, and then we'll be with your casters, Fish, Spawn, and Ejim right after this.
They're going to try and deny him jumping over. Hits the plant as well. Schönfire stuck for now. Good damage for Carbon. Flash over the wall. Cupcake picks up first blood for Legacy. A big wild growth. Schönfire incredibly low though as Carbon's looking to try and duke that out in the backside of the map. Tally has been locked down. Fantix diving behind Legacy. Lost gets the first kill. Destiny almost falls to the collateral damage. They're trying to lock down Claire here. Schönfire sidesteps the stun and kicks him back into the team. Very easy for the walls, but wow, King, he's dead! Chippy is locked down. There we go. He pulls the trigger this time round. Almost, and yes, as Carbon gets the snipe from downtown with collateral damage. Nice and easy. Schönfire's going in with the kick. Nice kick. Knocks gets lost into Claire, but Cupcake, he's soaking up the front line as a support. He'll be the first to fall. What a big knock-up coming in from the Lulu. Shonefire's been knocked out of the fight. King is low, knocked into a wall. Legacy already get a pick on towards the AD carry, trading their own support. Lost is now trying to move on forward, but incredibly low. Fantic's trying to get back in. Chippies jumps in again, but look at Lost cutting around. Tally is still at full health, diving into the back lines against the Direwolves. Still a very close team fight. Oh, King, he's dead. There's the ultimate coming through. Collateral damage over the side. Tally is in amongst this fight as well. Legacy is still trying to pull this one off without their mid lane. A big knockoff from Cupcake. Tally dives into the back lines, knocks everyone up again, but Cupcake can't escape, and now Tally's dead. Wait a second, suddenly this is Direwolves team fight. Ultimate comes out from King, pulls everyone back in, massive knockups as well. Here we go. One by one, Direwolves are trying to fight back, but they've already lost one. We'll trade it for Tally. Both top laners are down. Carbon is chasing down Shonefire. King's gone. Lost is diving into the back line. Only Destiny remains inside the base, and Cupcake even denies him from getting back into the fountain. Legacy pull a game back here and send us to game number 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into game 4 between Legacy and the Direwolves. It was looking like it was going to be a quick 3-0 for the Wolves, but Legacy pull one back.
And as we said, that's the swing game right there. Game 3 in a best of 5 is arguably, when you go down 0-2, the most important game. Well, of course it is, because you either lose or you win. And, but at the same time, can be that momentum changer, Egypt.
Yeah, absolutely. That is the momentum changer. I'm interested to see if either of the teams switch up any of the bans right now, because the last couple of games, they've just been doing the same thing.
And so far from Legacy, we've seen Zyra, Ken, and Karma, the 3 very staple bans here today. So 2 bans targeted out towards Destiny, 1 towards Chippies, and they have already Lucian banned by the Direwolves.
I do like the Karma ban, but I think they can probably afford to drop the Zyra. I feel like Legacy Cupcake has showed that he's a very good MF player, even if he doesn't buy pinks, but he buys a lot of longswords and he does a lot of damage. And that's a really good matchup. And I'd like to see Lost and Cupcake on a matchup that isn't unfavorable, that isn't a tank into like a mage that can bully you around.
Direwolves do change things up though with their final ban. It's Graves has been taken off the table, not allowing Legacy to first pick that. They take away Varus.
Varus. Wow, that is very strange. Yeah. So a couple of things. Direwolves picked red side. And then all of a sudden... oh, no. Actually, Legacy picked blue, so send Direwolves back to red side. But not sticking with the Ashe pick. And also, Lulu is available and not taking it off the board.
Yeah, so Direwolves will be able to pick up Ashe straight away. Still have one more pick before it goes back towards the Legacy's draft.
I want to see Lulu. I want to see Lulu right now. Yeah, the Varus is interesting, though, for Legacy, because I feel like the arrows have been pretty vital for them in their wins. Or in their win, rather, I guess. But switching it up, I think honestly, this means, in my eyes, the Varus pick this early instead of the Ashe means they want to get things done earlier, which I hope means they're going to pick not a Nautilus or a Trundle.
I'm looking for Lulu Rengar.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the ideal way to round out this comp. You force Shern to pick up either that's his Gragas jungle from now on, or he has to pick Lee Sin Elise in the next rotation, because otherwise you're just going to go to town on the jungle champion pool.
You also force them to ban the Shen, right? Like, you can't really give a team... oh, there's the Syndra. I guess they can't pick Lulu and Rengar here. But if they didn't do that, I'd like... oh!
Wow, Brom's actually picked up. So normally teams ban out Brom to take away the Lucian Brom combo from Legacy. And it's actually picked up by Cupcake.
Legacy have just taken the right turn down unorthodox, like, meme bottom lane street again. Like, legitimately, that's what they've done. Because, like, there is so much legitimate, like, early game threat that you can run off the back end of the draft that you've been served up. And they've gone back to Braum without Lucian being available, which to me is actually... it's just such a strange way to draft.
And now Fantix has thrown Vladimir into the mid lane. This should be a top lane Gragas, but it has been flexed into the jungle before. And so we'll have to see where Dials decide to run the Fat Man. As Fizz banned out again, they don't want that to be run into Chippy's top side of the map. Rumble still being banned out. So Legacy expecting this to be a jungle Gragas.
I would, potentially agree with that. I think that we've seen 100% win rate out of jungle Gragas so far. Spooks picked it up for a game, Juves picked it up for a game, and I think that Carbon had one.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, certainly been a good pick.
Camille ban? By Direwolves.
Yeah, and they're very vocal that is one of the few top laners that is like OP at the moment. They think that Ivan's really OP, and they think that Camille is legitimately OP, and Sharp kind of doesn't understand why more teams don't pick it. I agree that it's still very strong. As I said, I like the layering of ultimates that you can use with Camille. She just gives you an area that you cannot access.
I mean, a player that is really good on Camille, not only Chippies, but also Tally plays a really good Camille top side of the map.
Solo carried a game versus a team that I can't really remember. After about 55 minutes, I think.
So
he
no,
took their whole base.
No Rengar ban.
I hate this. I hate that this has happened. No, but the interesting thing between Direwolves and Legacy in terms of Camille is that Direwolves, in my eyes, Chippies is the blind pick Camille. He'll just like pick Camille because he knows he's really good at it and he thinks he's just going to win, whereas Tally uses it more as a counter pick. So I guess that's why they're banning away in the second side rotation, right?
Ooh!
Ash Tahm Kench, that pops off.
Tahm
I like
Kench
that.
picked up by King here, so I mean, still can be flexed top lane for Chippies.
It means you have to kill the Tahm Kench. You
Yeah.
can't flash onto the Ashe anymore because she doesn't even burn a summoner spell. Tahm Kench just gobbles her up and for some reason runs quicker with someone inside it. I still haven't figured out how that exactly works.
Apparently the other team weighs heavier as well.
Yeah, well that does make sense. When you eat something, you're a little bit full.
But
you
your
try
team's
and go to
not.
the gym and hit the treadmill. You tell me how you feel.
Not great, Spawn, not great.
But I feel like Tahm Kench Ash is a relatively safe lane. Tahm Kench beats the Braum, and Ash has more pushing potential, and I think Tahm Kench has more pushing potential as well because he can bully around the Braum. So
Start of this split, we used to see a lot of Tahm Kench picked up, especially in Korea, but what they used to see is they'd sack bottom lane completely because they'd be stuck on the turret against a ranged support, but like you mentioned, against Braum, that's easy.
Yeah, against a range support, they are, I guess, like, the only thing wrong with getting pushed in because you pick the Tahm Kench into a range support is, like, the threat of the dive, right? Like, what you saw Direwolves do in Game 1. But if you're against a melee, that's less impactful, and I guess also Tahm Kench is just really hard to dive. You have to commit on the Tahm Kench, you can't go on the Ashe, you have to eat her.
And the biggest thing that... Ooh, that's a top lane Olaf. Biggest thing I want to talk about also is the fact that Tahm Kench has legitimate kill threat on Varus and Braum does not have kill threat on Ashe.
Yeah,
Tahm
absolutely.
Kench does percentage health damage from his passive based on his health. So, like, he gets more magic damage based off his health is what I'm trying to say, not percentage health damage. So he can, like, flash on top of Ashe and then start licking her and, like, spitting her out everywhere. Whereas Braum just kind of hits Ashe 4 times and then Ashe ignores
Walks
him.
away,
So
yeah.
I think that Tahm Kench is definitely a good pick in this matchup.
So, I'm trying to see if they do end up swapping this one because Gragas makes more sense top, but it seems like it is. Like you mentioned, Spawn, top lane Ola.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Have we actually seen Chippy's top lane Olaf this season? No, I think behind the scenes, it's something teams know about. Chippy's, when they came back from Korea, that was his answer into Camille. Nobody wanted to pick Camille into it because he wanted to pick the Olaf, and I guess now he's playing it into the Nautilus. Legacy pinched the top pool. They took away the Rumble. I guess actually Direwolf pinched the top pool. They took away the Fizz, took away the Camille. Rumble's off the table by Legacy, and yeah, Chippy's Olaf top. Like, we haven't seen it yet. He is taking Flash though, if that's correct, which is a bit weird.
Flolaf.
Flolaf?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean? You're the person that's F in front of everything.
Yeah, you can flash Northook, you can flash Q, you can Flolty, but you can't Flolap. You gotta flash in and then ulti and do nothing.
Why
Just
not?
stand there and be like, you can't hit me.
At the same time, I do want to talk about the jungle picks because in China, in the LPL, they are very vocal that Gragas is the counter to Kha'Zix Rengar. That is why Kha'Zix Rengar fell out of the LPL because you can body slam in the direction you know they're jumping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even if they're invisible, you just clean them up. All of a sudden, you ulti and back out, and then your comp just starts moving forward with Gragas, who's a really obnoxious tank frontliner. So I think that Shern has the upper hand in this little skirmish.
And I feel like as Kha'Zix has kind of evolved in the meta, he's kind of gotten to a certain point where if you can't 100% get a kill, you just never dash in, right?
Yep.
And Gragas kind of just accentuates that, and Kha'Zix should never be able to dash in.
I actually think we're going to see like one of the first ever W evolve and then E evolves. Like we're going to see the annoying Kha'Zix build where what he does is he gets on the side of the team fight and just starts shooting W's at you and slowing you for obnoxious amounts. If you ever hard commit on him, he just leaps like 17 meters away. And what that does is it means that, you know, if then they can start looking for hooks and starting to peel the team comp away, Braum jumps up the front, stops all the damage. You can isolate a target really easily. Problem with that is TK still just will save anyone. So it is a risky team comp to play. We'll see whether they're able to make it work.
It's interesting with a Braum comp into a Tahm Kench comp, right? Because Braum is just going to land the Q and then everyone on Legacy is just going to tunnel on proc in the passive.
Yeah.
But obviously with Tahm Kench you can't do that. He's just going to gobble them up, so he becomes a priority. But I think he's probably going to invest into the QSS pretty early. They have a Varus, like the ulti there. If he gets stunned up, he will just die for free.
Yep.
That's probably what we're going to see out of Destiny.
And the other option you have with Tahm Kench as we're waiting to get into the game is the fact that he plays the map better than Braum.
Yeah.
He's able to, you know, take someone with him on a teleport, right? He's able to set up 1-3-1 very well. He attacks 1-3-1 very well. So if you never want to group as Legacy this game, you're in a little bit of trouble. He just gives you more options.
And not even the 1-3-1. In the early lane phase, Tahm Kench is actually just one of the best supports at losing lane. Like, absolutely. Like, if you're losing lane, you can just get shoved in, clear the wave, and it doesn't even matter that they have priority on you, because you can just ulti into the mid turret. Like, you can just gank mid, and you get turret aggro 100% of the time if you ulti into the turret range. So you can bring your AD carry along, and then you tank the turret, kill the mid laner, and then you force a good trade. You get a mid turret for bot turret, that can work out. So
I mean, to touch on what you said as well, I mean, Tahm is one of the best champions to lose lane because even though he gets poked out, he still keeps his AD carry alive, and he still safely farms underneath the turret, maybe falls 10 CS behind, but that's nothing once you get into the mid lane. But like you guys mentioned, I'm still excited to see this top lane Olaf. You might have seen it behind the scenes a little bit, Ejin, but nobody back home has seen this pick from anyone in the OPL, yet alone international. I think we've seen Olaf top yet.
And I want to see what it is, because Olaf was a big proponent of the Emacs back in the day, where tanks would run up to him and try and trade. He would even once do true damage and then
whack him with a true damage,
scurry off back to his like great wave. Then we saw the evolution of that, where like this, I'm talking about like seasons ago, where everyone realized Q-Max Olaf, if he lands one axe, could just chain them on top of you and just kill you and run you down. Obviously, it's been a while since we've seen top lane Olaf, even internationally. Want to know whether like this is the EMAC annoying trading and then keeping waves frozen and making you overextend for creeps, or whether it's a perpetually pushing, always underneath the turret, chipping out, and then looking for turret dives Q-Max.
And I really want to see how Chippy's going to play that laning, how Tally is going to play this lane, because traditionally Nautilus, his first 3 levels, does fairly well against any champion, maybe barring Fizz, who starts to outclass him at level 3. Olaf could potentially be the exact same thing, and we've seen how one-sided top lane can become if they get an early kill.
I think that he just sacks early game, to be honest, unless he wants Carbon to come up into his lane and gank, which is always a risk, because if you're running into 2 people that do a lot of damage early game, I mean, Gragas, if it's not an isolated target, probably out-damages Kha'Zix, sorry. So I do think that they just can't fight 2v2 at this stage, and they probably will look to just get him to level 6 and then be fine. But it's always a choice to be able to camp top lane.
And it's a little bit scary if you're a Legacy right now, because not only do you have this Olaf that's barreling down, you've got an Ashe arrow coming your way, and suddenly Vladimir's behind your backline as well. It's not an easy team comp to deal with.
Yeah, I guess if Olaf falls behind, though, it's going to be a big problem.
He's useless.
Because he's actually just useless. Yeah, look, if you're looking at the Direwolves comp, right, they had the Ashe arrow with the Vladimir going in on the backline, with the Olaf diving on the backline. If Olaf isn't tanky enough, he gets in that awkward situation where all he can do is run forward, but he doesn't want to run forward because he's just going to get one shot by a Varus with Bork, right?
And I want to really just hit on that, is that I don't mean like he is like slightly like he doesn't do like he does nothing is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like he has a 30% slow or whatever.
He's a support in the top lane. You slow people with an axe.
And he's probably going to build Righteous Glory if he falls behind. It's actually just like not a good place to be in. If you get ahead, you can build Black Cleaver into Randuin's or something like that. You're very useful. But behind Olaf is just, there's a reason he's not picked anymore.
He's feast or famine, right? You either get ahead and then you one-shot the AD carry, or you fall behind and the AD carry one-shots you.
And I mean, they've got Carbon on Kha'Zix in the jungle as well with a Nautilus top lane. Locking down Olaf pre-6 is going to be nice and easy for Legacy if they decide to focus out that lane.
But you can't get counter-ganked. And this is going to be the stage where Carbon, if he wants to camp top lane, needs deep wards on Shern and needs to find him early. Because if you get counter-ganked and you give anything away to Olaf, he will run a train over your team.
Well, welcome to Summoner's Rift, ladies and gentlemen. As we're heading into Game 4 between Legacy and the Direwolves. It's still match point for the Wolves at the moment. Legacy want to try and pull off another reverse sweep here, and they're grouping up for a very cheeky invade again. Throws out the winner's spy, but barely misses the rest of the Wolves who are waiting in the wings.
I don't think we've seen a game or a series with this many 5-man stacks.
No, definitely
at level
not.
1.
So they trade vision again. You can already see Tahm Kench moving into the bottom side of the map. Gets a ward onto Carbon's red buff, whereas the Raptors were warded by Legacy.
And all you're doing is fishing for information. I mean, we've talked about it so much. Just to hit on the point of, like, we haven't seen this many 5 stacks. I think it's just because we haven't seen so many melee supports. And melee supports in 5 stacks are just infinitely more useful than, like, an empowered Karma Q. Even though that does a lot of damage, I mean, Braum passive, even Trundle Pillar this early in the game is just very difficult to deal with.
So that was very cute from Shernfire, actually, as I was watching the minimap. Ran around the ward, faked towards blue buff, and now he's going to wrap around for Raptors later on. So Legacy still know that he's taking Raptors at the moment, but does make it a little bit
as
difficult.
late as possible.
Yes.
The only time Braum beats Tahm Kench, by the way, is level 1. So if he can't kill him level 1 and he missed the door, that's just, now you go back to farming, unfortunately.
Well, let's see what they're going to be able to do here. Lost and Cupcake. They're losing the push for now. Winning the push actually in the bottom lane, so King and Destiny still have to be a little bit careful for that 2-hit.
To the point where, like, internationally, we've seen Braum splash level 1.
Really?
Yeah. Mako and Deft, when they played this lane, were a big duo of giving up first 2 creeps and then flashing on the Tahm Kench when he went for his 3rd proc. Because it's legitimately the only time that you can get significant enough damage out on him that you will be able to chunk him out of lane.
Yeah. After this, it's just all downhill because King stays safe. Destiny has his grey health.
I was going to say, Destiny can take grey health level 2 at the moment.
Yeah.
And actually just poke for days. He's never going to get chipped out. He's just going to walk at him with Qs and use grey health to sustain himself back
He
up.
went exhaust, so he doesn't really have a lot of kill potential level 2. Whereas, Tahm Kench with Ignite would.
That's when
so
you get the W, when you eat him.
Yeah, absolutely. You queue them, so they have to flash away, then you follow and you gobble them up. So like with the level 2, he could absolutely just take grey health and then look for a trade that way.
Direwolves do win the level 2 push, but has Carbon stuck around? Because a ward was just placed down by
think he
Shurnfire,
did.
but I don't think it saw the Kha'Zix. He's going in for this one, level 3.
Go on, Tahm Kench.
They've got to be careful.
Has Tahm Kench? He's got eat, so you have to go Tahm Kench.
Oh, they go for Cupcake instead. King gets eaten up nice and easy. Didn't get the stun. He splashed away. Not enough for Winter's Bite. Good poke damage from Legacy. They do burn the flash on Kench, but Cupcake's burnt both his
But
as well.
they keep even the exhaust. I mean, they got absolutely, they got the minimal out of that. Whereas I feel like if you go on Tahm Kench, he flashes early, then King has to flash after him, and you potentially even get the exhaust. So I think missed target there.
Yeah.
Maybe they thought he had the E because he had taken no damage, but
Very, very sneaky wraparound from Carbon, though. So now it's up to the Legacy bottom lane to try and punish that flash used. Would have been much better if they, like you mentioned, went for the Tahm Kench instead. Top side of the map. Seems like Tally's doing all right up here. There is a crafting potion advantage for Chippies at the moment.
Yep.
And he is slightly out farming the tank, but you kind of expect that in this lane, I guess.
Absolutely, especially when your jungler shows bot. Because if Shurnfire is top, then you just lose. That's sloppy from Tally.
Burns the shield a little bit too late.
Yeah, loses the mana as well as all the HP.
No.
W Max Gragas is absolutely ridiculous.
Not having a good time, Carbon. Still a level behind Shurnfire.
I'm quite surprised the Cupcake went for Bond of Stone.
Why are you surprised about that?
Over the Colossus. It's just, I don't know. I feel like Varus. I don't know. I feel like his team doesn't really benefit that much from the attack speed.
Yep.
You can see that Carbon was trying to move towards top side of the map, but spotted out by the Hawk shot that came out from King.
And this is where Shurn's actually at his best, in my opinion. You can see that he calls in Chippies. He walks in towards Gromp, and he's going to force Carbon off another camp.
He's giving it up.
And
Still
well, what
level
can you
3.
do? I mean, Chippies left the lane. There's unless you try and smite this away, in
he
which
might-
case they could run you down,
He
especially
might
if
be
they knock
flashed
you
on.
out of the jump.
Carbon's not going to be able to pick up
Carbon
the
got
Gromp.
it. Did he?
Nope. Shurnfire got the gold there.
No, Carbon was on 19. He's still on 19.
And now he forces him off top side of the jungle. I mean, there's absolutely
huge.
nothing that he can do. And Shurn didn't burn smite for that.
It's not great for Carbon. He'll still be able to pick up the wolves here. Shurnfire decides not to overextend, but he's been level 3, level 4 for some time now.
I actually don't even think Shurn needed to back away there. He did it because Chippies wasn't there, so that's a really disciplined play. But the channel was going through from Tally, and there's no mana on clear mid lane. I actually think you can stick around. You got flash available still. Minimal reward, but if you get level 5 versus a level 3 Kha'Zix, jungle just becomes impossible for Carbon to go anywhere.
Yeah, and I think coming back to the draft phase and Legacy picking Varus, I think you're seeing the Ashe into the Varus matchup, right? I think Ashe just pushes quicker, and I'm not really sure why they opted for the Varus over the Ashe, because Lost had been performing, I guess the first couple of games weren't so great, but decently in that last game, and yeah, they're just getting shoved in, they're just getting bullied around a bit, and then Tally's getting bullied in the top lane, so they just don't really have priority on either side lane.
Seems like Lost has been able to force King to base because he is ahead by about 13 CS, and King has bought a longsword for himself, whereas Lost has just stayed on the Doran's blade.
But once again, bottom lane isn't really measured in CS advantages because we're not seeing like hyper carries, AD carries anymore. It's kind of measured by like who's pushing at what time and who's got health on their turret.
It's actually the most depressing thing about bot lane is that your job is to not get dived. So the push is just more important above all else. So like if Direwolves, yeah, sure, they're down in CS, but if they can keep, I guess they're losing it right now, so whatever. But if they keep getting the push and they can get a dive off on Legacy's bot lane, then it all just becomes irrelevant that they're behind.
However, Direwolves still have their teleport on Chippies.
Yeah.
Tally's has been forced to use it to get back into the lane. He only just hit level 6. So that Olaf pick is working out for early pressure so far.
But I still like, unless King and Destiny are level 6, there's really not all that much that Olaf does on a teleport gank. He runs down, he throws axes. If he gets in really deep behind you or the turret dive is there, sure, he pumps out a lot of damage, but it's still risky in my eyes. I also like the fact that he's gone Kindle Jam here because if he starts losing the game really hard, he just turns it into a Spirit Visage. If he starts winning really hard, he just goes into a Phage and Black Cleaver. So I think Chippies has done the smart thing.
I feel like really bad for Tally in this matchup because who plays Olaf top? This is match point of the OPL Grand Finals, right? And he has probably not had any practice against Olaf top at all.
And you reckon he's just been cheesed?
Yeah, like
he's been Darad.
Yeah, Darid.
That's what happened to Swiper.
Oh.
Was Dara their top laner? I can't remember.
Dara was the support. Dara is the Alistar prodigy.
Whoever.
Funny one, there's a gank mid lane as Fantix gets stunned up, hit by the Winter's Bite, but Shenfire's close behind. Ultimate being thrown out by Fantix. Cupcake gets him to stand behind Braum. Divals will get a good trade back onto
Claire
Claire.
actually stepped out from behind the shield. I think he outright just wins that trade if he doesn't do that. Instead, does. Ooh,
good start.
That's such a good. How annoying for a Vlad player. The only option you have as Vlad is do I walk forward or backwards? He's an interactive champion.
Carbon having a difficulty here fighting blue buff. Oh, stolen by Shern. That's a mistake and a half.
I think you just take it if you're Carbon, don't you?
Yeah, just take it.
You know Shern's sticking around there.
Oh,
Nearly cost him his life.
Here comes Shernfire top lane.
Yeah, that's a hard dive to make work.
Yeah.
He's got. The reason it's hard is because he's got Courage of Colossus and everything procs it, and he still has ulti available.
Fantix, though, taking some damage mid lane. Claire not opting to pull the trigger yet.
With the blue buff still, though, for the
Claire's in
Syndra,
trouble.
that's really rough. Claire is like using all of his mana to push out these waves, and Fantix is just, because he runs on no resource, he's just going to relentlessly keep pushing this in, and Claire is eventually just going to get poked out.
And the other thing is because of the Ashe, he's had to take he's had to take Cleanse, can't take Ignite, so he doesn't even have kill threat.
Because this is where Vladimir wins the lane. If Syndra doesn't have blue buff, eventually Vladimir Sustain just outclasses him. Vladimir's got Ignite against that Cleanse. Shernfire is being a nuisance in the jungle. He's two levels up.
And actually, something that Legacy's bot lane is doing right now, because they had the priority, they walked up the river and got the wards in the bot side jungle.
So you tag King the Winter's Bite here, but Time Kench more than happy.
If Direwolves, once they hit 6, get in that situation again where Legacy leave the bot lane for like just a small amount of time, Direwolves are just going to look for the Time Kench ulti. I think they're just going to push in the wave, they're going to back off, and then just dive the Syndra.
So at the moment, Direwolves lead by about 400 gold just from natural advantages early. Teleport is back up for Tally, so his risky move early has paid off.
A lot of that advantage as well is just Fantix solo in the mid lane. I mean, he even got ganked by a Cupcake. He only had Shern there for really supporting. And still has just been able to naturally get 20 CS up and works his way towards now his Proto Belt. So this Vladimir is well and truly online. We've seen it so many times out of people like Ryoma. Exactly what it can do. Triple Cheese also played it to great effect in the Avant series. So got to be worried about it if you're Legacy, because whatever Olaf gives up late game scaling, Vladimir just makes up for in spades. He's the best late game carry in the game.
I mean, it's just top side of the map at the moment for Direwolves. Chippy's ahead in CS as well. Shernfire, that looks like he's down in CS. He's up in experience as well.
Yeah.
This is what we expected coming into this series. Legacy's bottom lane to do well. Top side for the Direwolves, just outclassing Legacy.
Definitely agree. The only thing is that when Vladimir's ahead against Syndra, like how many gold worth is Vladimir better than Syndra late game? A little bit, so you add that on top. Whereas Olaf kind of gives up that gold discrepancy. So Olaf, in my opinion, is like just infinitely worse gold-wise than what Nautilus is. So eventually Chippies makes it up, whereas I'm not sure Claire does unless he just outright blows up King.
Carbon wants to go for this against Shernfire, but they don't pull the trigger.
Well, if he hops over the wall, Shern just body bops him, and then they turn it around. I mean, Fantix flies in there. They don't have a combat summoner on Claire, so they're already a summoner spell behind. I think that's a good risk to not take.
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Vladimir would absolutely just one-shot Carbon at this point.
Yeah.
He's way too squishy.
So still...
Shern's also got completed jungle item versus Carbon not having anything.
Yeah.
Still very small lead for the Dials at the moment, just from their laning phase advantages. 20 CS on Fantix, about 10 CS top lane for Chippies. King is the only one that's falling behind by about 20 CS as well.
And this is a really nice laning phase from Direwolves, because King and Destiny, they've kind of just sacked it. They're not going for aggressive plays. Shern's not even going down there. If you go aggressive, they're just going to run away and they're going to harden underneath their turret. And the reason I really respect that is because they've gone 20 CS down and their team is winning by a significant margin. And there's not really all that many proactive plays Lost and Cupcake can even make.
I feel like they just need Carbon. I feel like Carbon's kind of... He came down early and they didn't get on the Ashe, and he feels like he can't kill the bot lane now.
Yeah.
They just need to get on the Tahm Kench. That is such an easy gank. They have a ward in the Tribush. They have Varus ulti. They have Braum. They have so much lockdown. Carbon can literally just like walk up the lane and gank that bot lane, and I feel like it would work out for them.
And they're going to layer CCs for days.
Yeah,
and they've already got
absolutely.
themselves a Cutler. So Lost does a lot of percentage health damage based off his W. I agree. I think they can burn through it easily within the space of the two ultis.
Very calm play from the Dials. Well, they know that bottom lane's not exactly the win condition at the moment. They just have to play safe. But it's a very stalemate game. But Dials have now increased their lead to about 1,000 gold.
Isn't that the most annoying thing in the world, though, when Braum blocks the cannon? I mean, Lost just gives back
He's
two
laughing.
creeps.
Hang on, though. There is a gank coming in the bottom lane. There's an arrow being thrown out. Hits Lost. Most importantly, the return is coming out from Cupcake, but Legacy not committing to this at all.
And Shern just didn't even show that. Now he's shown on the ward to take it away. But Shern really made them have the maximum amount of doubt. And that was because Cupcake put up the shield.
Yeah, and you're talking about Shern not showing. I feel like that was actually really well played out of Lost and Cupcake. Lost didn't burn the ulti. Like, that was just one of those times where their bot lane just randomly ran at you. You have to know that the jungler's there. They thought they thought
teleport
coming in.
Double teleport actually coming in as both teams want to get down into this fight. Shernfire locked down by the Winners by Tally's the first one to take damage. Double knockup. Has to flash away. Big ultimate coming out from Shern separates the team. Cupcake's still alive. Karma's jumping into the fight as well. Shernfire forcing it in enough. Vladimir's going to get to this fight first though, and now Karma's a sitting duck inside the Direwolves team. First blood is picked up by King.
And Carbon made the same mistake that King made in game 1. He flashed forward when King still had heal available. King heals up his top laner. Absolutely nothing happening. First blood, 1,500 gold advantage already for the Direwolves. And that is just through a solid laning phase.
Yeah, and Destiny played that fight really well, honestly. He held his 8 for the exact right moment when Carbon overcommits and they don't get anything off it. And then he just, as soon as he spits out Gragas, instantly into the belly bop, and then Carbon just dies.
And again, Direwolves are the proactive team here. They made the push down to the bottom lane, got the turret to half health, forced the double teleport to come in. And just no one's here to help Tally. Blows up everything, forced to flash away.
Yeah, and in the end, that's a really nice ulti because it gets everyone. And Cupcake and Tally actually played this pretty phenomenally. They both were on the outskirts with no health. And Carbon really just can't afford to make that play. Actually, it wasn't even a heal. It was just a flash.
Yeah. I think it takes a lot of discipline out of Destiny there to not eat the Olaf as he's on 2 HP running back to his team.
And as you mentioned, Spawn, now Direwolves, they've increased their lead. It was 1.5. It's getting close to 2,000 gold now.
And a lot of that is the 40 CS in the mid lane, as well as the first blood kill going over to King. So you can see King makes up the CS deficit by being just really disciplined with the play, sticking with it. And then the Vladimir is just so far ahead. He's farming at 10 CS a minute. That blue buff denial really just hurt Claire. Yep. And then not having kill threat because no ignite means that this lane probably wasn't winnable, but was at least like you could have equalized with a blue buff. Yeah. Now it's just completely against you.
He hasn't had a blue buff all game.
Shernfire's just on a different level in the jungle, making sure that there's nothing available for Legacy.
And also, we kind of called it out that the bottom lane play was the last place for Legacy to really go. And all of a sudden, Shern's just there first. I mean, really good pathing. Gets down there. Actually even clears out the Tri-Brush ward. Gets the ward over the top so they know if Carbon's going to join it.
Is he?
They just played everything like pretty perfectly.
Well, he's trying to take away blue buff here, but even if they get it, Claire might not be able to pick it up for his team.
They're going to pick it up and throw it away, I think.
Direwolves are going to try and collapse here. Claire does throw it away. Does he get it for himself? 20 health? Oh, Carbon takes it.
Oh,
That's
no.
silly. It wasn't resetting. That's not how Syndra's throw works.
I know Kindred's your favourite champion, mate, but she's not in the game.
You saw Claire's player claim there. And he was,
oh, here we go. They're collapsing onto them.
Carbon's going to jump early. Pops the ultimate early as well. Dodges the arrow. Still has one more tick of the ultimate. Uses it while he's slow, though. And now they're going to jump over the wall, pick up a kill onto Carbon.
Really nicely played out of Direwolves. Even to just stick with the play. Understand that even though he dodged the arrow, that amount of time that he had to use actually cost him his life ultimately. So it's important to throw the arrow, not for the hit, but just to cut off all possible escape routes.
And Destiny's had a fantastic series so far. It looked good on Nami, looked good on every other support champion he's playing, and now even Tanketch having a phenomenal game.
Game 2 was definitely the story of the Legacy bottom lane. I agree, though. Destiny has played pretty well today. The one for me, really, that's turned it around is, you know, the Chippies and Fantix duo. I just want to go back to it. This is a duo that had not won a best of 5. They just weren't able to take anything in Oceania. People were saying they weren't big game players, they weren't LAN players. And all of a sudden in this series, those two members for me have just been rock solid. Like, you cannot fault their play, really.
We don't really talk about it in League of Legends when you say offline players and online players.
Yep.
But for a long time, they were definitely known as onliners. And I feel like, this series, they have just stepped up massively.
I mean, a lot of that could also come from the fact that this is the first split OPL has been completely offline. They've got 10 weeks to prepare for this grand final, and it helps that they're minor premiers as well, pushing them into the grand final straight away.
Shernfire has come into the team, and like, in regards to Direwolves, Shernfire isn't a player. Shernfire is like a way of life for the Direwolves. He's just come back and he's completely changed their structure. He's completely changed the way they view the game. In scrims, they don't talk. In competitive game, like in all chat, they just don't say anything. They're completely mute, and they just focus on everything on the game, and they have very rigid rules about how they practice. And I don't know, this split, it's just worked out.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean,
All hail Shern.
he's brought a discipline to the Direwolves,
Yeah.
I think, is what the easiest way to say it. I also think that as far as like confidence goes, he definitely instills that in his players. I mean, he wants everyone around him. He's confident in himself, but he wants everyone around him to be confident. And I think that really does change the way you approach the game, because you don't really give any quarter to the enemy. And you've heard him speak about it all season long. They want to play Direwolves League of Legends. They don't really give a crap about what you're playing. They think their way of playing the game's better. And it really does come out in their gameplay.
Direwolves hungry at the moment. See if they can get into MSI this year with a win against Legacy in this match.
That's a frustration old out of Claire. He knows Dragon's coming available. He knows someone has to be down there on that part of the map. Instead of setting up for something, he's just altered Fantix with maximum amount of balls out, and then Fantix has healed it up off one wave.
He's almost full.
So what's Legacy's game plan right now? Because Direwolves just seem like they're in the driver's seat.
Take it to 100 minutes. I mean, legitimately, you want to be playing the game where one team fight will change it, and Olaf isn't as good as Nautilus. I feel like that's the only game plan you can have at this point, unless you just get really cheeky picks, which against Tahm Kench is nearly impossible.
Yeah, they just have less buttons. They don't have an Ash Arrow, they don't have a Rengar ult, they don't have these tools that they have had earlier in the series to just pull the trigger and make a play. And I think it kind of speaks to the way they play the game and how they are quite reactive, and they're quite a slow early game team where just nothing has happened.
Cupcake getting caught out here. Schönfire body bops over the wall, forces a flash out of the Braum. Another proactive play from Schönfire.
You could see that they wanted to wait for Lost to go there so he could jump backwards, and he paused that half a second, but an Ash Arrow would have meant his death. If Tahm Kench licks him, maybe they go off the wall after him. So he just holds it. They're going to have to give up a lot of dragons.
Yep.
It's 53 CS in the mid lane. We're not really talking about it, but it's a 3,000 gold lead with only 2 kills on the board.
That's a big CS lead for Vladimir.
Yeah. You just see it right there. 1,000 of it alone is in that mid lane.
This is a Direwolves game, right?
Yeah.
This is how they play League of Legends. They all think they're the best in their role. They all think they can just outplay their opponents 1v1, 2v2, and they're just winning their lanes.
Credit to them, they're doing it. I mean, and now this is one of those Direwolves games where laning phase can go forever.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't really care. They're winning it. They just throw the rulebook out. They say we never have to group, even though we have a grouping pick comp. This is what we can do. We can get deep vision. You guys can lane for as long as you want. Legacy make the first proactive move, which is going into the Olaf lane, which I think is a mistake because Black Cleaver, Qmax Olaf just has wave clear for days, kind of like Echo, and they're already behind in tempo. And you can dodge out on all the CC through your ultimate.
It seems like they're just trying to sack a turret and continue
They're
pushing.
going to give up Inhibitor again if they're not careful here.
Direwolves are continuing to push here. Tally is going to head back to base. Fantix is still getting damage on the mid lane turret as well. So inner turret being chased down by the Wolves, and this is 4
Tally
games
cancelled his
in a row.
port. I mean, no one is going down there yet.
Did they go for Baron and give up Inhibitor?
Is Carbon starting it?
They've started up Baron. Legacy are looking to try and take Baron, it seems.
That is such a risky play. Claire's getting dove.
They're getting behind Claire. Chippies are going to try and chase him down. Baron has been sighted by Legacy. Do they get Baron and trade it for Claire's life?
They didn't even give up Claire.
So Legacy making a desperate play here. Direwolves are taking every single structure on the map.
Oh no.
Is this a worthwhile trade? Because Legacy will get Baron.
I mean, Legacy were going to lose the game. So this is the only play they actually had available. I think it's really, really good.
Honestly, that swap out of Legacy just felt like frustration. They were just slowly bleeding out, and Direwolves were accruing these small advantages, and so they were down in tempo, and then they swapped anyway, and they were just losing the push war. That Tahm Kench ulti to mid, where Direwolves committed onto Claire, was honestly such a big deal that Direwolves' attention was kind of averted elsewhere onto Claire, and they didn't check the Baron, they didn't think about it.
So for context, that means both bottom lane turrets have been taken down by Direwolves, and they lose mid lane outer as well. So 3 turrets for the Wolves, a Baron, as well as a single turret picked up by Legacy. What is it going to take for them to make this worthwhile?
Well, what happens now is Legacy needs to take turrets, and Direwolves will look for a hard engage. Because regardless, Legacy is still behind 3,000 gold, and they have a worse team fighting comp at this stage of the game, so you can actually just fight them, but they're not all 5 in the same area. Instead, they're just going to look to trade across the map, which I think is actually the wrong move right now.
So Legacy will be able to take down bottom lane outer, so now it's 2 turrets and a Baron for 3 turrets. Gold lead is still in the Direwolves' favor, about 3,000 gold for them. They're pushing for bottom lane inner.
Fantix is just pushing in the mid. Chippies is pushing in the top. If Legacy get a pick off here, I think they can get an inhib.
They are up against a Gragas, a Tahm Kench, and
Do
a
you
Nash.
just pull the trigger?
Yeah, you do.
Legacy aren't going just yet. They're backing off.
Instead, they're trying to get in behind the Vlad, potentially.
I guess they don't have the damage of Syndra.
Yeah.
They're going to lose top lane out. Chippies is barreling down the top lane with a massive minion wave.
In my eyes, like the story of this Baron, right? Legacy are still behind. Like they are still the weaker team. So if they don't catch back up during the duration of this Baron, then I guess it's kind of all for nothing, and the game just kind of resets to a state where Direwolves were still a little bit ahead and Legacy are just a bit behind.
They've got their eyes set on mid lane, but look at Chippies. He's got still a massive minion wave topside of the
Jern's
map.
in behind all of them.
Carbon tries to deter him. King is looking for that flank. There's a big minion wave that's being denied by Legacy if they can't get back. Separates the team. Asher connects onto Carbon. Cupcake denies them from getting into the team. Chippies, Ragnarok's in. Eaten up by Destiny to stop the ultimate. And Fantix gets a massive Hemo playing in the back lines. Lost is dead, and Direwolves fight through the Baron buff of Legacy.
As I said, like, Chippies does nothing in team fights. He ran in, died, and then all of a sudden, Fantix flies in over the top and 1v5s the team fight, and in goes Shern.
Body bump onto Claire. Cleanse is forced to be used. Shernfire almost dies, but lives to tell the tale. Direwolves still looking for more turrets. Tally's been forced top lane to clear up that wave. Cupcake's going to try.
Have they bitten off more than they can chew, Fish?
They're going to try and chase down Chippies, taking up turret shots, but they're denying that second turret. Legacy still have Baron buff, but Direwolves are getting further and further ahead.
It's so funny that Chippies is just the bait dangling himself in front of Legacy to force them to commit, and then the Tahm Kench just eats him up and they win the fight. Honestly, that was such a good engage out of Fantix. Like, he just flashed over everyone, straight onto Lost, straight onto the back line, got a huge combo off. Great job.
And you just don't expect Vladimir to be this strong at this part of the game. I mean, 20-odd minutes into the game, you expect him to be 1.5 items. He's nearly 3 at this stage. Going for Merc Treads just means he's unstoppable. And what I really want to touch on is that play out of Direwolves is such a key play, because when Baron is taken, the normal response is just give up a couple of turrets straight around the map. But because they're stronger, the right play is we just fight them. They're going to be as 5, shoot an Ash Arrow at someone and kill everyone else.
What confuses me is they didn't send Tally top lane to deal with Chippies. He took down 2 turrets by himself. Legacy forced the Nautilus to stay with the team. And that created a pressure point on the map that Legacy didn't necessarily have to deal with.
Well, as Bryce was saying, that was kind of the last roll of the dice. You feel like you're being outscaled because Vladimir's on the other team. You finally got Baron. If you don't equalize the game, even maybe pull a little bit ahead, then you feel like you're going to lose. And so that was the doubt creeping into their minds.
So it has given Direwolves a 5,000 gold lead. Legacy still have a little bit of Baron to work with.
They can't even take the ward because they just know King has arrow. And if any of them get hit by arrow, they just die.
It's kind of a frustration thing out of Legacy, I think. One of the worst things in my eyes in League of Legends is the suffocating feeling of just slowly losing a game. Like nobody, this is match point, right? Like Legacy aren't just going to sit there and watch Direwolves slowly take away everything. And they tried to force the play and it just doesn't work out.
And they're going to do it again.
Yeah,
I mean,
they are. It's their only option.
They're going to let Chippies probably split push top. Actually, they sent Tally back. I was going to say they're probably just going to fight over this dragon because there's a Fire Drake. You know they're going to be there.
That is such a nice ward that Syndra is standing on right now by Direwolves to see the rotation. So Chippy's obviously just taking the blue buff right now, but he can just whack away in that turret. And if Nautilus is in the lane, he can absolutely see if Direwolves are pushing in mid lane and have vision of the choke around wolves. He can see anyone rotate towards him, and he just plays with perfect vision, basically.
Nautilus is on 1.5 items as well. It's a Black Cleaver Spirit versus Chippies. Nautilus is not going to do anything. It's just wave clear duty. Chippies ever catches him in a long lane with an undertow. That's left, right, good night for Tally.
and you know, the second worst feeling in League of Legends is when a Vladimir that's level 16 at 26 minutes gets an Infernal Dragon.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, he doesn't even really need to go Death Cap. Just the natural scaling in his kit plus Infernal is going to do all the work for him. And he just builds defensive from now on. You can see he's already got Abyssal, he's got Zhonya's, and he is just a brick.
And talking about builds, it's interesting that Cupcake, this is the first game of the series, I think, that he hasn't actually gone for the Knight's Vow. And it's definitely because of the Vladimir. Rumble and Vladimir are two champions in the solo lanes. The support items, Locket and Redemption, just have so much value. If Fantix flashes in the last fight and they get a Redemption out to heal it back up, and you can get to re-engage the fight, Vladimir is literally just useless.
Credit to Legacy though, they've pulled it back to only 4,000 in Direwolves' favor. They're now sitting on a pink ward looking to see if they can get a cheeky engage. They did this a lot against Sin. It didn't really work out for them because Sin did exactly what Direwolves did, which is play towards the left side of the map.
If the draft had gone differently and if Legacy had taken the Ashe, these situations would just be so much better because they have the longer range engage. The Varus, I don't know, you saw King doing it last game where he was just flash ulting constantly. Ashe doesn't have to burn the flash. He has a non-committal engage where they can look for the pick. If it works out, great, they take it. If it doesn't, then they can just back off.
And the scary thing is you can't really flash forward versus the Olaf because as I said, he doesn't care about your ult. So he just flashes on top of you, pops his ult and just runs at you. And unfortunately, you don't have the Tahm Kench either. So, you know, we can... Even the long-range engage this game, I don't feel would have been all that impactful.
So Baron buff comes up in 30 seconds here. Direwolves do have 2 dragons in the name and there's still 4,000 gold in the lead. Tally does have teleport and is playing towards bottom side of the map. Got a push going down there, so now rotating up to meet the rest of his team. They now have Chippies in the mid lane, though, not cross-map with that teleport.
Well, somehow, the way Legacy win a team fight, and like the only reason I say it is because it is so difficult, is somehow Cupcake has to get himself between Lost and Fantix, which Vlad goes underneath you. Like, it's just nearly impossible to do. But if he can block the E damage, which is so much of Vlad's ult damage, then potentially, at the moment, Tally's actually just a brick wall. Cupcake's a little bit of a brick wall. They can look to turn the fight. If he can't do that, if he cannot get between Fantix and the rest of the carries, Fantix will kill everyone on Legacy. Not exaggerating. One combo, and 3 of the members on Legacy will die. Lost, Claire, and Carbon just cannot survive Vlad's damage at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and as you see, both teams are kind of picking out the Baron. They're placing a lot of wards. This is where the Baron dance just starts, right? Direwolves have the advantage of Hawkshot to check vision. Both teams just going to be poking in and out of the Baron pit, and this is where the game is going to blow up. Whoever gets this Baron fight off, whoever wins the team fight is going to take the Baron, is going to steamroll down mid and open up an inhib. And yeah, it's going to break open the game.
And historically, or in this split at least, Direwolves have been fairly good at taking Baron buffs. Legacy, not that great, and it showed in their gauntlet run against Sin. A lot of mistakes made around the Baron pit. Barring that this game, they did get a sneaky one off, but it costed them so much.
And when everyone is wondering, like, where has this Direwolves been the last couple of years, that's exactly what you're talking about. Direwolves individually have always been one of the best teams in the OPL. I mean, as soon as they added Chippies and put Fantix back mid lane, in my opinion, they became nearly pound for pound the best team, but they didn't have that macro element. This year, it has been definitely added to their playbook. They know how to play the map. They understand how vision works finally. And games like this just show it. All of a sudden, Fantix in the side lane, no one can deal with him. Everyone else back away.
So Legacy again have a push going in bottom lane for themselves, and no one is down there.
Arrow, hit Claire.
Hit Claire, cleanse immediately.
That's why you run Claire's.
Gragas can go.
Shenfire is looking for it. Does have flash. Decides not to use the flash body bot.
But that's exactly why you run cleanse when there's an Ashe on the other team.
The Braum into the Gragas match was actually really good. As you saw there, Cupcake honestly didn't need to use his shield. If Claire's going to blow the cleanse, then...
He's going in. Knocks 2 of them back. Karma's trying to jump out, but already Fantix in the back line. Chippy is running at them. Where is their AD carry? Legacy are stuck mid lane between an Olaf and a Vladimir, and they don't have Lost to back them up. Everyone's just backing away. Fantix goes into Sanguine Pool, avoids all the damage, and now your captain and support are dead.
And I was literally in mid-sentence saying about how hard it is to engage as the Gragas through the Braum, and then he just gets it off anyway. He sneaks through the Braum, hits Carbon, gets to bop him back into his team, and they get a great fight off.
Big mistakes coming out from Legacy there.
And they burnt so many ultimates that I don't even know as a 3-man unit they can actually stop this. Instead, they're going to look to pick up maximum amount of vision around Drag, and they're going to look to push out bottom lane, probably take a little bit of sneaky farm out of the jungle. But really, Direwolves with a perfect engage there has just nearly sealed the deal in this grand final.
But what is Legacy doing in that mid lane? It just didn't make any sense to me. Lost is going top lane, Tally's the one with teleport. They're pushing up.
Yeah, they actually were pushing up. And as you said, Cupcake just didn't get far enough back. And then, I mean, you mentioned it, Fish, but Chippies is in there, Fantix is in there. When an Olaf and a Vladimir are on top of you, I mean, Chippies is just a slow bot. And then Fantix just kills absolutely everything. I want to see damage dealt this game. Because Fantix is honestly... like 326 CS at 30 minutes into the game.
He's above the clock.
Going for a Void Staff. He's 2,500 gold up. Like, he's a monster at this point.
And he got ganked as well.
Yep.
I guess the blue buff denials on Claire play a big part into the matchup, but it's not like Fantix, I don't know, just had like the easiest road. He did solid work to get this off.
And again, Tally still has teleport. Has not used it yet except for getting back into his lane and trying to get into the bottom lane. This is twice now that Legacy have fought with the Nautilus mid lane as someone else split pushing, costing them fights. Arrow gets thrown out. That's a flash being burnt by Lost there.
Yep. Now Gragas has flash and Varus doesn't.
Ooh. Wow, Sherfire got that engage up without
flash.
flash.
Yeah, he didn't have to burn the flash. So now they have the Baron. They're going to push in the waves. They're going to obviously take the free dragon. Infernal.
Another Infernal.
Yeah, that's unlucky. We were talking about before.
He's got Void Staff. As I said, doesn't even need Death Cap this game.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I feel like Sherfire is going to have a lot easier time actually getting an engage off here.
Seems like Direwolves can taste it at the desk. Most people were going for a 3-1 in favor of the Wolves. Most people back at home were expecting the same performance out of them. Legacy did pick up a game in game number 3, but Direwolves look like they want to try and close out this game nice and easy and send themselves to the mid-season invitationals.
And the other thing I want to talk about just quickly is, you know, we keep talking about Fantix, but also the Ashe pickup. And we touched on it in the draft. Forcing Claire to run Cleanse, in my opinion, is like the tipping point of that lane. Blue buff, that's a big deal. Not being able to kill Vlad ever, even in a gank because you don't have Ignite, It's just, in my opinion, like insufferable. You cannot play against Vladimir without Ignite. And the Ashe pick really was a befuddlement, the fact that they picked Varus first.
Yeah, and I guess even going on from that, the Ashe pick, outside of forcing Claire to take the cleanse, he's actually just burned so many flashes. We haven't seen many big arrows this game, but so many of his arrows have been flashed, and that lets his other teammates obviously get off the engages.
Direwolves looking to siege up top lane inhibitor turret. King fires out a massive amount of arrows into the turret, chipping it down to half health. They still have so long in this Baron buff to work with. Only 3/4 done.
Last thing they want to do is overextend, though. That was very close.
Oh, Tally gets a hook onto Fantix underneath the turret. Cupcake puts up the shield, trying to deny this wave. It might be the wave that Legacy needs to repel attack. Fantix will heal up to half health, but any health disadvantage would help Legacy out.
The Baron minion is just whacking away on the turret slowly. It's gone from half HP to like a third now.
The big thing there was that King is stepping up because he knows Destiny has 8, and Tally refuses to ult until Destiny has used his W, because otherwise it just turns into a useless spell. We'll see if they get it this time.
This is the fight wave. You can see Chippies has moved in, going to take some damage to kick things off. Carmen gets locked down. Good ultimate, knocking Lost into the team, and Chippies splashes on top of the Varus. Chippies will be able to take down Lost as Direwolves will pile on into the rest of Legacy. The captain is gone. Claire is the next target. Tally is already abandoning ship. A double kill picked up by Fantix.
Fantix absolutely goes berserk in this final game.
And Direwolves now pushing on towards the Nexus. Only Cupcake and Tally left alive. There is one minion helping the Direwolves push. Legacy put up their last stand, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. Direwolves hammer on towards the Nexus. They can taste it. They feel that they are the new champions here in Oceania, as Direwolves will represent the OPL at MSI 2017.
And big smiles on their face. I mean, this has been a monkey on the shoulder for so many teams in the OPL. Direwolves to even make a final, but let alone to win one. First split they bring over Shern. First split that they have, you know, financial backing. They had the boot camp in Korea. The stars aligned and they've been able to pick it up.
I feel like at this point is here where we touch on Shernfire saying about how they're the favorites to win at the play-ins at MSI, right? It's kind of like they've won the OPL. Can they actually take that step? Can he live up to his words and do well at the MSI play-ins?
You can see defeated members on your Legacy team. They're still trying to hold their heads high. They did put up a fight against the Direwolves, but Game 4 just wasn't good enough for them, and Direwolves just looked like they outclassed them.
And as I said, I mean, so much of, in my opinion, and, you know, obviously being an ex-coach, I do it a lot, but Sharp deserves as much credit as the 5 people on Summoner's Rift. Because for me, every single game, he set his team up on Summoner's Rift to the best success that you could possibly have going into a game. And that's all you can really ask for from a coach. They looked prepared going into it, played game 1 really cleanly, then their drafts were good. I mean, hats off to Sharp. He's really done a good job.
I mean, the first 2 games really set up Direwolves for success. Yeah. Game 1 was an instant win after that bottom lane got absolutely crushed. Game 2, fantastic drafting. Legacy only really hit home in Game 3, and we kind of expect to see more of that. But unfortunately, we did not from Legacy. And to wrap up the 2017 Split 1 of the OPL, let's send this one back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, that is the winner of the OPL Split 1 of 2017. And congratulations are in order to Juves for rightly picking it 3-1 in Direwolves' favour early on. So well done. T-Gun and Mendrix here as well. And as we look at these guys shaking hands, you've got to really give it to these Direwolves because they were very confident going in. And that last game, the Legacy did not even get a kill.
Wow, I mean, we're just going through with everything that actually happened there in that regard. I mean, what I want to look at with that there is it was a relatively low kill game going forward there.
And you just saw me looking over there to tell Fish to shut up because he was being loud. My apologies. My apologies. But a lot of people are talking. And now he's giving me the finger. How dare you? How dare you, Fish? No, it's not important. Let us not take away from this from this achievement from Direwolves. T-Gun, I mean, you thought that Legacy were going to win this one, and it did not look close for 3 of those games.
Yeah, that's it. You've nailed it, right? I expected more from them. Maybe the nerves of the grand finals got to them again. We saw it last split where they sort of fell apart against the Chiefs.
But they took a game this time, so it's
improvement.
Something of improvement.
Not what I wanted, but it's improvement.
All right, so sorry, Mendrix, I did cut you off there.
Yeah.
Just before the finish, apologise.
That's all good then. Yeah, it really does come down to it because these guys were playing like it was match point at that point in time. I mean, it was. But the big thing about it is that they were playing so careful across the board. I mean, it was like 26 minutes and there was only those 3 deaths. So it really shows to you that both these guys were playing very carefully and making sure that not really giving away too much.
And I think the big thing to note here is going into this series, we were calling Legacy the slow, calculated, methodical team. Then you look at that game and you just think that was exactly what Direwolves did. They played it slow, they played it careful. It wasn't this big explosive game where there were a million kills. They just took very little by little advantages and won off them instead of these really big flashy plays.
Well, I know all night we've been talking about the draft, so let's take a look at this draft going into Game 4. And Juves, when you look at the different bans that Direwolves took in here, I mean, we see them banning out the Lucian compared with Game 3, but they're also banning out the Camille. What do you make from that?
Camille's a Camille. Called Chippy's Camille.
Yeah,
Chippies is a notorious Camille player. Yeah. But one thing I don't agree with Legacy's pick ban is like banning the Kennen in the first rotation. Because I don't think anyone's going to first pick AD Kennen. Because there's like there's
so many counters.
There's a lot of counterplay to like AD Kennen, right? And then instead I think like we can just play like ban Vlad if you're going to pick Syndra.
All right. Well, we will have more chat about the draft in a moment, but right now Spawn is standing by with the victorious captain and mid laner for the Direwolves Fantix. So let's throw it to them for the interview.
Thanks so much, Hingers. I'm standing next to the victorious Direwolf captain, Fantix. Richard, it's been so many years in the making. You're one of the OG Oceanic players. How does it feel to win your first OPL title?
It honestly feels amazing. And like, I couldn't have done it without like this team. I just love my team so much. Like they'll put in so much work, and also the support staff, Curtis and Rippy, they work their asses off day in day out as well.
It looked like this year everything had finally lined up for you guys. I mean, you have Dave Harris come into the team. You go on your boot camp to Korea. You have your gaming house. I mean, it really was like an overall effort, not just the guys on the Rift, but everyone involved to really get this done. I want to ask about now MSI. I mean, that next step. I mean, what is this team's goals going into MSI? How far can they go?
Believe it or not, our goal is to take the whole thing. We're not scared of any team. We're not scared of SKT. We're not scared of Flash Wolves. We're not scared of DCM. We'll take it all.
All right, cool. Big words there. And I also want to talk about your Game 4 performance. Everyone says Game 3 is a breaking game in a best of 5. Legacy came back at you very hard. You guys wanted a 3-0. But in that Game 4, I mean, you were ahead of the clock. You're the massive Vladimir. I mean, how good was it to feel to like carry that one home for your team?
The moment I like locked in Vladimir and Champs, like I just knew I was going to go off that game. Like I've played the match a million times and I knew I would dominate it.
All right, cool. And you've got lots of new Direwolves fans, I'm sure, today after the way you played. You've also got some old ones that have stuck around for many years before this. Is there anything you want to say to the guys at home that you've been supporting for so long?
To all the Direwolves fans out there, I just want to thank you so much for like supporting us. And you know, there's no way we could have done this without you.
All right, congratulations one more time on the ring win. I'm going to throw it back to Hingers and try and grab another Direwolves member to maybe have a chat.
Thank you, Spawn. Thank you, Fantix. Well, the Direwolves are a team who all split. We've talked about them being emotionless. We've talked about them being just these stone-cold kills. But there you see, winning is where it really opens up to them. And what an incredible moment there for Fantix.
I just want to say, like, I think it was mentioned before, though, Dave Harris, like, investing in Direwolves, like, and it just goes to show what, like, good management and, like, someone with a goal, like, because he came in with a goal, and it goes to show that someone with a like mind and a smart mind, what they can do with a team. Like credit to Direwolves, like, they did what they needed to do, but I think, like, even credit to Dave Harris for, like, investing and taking them to career and doing everything they needed, and the results are, like, the proof is in the pudding, really.
And if anyone else watching would like to put some money into Oceanic Esports, feel free to get involved, please. No. It's important. No, I think Juves makes a great point, and Fantix is obviously really, really grateful, Tiga.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen him be emotional in any sense, and for it to be that
you
much
can tell how much
is
they
just,
wanted this.
It's real, you know, and that's incredible.
And I will say that you know, there was some big talk in that, but in that moment when you're very emotional, you can't be held that responsible for the words.
I think they've more or less gotten a lot more fans than they had before after something like that. You can nitpick it all you want, but that's just emotions flowing through you right there.
100%. All right, well, standing by with Spawn right now is Jungler and a very beastly rookie of this split, Schönfire. So let's throw it over to him now for the interview.
Thanks again, I am standing next to Schön. Juves called you the best player in the OPL, says you're the best player in the country right now. And in your first split, you've come over and said what you're going to do. You've dominated. How does it feel picking up the grand final?
I'm not sure. Just all the hard work paying off. I envision this from the beginning. It's like, it just feels amazing to like have a dream and a vision and just everything working off, and this is just another step to my goal.
And Ejim on the cast said today that, not only are you a great player, you've become like a way of life. You've changed the way that the guys are scrimming, the attitude that they've had towards the game, instilling some much needed discipline at times into the Oceanic League. I mean, how does it feel to like come over in your rookie season and just achieve so much? I mean, that's got to be a sweet feeling. I mean, silencing some haters, having a couple of good smack talk words there at the same time, but it must feel like a relief to finally get that off your back and pick up the first OPL title for the Direwolves.
I mean, I would have liked a 3-0, a clean, dominant 3-0, but I'll take what I can get, So, yeah, moving forward, I think we're just gonna have to watch our VOD and work on all the flaws we have, because we know internationally, other teams are going to be able to punish us if we make the same mistakes against Legacy.
All right, cool. MSI play-ins is the next step. Funny that you bring it up. What are you guys looking to work on? Are you going straight over there? Is there going to be a boot camp in between? What are the next steps for Direwolves apart from like celebrating tonight?
After poker night tonight, we're not sure how we're going to prepare, but we're definitely coming in to take it all. We're definitely not here to just like mess around and have a holiday. This is serious shit. So we're going in there like fully prepared and ready.
All right, cool. And last question, who's the best poker player in the team?
Nah, everyone's pretty shit. We're all the boys. We're just trying to make money off each other. We're just gonna go to the star, All
right,
we're just
cool.
trying to make money off each other.
All right, well, have fun there. I'm gonna throw it back to Ingus.
And obviously, gambling only for those over 18, and we do not endorse anything. But congratulations to Shern, and a wonderful split for him. His first split in the OPL. And Jubes, I mean, you've been working with this guy a lot. He's improved a lot throughout the split and really has revolutionized the way Direwolves have been playing.
Well, I thought when he first came, he wasn't that good. I'll be honest. I said to some people, I was like, Shern's alright. He's a bit overrated. And then I think it was the double jungle system that really wasn't working out for him. And then when he found his groove and he hit home, he was just like, I was like, oh, he probably shouldn't be killing me level 3 every game. But no, like, yeah. I mean, like, he went full monk mode. He went to Korea 9 months, and like, I think he deserves like what he got because he put in the work that no one did.
Absolutely. Well, where to hear from Legacy Mendrix, because for those guys, they need to rebuild now before Split 2. But you got to remember, not just Shern isn't the only rookie who was playing in this grand final. You also had a couple on Legacy side as well.
Absolutely right. I mean, if you look at it, their bot lane is rookies to a degree. I think Lost has a little bit more experience, but Cupcake's definitely a rookie coming through. Claire as well. This guy did a pretty good performances across pretty much all his games that he's gone through. A little bit shaky in his start, but he found his form. And really, they can be proud with this result, because this was supposed to be a rebuilding period for them. And for them to take it to the grand finals and possibly even get that chance to win, these guys are doing well.
Yeah. Now, T-Gun, when you look at Legacy and you see the improvement they made, I mean, they thought to themselves, look, this is a rebuilding split for us, but they've managed to get into a grand final and come second. So looking forward into Split 2, I mean, do you see them improving a lot more still?
Yeah, of course. I think that it'll be a little bit for them to really take in this loss. They're going to be really harsh on themselves for a few weeks.
Yeah.
And there's nothing they can do about that. But they just have to look back and analyze the games and think, what do we have to do to become that first place team? Because this is 2 splits in a row where they've came second now. They're so close. They just need that final boost to get over the line. And that might be a Korean boot camp, just like what Direwolves got.
Absolutely.
It might be something that can get them over there. They just have to work that out.
Well, on the other side, I mean, the thing we all want to talk about right now is MSI and how Direwolves is going to go there. I mean, you saw their Fantix saying, look, our aim, and I don't think this was particularly, people are going to pop off of this, they're going to say he was being arrogant, but he's saying our aim is to win the whole thing. And I don't think that's a bad thing to go in there, thinking that's your aim is, Juves. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
I mean, like, if people were to call him arrogant for that statement, then why do you play professional sport?
Exactly, because you think you can win,
do you go there to lose? Like, I'm not going to a tournament to lose. I don't care what tournament I'm going to. That's not arrogant. I'll play you in marbles down the road. I'm not going there to lose, dude. I'm going there to win. So no, like, I understand where he's coming from, and I 100% agree with him. Go there, try and win.
Yeah.
If you win, I'll say I knew you along the way.
All right, well, speaking of the mid lane, let's take a look at this mid lane team fight for Direwolves, Mendrix, because for you, this was a very important moment in that game.
Yeah, it was for me, because, I mean, look at this. There's only been 2 kills this entire game. it really begins to show what they're able to do when they're actually able to line everything up. I mean, they only managed to get 1 kill off the back of this, as you can see, Chippy's almost dies there, but that's the great thing about having the Tahm Kench. And what really happens is the amount of damage Fantix is able to put out because of how easy he was able to handle his lane. He was able to do so much damage the moment everything is sort of like the dust had settled. Nah, too bad. I've got a Hemo Plague down. I'm getting that ADC.
But if you're watching that and you only see them get 1 kill out of that, like, why is it so important? Like, drill down and explain to us.
Okay, so the big thing about it was that then they were able to establish map control afterwards. So the thing is, they had a lot more options for what they could go for. They could then end up getting towers across the board. From that point onwards, they basically had control of the map. There was not really much they could do on the side of Legacy to make something happen, apart from getting a really good pick.
I'd also say it sort of hurts Legacy's mentality because that was about as good a fight as they were going to get. Chippies was almost useless. The Tahm Eat was used pretty early on a target that you don't want to use it on, and they still just got absolutely demolished by Fantix. So once that happens, you start to second guess yourself. You start to think, can we team fight anymore? Because that's what Dials would have been like wanting, is for them to just not team fight, give up objectives and sort of start falling over.
Well, you can also win a team fight and not kill anyone.
Yeah.
The important thing is your health bar. If your health bar is low, like everyone's was in that last team fight, you can't defend towers. And what that was got everyone really low. They pushed down mid, and I believe they got a tower. And that's all you need. Off one team fight, 1 tower, reset, spend your gold.
Yeah, well, let's look at the second replay then, Mendrix, which is Shern allowing his team, setting his team up for Baron. So when you look at this, I want you to tell us, like, when you look at Direwolves' play overall in this, I mean, what does it tell you about them moving forward, going to tournaments like MSI?
So with this one here, I love the confidence of Shern. I mean, this is just fantastic. I mean, to push back 2 members in that situation, to just say, have the confidence to make that happen, is just fantastic. And this is really that moment where they have officially won the game, because they push through, they get the Baron afterwards, everything from there, they're just able to take everything else around the map, and Legacy don't really have much of a chance from here. And you know, those 2 kills that just went down there, that's the 5th kill by the 30-minute mark. That shows how composed and cool they were to make that, and as soon as they find their opportunity, they go straight for it.
Such an important thing there was Shern just showing them, it doesn't matter what you pick, it doesn't matter that you have Brawl, I'm still going to be effective.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just that he got 2 people, it's that he got 2 really important people knocked back into the team as well, which I think most people, when they look at a draft like that, they don't expect Gragas to be that person that's doing everything, to be that important factor.
I think the thing about that team fight was it was obvious that Legacy were kind of panicked, and they were like, we really need to make something happen. And that's why Kha'Zix and Braum walked so far forward, and then Shern or Direwolves were just like, we're ahead.
Yeah.
And then they just like decided to engage. And I don't blame Legacy for that, because I mean they were on a clock, and they tried to make something happen. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them.
Well, let's take a look at Shern's stats, because going into MSI, I mean, he is kind of the person who's revolutionized Direwolves' play. So as we bring them up on the screen, Mendrix, I mean, look at that incredibly high kill participation for a guy who hasn't had the highest kill participation throughout the rest of the split.
Yeah, he definitely did make his mark in this game and that. And it all does come down to how he was playing out that early game. I mean, initially before, Carbon did do an early gank. Immediately afterwards, Shernfire went around, got his camps, got a level lead. And from that point on, he was bullying Carbon around the jungle. Carbon did have a few good plays coming through, but they never really had fruition. And Shernfire was able to capitalize it every single time. We saw this when he was able to steal the blue buff away from him, and it almost killed him as well. So Shernfire played this game very well. And mind you, that kill participation was... most of it just, you know, it's very low coming across from it, because not many kills happened that game until he started getting involved.
Yeah, but like we've been saying all night, the stats only tell part of the story, because off the rift, off the field, Shernfire is also really important, T-Gun. So when you look at the way he kind of controls or influences the thinking of not just Direwolves, but as a result, other players in the OPL who look towards him, I mean, this guy has kind of like this has highly affected the rest of the players as well.
I'd say the biggest effect of him is instilling such a disciplined practice regime. The man, he went to Korea, he was playing 15 hours a day on his own dime, just because he wants to be the best. And when you play alongside someone like that, you're also going to improve, just because you want to sort of not be them, but you don't want to let someone just break away and be the best player by a large margin. So you want to keep up with him, right? And that's what he's doing. He's coming back, he's bringing all this experience he picked up in Korea and sort of trying to get everyone else to be as best as they can be as well.
So final thoughts, because this is the end of Split 1 of 2017. I want from each of you just a moment throughout the OPL, this split, that you kind of want to look back on and just remember. Does anyone want to... Juves?
I want to look back on beating Chiefs. I want to look back on beating Avan. and then I won a chrono break, the one after that. I'm not sure what happened there. I don't remember it.
Never happened.
But it never happened. I don't know. Why wasn't I playing today? I didn't lose.
Tegan, thoughts on this split? Anything in particular you want to shout out?
I mean, it was pretty dismal for me, but getting to play Blitzcrank again is always fun. Apart from that, played with some really nice people.
Yeah.
And hopefully I'll get to do it again.
Mendrix?
For me, it was the entire Sim Gauntlet. I really enjoyed that you guys playing. You guys did a great job of that there, Juve. So I really did enjoy that. That was great. And you guys put on a great performance for the entire way through.
Well, I've enjoyed all three of those things this split. Yeah, no worries, guys. Hey, also to you guys at home, if you would like to follow Direwolves' journey, not just after OPL, but through MSI, the Plains, and then if they make it to the main tournament as well, os.lolesports.com is where you can find all of that info. I think it starts in less than 2 weeks, so do get along to that website and follow the OS representatives who are going to America and then maybe Brazil. I'd like to thank you guys for watching, and also I'd like to thank Juves, Tegan, and Mendrix for being here. And for us, all of us here at Riot at OPL, we'd like to thank you for watching us, and we'll see you next split. Bye.
Ultimate will come out from
Oh,
Clay. Kick
what a
from
kick.
Carbon knocks him back, but Schönfire's here as well. 2 lone members on the side of Direwolves, but it's not enough, as it will be King that picks up a double kill. The Shockwave a little bit too far away from Destiny and Key. Zonius has been popped by Clay. He's stuck in the middle of the Direwolves. Fantix dashes on forward. That's a dead mid laner, and Chippies picks up that kill. Equalizer will lock down the Direwolves. Does Carbon get it? He does not. Baron is taken away. Arrows thrown out towards Schön. Direwolves are taking some damage and have used their redemptions. Legacy looking for a fight, but Carbon gets locked in again. Shockwave only connects on the Chippies, who separates the entire team of Legacy. One by one, the branches will fall for the trees, but it's not on top of the Direwolves as they come out on top of this team fight. Carbon comes out, watches as the base gets dismantled. They're onto the Nexus, and in 23 minutes, the Direwolves are able to pick up game 1 over Legacy. Very deep into the Direwolves side of the jungle. He's going to have to flash away here because there's a Fizz right behind. Does he flash? He does.
baited him.
They
They're going over.
They go over. Schönfire take it down for first blood, and it's Carbon that picks up the kill.
And Schön is not happy. If you saw the player cam, Schön was out of his seat nearly.
See Schönfire looking to dash in. That's a flash
missed
score.
again. Just ult.
Misses. Destiny still gets jumped on by Carbon, throws out the ultimate. Carbon really, really low. King picks up a kill, and Legacy, they're falling like flies here as the Direwolves will collapse. 2,000 gold. He's not close enough. It will be Baron picked up by the Direwolves. Exhaust onto the Rengar, and everyone from Legacy just getting destroyed so far. Shockwave connects, hits 3, but is it enough? It doesn't look like it at the moment as Lost is trying to kite out. Tally still alive, eating so much damage as a big stun comes through from Fantix. Destiny, he's the one looking to try and clean up in the back lines. He says, whatever you can do, Cupcake, I can too. As a double kill secures the ace and Baron for the Direwolves. And Direwolves look like they want to just continue pushing on forward. Chippies is on the turret. Lost, Cupcake, and Claire trying to do everything they can to defend this, but the Nexus is bare. There is no base left available for Legacy. Direwolves send this series into match point after picking up game 2. They're going to try and deny him jumping over. Hits the plant as well. Schönfire stuck for now. Good damage for Carbon. Flash over the wall. Cupcake picks up first blood for Legacy. Chippies is locked down. There we go. He pulls the trigger this time round. Almost, and yes, as Carbon gets the snipe from downtown with collateral damage. Nice and easy, but Schönfire's going in with the kick.
Nice kick.
Knocks Lost into Claire, but Cupcake, he's soaking up the front line as a support. He'll be the first to fall. What a big knock-up coming in from the Lulu. Schönfire's being knocked out of the fight. King is low, knocked into a wall. Legacy already get a pick on towards the AD carry, trading their own support. Lost is now trying to move on forward, but incredibly low. Fantix trying to get back in. Chippies jumps in again, but look at Lost cutting around. Tally is still at full health, diving into the back lines against the Direwolves. Still a very close team fight. Ultimate comes out from King, pulls everyone back in. Massive knockups as
Here
well.
we go.
One by one, Direwolves are trying to fight back, but they've already lost one. We'll trade it for Tally. Both top laners are down. Carbon is chasing down Schönfire. King's gone. Lost is diving into the back lines. Only Destiny remains inside the base, and Cupcake even denies him from getting back into the fountain. Legacy pull a game back here and send us to game number 4. Stolen by Schön.
both teams want to get down into this fight. Shernfire locked down by the Winners by Tally's the first one to take damage. Double knockup. Has to flash away. Big ultimate coming out from Shern separates the team. Cupcake's still alive. Karma's jumping into the fight as well. Shernfire forcing it enough. Vladimir's going to get to this fight first though, and now Karma's a sitting duck inside the Direwolves team. First blood is picked up by King. Ashara connects onto Karma. Cupcake denies them from getting into the team. Chippy's Ragnarok's in, eaten up by Destiny to stop the ultimate, and Fantix gets a massive Hemo playing in the back line. Lost is dead, and Direwolves fight through the Baron buff of Legacy. He's going in. Knocks two of them back. Karma's trying to jump out, but already Fantix in the back line. Chippy is running at them. Where is their AD carry? Legacy are stuck mid lane between an Olaf and a Vladimir, and they don't have Lost to back them up. Everyone's just backing away. Fantix goes into Sanguine Pool, avoids all the damage, and now your captain and support are dead. This is the fight wave. You can see Chippy's has moved in, going to take some damage to kick things off. Karma gets locked down. Good ultimate, knocking Lost into the team, and Chippy splashes on top of the Varus. Chippies will be able to take down Lost as Direwolves will pile on into the rest of Legacy. The captain is gone. Claire is the next target. Tally is already abandoning ship. A double kill picked up by Fantix.
Fantix absolutely goes berserk in this final game.
And Direwolves now pushing on towards the Nexus. Only Cupcake and Tally left alive. There is one minion helping the Direwolves push. Legacy put up their last stand, but is it going to be enough? It doesn't seem like it. Direwolves hammer on towards the Nexus. They can taste it. They feel that they are the new champions here in Oceania as Direwolves will represent the OPL at MSI 2017.
I swear to God.